you Welcome to day number 2 of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Southeast Asia. This is PKUs together with JJ and we're ready to bring the action of Pokemon Unite battles for today.
Dude, it still gets me. And whenever you say PKUs, then you say my name, and then becomes JJ Yo, man. It's kind of sus, bro. But before we head into anything, though, we just want to give you guys a little bit of a, reiteration and I guess a bit of a retraction, I'd say. Yesterday, the previous day, day number 1, we said that the top 4 teams, at least, from the tournament is going to be proceeding towards the the finals of the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, but we have to retract that, and we just got word that only the top 2 teams from the group stages will be proceeding forward, whereas the last team will be determined by the playoffs. So only 3 teams from this tournament will be proceeding towards the finals. As we say that, here we go. The C League, we have 6 days. This is day number 2. Top 3 teams after the playoffs will be proceeding towards the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026 in Yokohama. And then, of course, there's also going to be another qualifier coming in from that of the winter tournament.
Yes, and definitely it's an open tournament, so everyone can participate on that tournament because they have a shot again to be part of PUACL 2026 finals that will be held in March 28 to 29 at Yokohama Buntai. And that is 16 teams across the world will compete in Japan. 3 teams from the LAIC and of course 13 from Asia. So it's going to be some sort of a mini world stage that we're looking forward to.
And speaking of that as well, of course, we have to take a look at the draft rules. This has been the same as previous year's draft rules, except we are banning not 2, but 3 Pokemon per team. And yeah, there's not much else to say. We might be able to see some, the same bands here and there again. We've seen a lot of Mega Lucario bands, a lot of, Mega Charizard bands. There's also the Suicune, the Darkrai, and the Zacian as well is getting banned a lot. For us though, there's still not a lot of target banning that's happening, but maybe we'll see that later.
Yeah, and definitely I'm excited to see target bans later on because for sure they know the strengths and weaknesses of the teams after day number 1. But of course, for our game rules, pretty much the standard 10-minute game 5v5 is Tia Sky Ruins with Crown on, no use limit and no level limit as well for health items. But we have a banned Pokemons which are Delmise and Vaporeon. Of course, boost emblems are not allowed. We're just relying on the base stats of the Pokemon.
Yeah, and here you go. That's much of the game rules as well. It's still the same rules that we've been playing since before, but this time, we have to tell you about the group stages again as well. Again, it's a 5-day circuit point system where every day is a single elimination bracket, and the point structure is 20, 15, 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, and 3, depending on your placement for the day. And of course, all teams will be qualified to the playoffs, irregardless of their placing. But of course, their placement, their points will determine their seeding.
Yeah, and we're talking about seeding here, which is very important because he said a while ago that the top 2 teams in the group stage will be automatically qualified for the ACL finals because they are guaranteed waiting at the top of the hill because our playoffs will be King of the Hill. 7th and 8th place from the regular seasons starts in the first match, while the winner of the previous match and plays, or rather they would be playing more of the upcoming games. So seedings are very much important here, JJ, because 1, you get the guaranteed spot in Japan if you're first and second, and number 2, you get to play less games than the others.
And speaking of playing for less, that means when you play less, then you get more prize pool cut of the pie. Look, hey man, if you're the first place already, then you just have to play for the second and first place. So that's like already 8,000 USD. For the second, that's 6,500 USD. For the third one, that's 5,500. For the fourth one, it's 3,500. And for the fifth and 6th is 2K, and 7th at 1,500, and of course 8th place at 1,000. And again, if you're gonna be able to climb up from the 8th place to the top, man, that would be much rewarding.
Yeah, it's a what we call the Cinderella run. It was a pretty awesome run, and for sure, everyone will be looking forward to that kind of story during the playoffs. But of course, we would like to give everyone a brief background on our current leaderboard. By T1 leading the charge after being the champion of day number 1, followed by Onyx Rise, Full Sense, Made in Thailand, Rival Esports, FN Esports, Team Nemesis, and Evos FXL.
And man, it's actually gonna be really exciting as as we start this tournament, because for those who doesn't know, or at least those who have just tuned in and didn't see the first set of matches for today, the first match is going to be the grand finals match yesterday. It's going to be T1 versus Onyx Rise, followed by Evos FXL versus Rival Esports, Full Sense, and going against Team Nemesis, FN Esports versus Made in Thailand. And from there on out, we're going to be waiting whoever's going to be winning, proceeding to the next stage of the tournament. And of course, unfortunately for us, we're not going to be able to see the third place match, but we're going to be seeing everything else.
Yeah, I'm pretty much excited as well, especially on match number 1, since we will be picking up what we left for yesterday, because some of the other fans might think that Onyx Rise could have make it. Some of the fans might think that T1 really has it. This is the day wherein we see if there will be a different story from their matchup.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm totally excited to see as well. I mean, seeing the matches from yesterday, I totally thought that Onyx Rise could have taken the game, but at this moment in the tournament, at this moment in the stage of the tournament, it is only them that I personally think could go toe-to-toe against that of T1. So let's find out if that's going to be the case here. Once again, here's the roster of T1. It's Mysterio, really amazing player though. Mule, Serum, EP, and Kami. Kami, beautiful. Don't give Kami the Miraidon.
Yeah, absolutely. But same thing goes for Onyx Rise. We have Illuna, AXQ, Eeyore, Zoe, and Cell. Don't give him the Mimikyu as well, because that would be a huge threat when you're going up against the likes of Onyx.
And here you go. Without further ado, I know like many of our audiences are always telling us, or always on the comment section saying, hey, stop talking or whatever like that. We want to see the games, and that's why we made some adjustments as well to make sure that we have the games for you as soon as possible. And now look at this. We're now starting in the draft facing. Game number 1, Onyx Rise at the left side and T1 at the right side. First ban is going to be the Darkrai and the Leafeon.
Yeah, and we haven't been seeing yet the target bans, just like what you've said a while ago, JJ. Still, I think Leafeon is some sort of a target ban, I would say, because Leafeon was very much used yesterday, so I think they want to avoid it as well. Same thing with the Mimikyu, in which T1 is already banning it, so there's actually one Pokemon already at the X mark for Cell.
Yep. And there's also the Zacian, that's getting banned here. They don't want that to be enhanced with Hysteria as well. But what's going to be the last ban here for Onyx Rise is going to be the Latias. Again, still boggles me how small Latias is in this game. But that's going to be the Dodrio, which I think they think is going to be a bit of a problem for their playstyle. But I guess we have the Mega Lucario and the Mega Charizard up in the open, which I have just mentioned. Going to be the first pick here for Onyx Rise, and for T1, of course, it's a no-brainer. Going to be the Mega Lucario up for grabs as a priority for T1.
I'm pretty much wondering if we get to see Mega Lucario and the Vanilla Lucario at the same time, whether at the opposite team or as a team. I'm not sure if it would happen sooner or later. It's just a big what if on my brain. But going back, Onyx here getting the Miraidon, a pretty good pick for AXQ, and for sure he will be piloting this Pokemon to take it away against Kami.
I mean, I don't think we are going to be seeing both of those Pokemon at the same team, because like you'd be sacrificing a lot of, like, say, of your the rest of the Pokemon, like maybe a supporter or defender, just for the vanilla versions if you already have the Mega Evolution version anyway, right? So it's not really, at least in my opinion, it wouldn't work as much as one would think. But yeah, speaking of which though, we now have the Serena and of course the Suicune going into the side of T1 and Onyx Rise. This is really interesting. they might be able to go in for the Garchomp, but instead went in for the Blastoise, which actually is a very good Pokemon that we've seen a lot yesterday, especially going up with the the original combination Rapid Spin and Hydro Pump as well, pushing opponents away, giving space to their own teammates.
Yeah, and it's one of the primary reasons that they are using it as well, because of the sustainability that a Blastoise could offer. Stay in the team twice for a very long time, together with Zoe, who's be piloting the Clefable, which would pretty much help the whole team in getting these fights as long as possible. But here we go. T1 on the other hand does get 4 all-rounders. Pretty much this it happened yesterday as well, which is I do believe it was inspired by a Japanese team. I forgot which team, but we're lacking in the range here once again, JJ. Maybe they have the Suicune, but other than that, they have to close in up against Onyx.
Yeah, I mean, it's what do you call this? It's mostly coming in from Japan, where it's a draft of the top teams in Japan, 4 all-rounders, mainly also using Blaziken as their defender. But we didn't see the Blaziken this time around. The chicken barbecue is not here, so hey, let's see how because again, T1 is almost the I'd say about the nearest one in the level of Japan at this current stage of the tournament.
Absolutely, I do agree on that one, since they are really unstoppable during day number 1. Yes, Onyx might be the biggest wall that they have encountered yesterday, but they're pretty much facing it really early for today. So if T1 gets the victory here in this series, I'll not be surprised if they be going out in the blowout once again. But hey, it's just the first game of the day. Let's see what would happen. Game 1 of Onyx versus T1.
I mean, hey, look, man, I gotta agree with you that it's gonna be quite, I don't want to say unfortunate, but with how the level of playing field that these two have brought up to us, right? Whoever wins here at this match has a very huge chance of winning the entire thing for the day.
Oh yeah, absolutely, because they show that how different level they are compared to the other teams by showing it to the other to the people in who's watching the live stream and everyone in the world.
And there you go. Onyx Rise is getting a little bit hasty here. Wants to go in and rush a bit, pressure out T1, because again, that's what they did yesterday, and they want to do the same thing. I mean, as you have mentioned, there's not going to be a lot of problems, or at least a lot of changes from days 1 to day 2, because again, it's just less than 24 hours of before they battle again. But hey, look at this. T1 already is answering back to Onyx Rise.
Yeah, but Onyx Rise on the other hand, Cell is really looking good on that level 7 Charizard, and they also have a pretty amount of huge support on the other side. So if Cell gets the scaling that he needs, probably he would be the key factor to be a game changer in this matchup.
Oh yeah, but look at this though. Onyx Rise currently dipping their toes into the base of T1. There goes Mysterio trying to get away. There you go. To be able to get away, leave for another day. But Luna is going to be picked up here by T1, unfortunately. At least buying a little bit of time here for Onyx Rise so that they limit down, reduce down the casualties.
Yeah, I mean, as much as possible, you want to avoid those casualties in order for you to safeguard your XP. And I think T1 is a little bit too deep at this moment. So I get the confidence. They're pretty much ahead in terms of fights, but they have to be very careful on that Megazord.
Oh, beautiful light screen coming in from Luna. Unfortunately, there was not enough of response here. A little bit delayed here, but still they're gonna be able to take down Saram as well. And as I say that, there goes the Serena as well. But it's gonna be a 3v1 bounce status, of course. It's not gonna be enough though. You're totally outnumbered right there, and from there on out, immediate use of Mega Charizard, Mega Evolution rather, just secures the KO for them. But from there, at least Reggie like he's gonna be open for them as well to take. And there's also the top Reggie where Mysterio is taking up as well.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge pressure down bottom for T1, especially they have to repel this Regieleki away, while Cell, on the other hand, taking his pretty much time in order to scale more XP because he's outnumbering every Pokemon in the Sky Ruins in terms of level
Yep.
department. Despite having that level 9 Lucario for T1, it does need a lot more of catching up because anytime soon, the Zard will be at level 11.
Oh yeah, for sure. But here you go, T1 gonna be able to secure the Reggie Draco at least for a mule. Gonna be able to get a little bit of points here at 34 maybe if they can get then some sneaky beaky. Not quite yet because it's still a little bit too early for that. But with that being said, though, Onyx Rise slowly wants to get in some baits here. There you go. They took the bait, but they are a little bit too late here to respond. Illuna almost getting in, but the jump in by Kami. Kami is not playing a what do you call this? Actually, not playing a special attacker this time around. It's actually, I just noticed that they were the what do you call this? Arena as well.
Yeah, pretty much an aggressive all-rounder
Yep.
as well here for Calmy because we were used to his play style wherein he's just sitting back, sitting at the back, just trying to get the best position possible. But right now, he is probably one of the Pokemons that has to start things, especially engaging into team fights.
Oh, that I totally agree, but at the same time, like there's also Mule, that can follow up into Kami, as look at that, Kami always initiating team fight where everyone else can just follow up. But the thing is, Onyx Rise does have a lot of backlane attacker and a lot of bruisers as well that could essentially just take out and debate Kami in. But look at this, so we're waiting for the Reggie down bottom for the fight to ensue. And there you go, the Regieleki has come up. There goes the rings and bow gonna be popped up as well into an aura cannon. And there you go, Kami goes down from the hands of Onyx Rise, but it is going to be T1 securing that Regieleki, but the team fight is still not over. There it goes! Look at that! Mule,
Wow.
24 hit! But it's not going to be enough though. Hydro Typhoon is going to be popped up to take down Mule. And there you go, Endless Ice Spikes is going to be popped up, but not a lot of pressure into the side of Onyx Rise, just forcing T1 to go back.
Almost a successful stall by the Water Bear to land that Regieleki down bottom. Just a tiny bit of, let's say, of a time, I guess, and maybe that push from T1 would be successful, but very great repelling from Onyx Rise. Despite things got difficult, the moment that the rings and bound was popped off immediately.
No, it's I totally agree with that. I mean, they didn't really have a chance. Didn't really had a chance to replenish or at least get a little bit of refresh because of how quick that rings unbound is. Although I do understand why they did that as well, just to be able to get those HP buffs. Being 15k HP before items, being the highest HP Pokemon in the game. But at the same time, at least it would be ready before the Groudon comes up later on as well.
Yeah, we'll be ready, that's for sure. But here we go, T1 once again attempting to go for a fight. Comey does use the Queen's Ascendant in order to take down the Mr. Mime, but Mega Charizard is doing a lot of damage so far, and that Clefable is very much stable in the goal zone, providing almost unlimited HP for their team.
That's the biggest hurdle right now for T1. With the current composition, they really need to go in deep into Onyx Rise for them to be able to deal damage, whereas Onyx Rise can just deal damage from the back lanes and with Blastoise push them out. But I mean, I guess that's the reason why they do have the Hoopa as well, so just in case they do get jumped in by Onyx Rise, at least they would still be able to go back into the base with the help of Hyperspace Hold. But again, there is the there is the Mr. Mime, there is the Blastoise, which can essentially remove them away from that of the Hyperspace Hole, which is going to be a problem for T1, which as we can see right now, they are getting demolished in terms of the team fights. But as I say that, they are now currently the one almost taking in this Regieleki. Let's see if they're going to be able to steal this away from Onyx Rise. Onyx Rise is not going to be able to get that Regieleki. T1 secures the Regieleki, giving it a little bit of breathing room to prepare for the Groudon.
And everyone is rushing in for the Groudon. 4 seconds down. And this is not looking good for T1. They're a little bit behind in the position. And Seismic Slam, Mega Charizard is ready already. So they need those Hyperspace Hold, get that refresh as much as possible. And get the beautiful setup coming in from the Suicune.
Yeah, but this is where Hoopa is going to shine in this match. 133 to 130 is going to be the score of the game here. 92 Sneaky Beaky coming in, from Kami. But here you go. Seismic Slam going to be able to take down. Yo, that is a big one. That is the Water Bear. And look at this. With Jet 1 KO and positioning, Onyx Rise immediately was able to take the position of Groudon. Now Kami's looking for a way to go in so that they can seal away the Groudon, but there you go. Another KO here. That's gonna be the Mega Lucario down. Ooh. And Mirai is gonna be able to secure, that Groudon as well. Onyx Rise taking in the boss Pokemon of the game. Flowing Fist is not gonna be able to do a lot here. That's gonna be another KO. 5v1 is not a game you want to play against Onyx Rise. And look at this right now. There's a little bit of 28 points here. T1 still at the lead, but Rise here is now putting down the points.
Oh, for sure. They have to put it down as fast as they could. T1 still has time for a bounce back, though. But there's too much pressure, too much shield and buffs that they have to deal with at the side of Onyx.
Oh, look at the Gravity. Gravity did a lot of work for Onyx Rise this game, mainly because of the fact that it can do a lot of slowdowns, and essentially it didn't really hit a lot of Pokemon inside of T1, but it did repel them away, force them to go out and not push in.
Yeah, and here comes Onyx Rise once again, pushing at the last 10 seconds. You know what? I think one of the factors as well making it difficult for T1 is, again, they don't have the range compared to Onyx, who's pretty solid in terms of everything based on their composition. And the moment that the Groudon fight happened, yes, Kami was inside, but he was forced to use the Queen's Ascendant to prolong his life in a team fight, so he cannot stomp in the ground to secure that Groudon.
No, that's what I'm saying, right? With this kind of composition, sure, it's actually pretty good in retrospect, but the thing is, it heavily relies on the team going in very deeply. And look at this Zoe right now at 118 recovery, 118k damage taken at 50k as well, being the tank and the supporter of the team. Very beautiful gameplay. And just like that, Onyx Rise was able to stop down T1, but then again, I have to say that this is just the first game, this is just the first match of the day, so maybe they're still trying to wake up, and I'm pretty sure T1 can do a lot here to come back to game number 2.
Absolutely. They're not just a team that you could take down easily, especially they have a lot of, compositions. They have a lot of strategies ready up on their pockets. So potentially they could bring out the Miraidon once again, which is probably one of Komi's signature together with the Latias. But the thing is, there are target bans already happening at the very first game of their series.
I mean, let's take a look at what happened as to, well, this. Let's take a look at what happened at game number 1. Man, it's Onyx Rise still trying, getting a lot of shutdowns into the side of T1, where we are. I mean, personally, I was expecting this to be, T1, gearing up to be able to do a lot of takes, but every time T1 wants to try something, Onyx Rise is just there to shut them down rather.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest factor as well at the side of Onyx Rise is going to be Cell, because it was just the sole Pokemon that keeps his facing, at a very stable point. He was not really behind that much, or actually he was leading the whole game in terms of XP department. So they have a very reliable Mega Charizard to use in the late games, in the mid game, that could carry them out in team fights such as this one.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. I mean, again, it's for Cell to get the spotlight. It's not really about Cell as well. It's with their teammates that allowed Cell to be enabled to get their power spikes for them to be able to get where they are at. And just like that, with the team synergy that they have, again, this is perhaps the only team that has not changed their roster yet in this tournament. So we can definitely see how impactful that becomes in this kinds of tournament, especially that they have been playing for 5 years now together. So hey, now going into game number 2, what do you think? What do you think can T1 do to be able to get back into Onyx Rise.
I mean, if they want to play this at a very safe possible way, I think they have to revert back into their compositions that they used yesterday, wherein they would have the traditional supporter and the attackers that could really be reliable, since Komi was way more efficient when he was using the attackers. Yes, Komi might be efficient in the all-rounder a while ago with his arena, but there's something that you could definitely see in terms of attacker Komi out there. There's something more big that he could provide for the team.
That's true. No, I totally agree. I mean, if anything, Komi, we are saying a lot of Komi here because Komi is, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, PQs, but I think it's the point Pokemon, or rather the point trainer in the team that it is Komi dictating the game for the other team, that if Kami would be able to get in the good positioning, everyone else would just be able to get in on the other team. So from there on out, I mean, I totally agree with you to bring back T1 Kami into the attackers. Maybe they would be able to have more opportunities with that in mind.
Yeah, and I do absolutely agree that Komi gets the spotlight as always. We were talking about Komi, but his teammates has been supporting him pretty well, EPE to be specific. So, it's just overall teamwork for T1, making sure that everyone plays at their comfort zone and comfortable position.
No, yeah, and as we see that they are going to be banning Mega Lucario. Instead of T1, they don't want to give it to to anyone. If they're not going to be able to get it, then might as well just ban it altogether so nobody can get it. So now Onyx Rise is banning the Sableye. Interesting. And of course, they still don't want the Zacian into the hands of Pizzerio, but we can see how Pizzerio can still do a lot of damage, despite not having the Mega Lucario, not having the Zacian. And if there we go, Mega Charizard is not going to be banned this turn again, so we might be able to see it as a priority pick into the side of T1. There you go, as I mentioned.
Yeah, and it's pretty much expected that we get Charizard if Mega Lucario rather is not available, and that's the other way around. But mind to tell you that the regular Lucario, the vanilla Lucario, is still open here, so it's still a possibility that Onyx could actually pick it for themselves. No, they don't have an all-rounder yet on their team. With Latias banned, they cannot do the Bridal Latias combo with the side of T1.
Oh yeah, I mean, still, there's a lot of things that they can do, even without that. I mean, as you can see here, T1 right now going in for the Ice Fang. The Mamoswine, rather. My apologies. Because, hey, look, man, if you don't play Ice Fang in a team comp with Mamoswine, well, why?
Right?
Now, right?
pretty hard to justify if you're going to be using Ice Skull Crash, right?
I mean, if it were like maybe season 0, sure. But in a competition where repositioning your opponents is very important, then hey man, you really cannot choose Icicle Crash over Ice Fang. But anyway, AP now going in for the Eldegoss. We also have the Mew going from Seram, but attacker. It's still the all-rounder Kami that we're going to be seeing for today for this match. Going to the side of Onyx Rise, though, that's going to be the Miraidon. They really don't want to give it to Kami. There's also the Leafeon that's now open, not banned, and the Blaziken acting as the all-rounder in the side of Onyx Rise, the Mr. Mime, and of course the Clefable support tank, which we've seen earlier did a lot of recovery.
Yeah, and this is a tough position for T1, knowing that there could be 2 acting defenders for Onyx Rise, which is Luna and Cell, but at the same time, they do have bruisers very reliable, which are Pizzerio and Mule, so I think the power spikes are very much important here. They need Saram as quick as possible with the Ice Fang in order to assist down the Charmeleon, which will be eventually a Charizard later on, because you need that level 9 as quick as possible, because if you're not going to Mega Evolve, you're just like somewhat of a regular Charizard still.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, they're gonna be able to do it. You know, like I still believe that they can still be able to maneuver that regardless of which. But again, we're talking about Rise this time, so Rise does have the momentum this game. For this game number 2. So it is, you know, the balls in the court on the of T1 right now.
Yeah, and we're pretty much excited on what Onyx has to show in this game number 2 because they need the consistency and they are a very consistent team so far. We cannot definitely say that they're somewhat inconsistent just because they lost their grand finals yesterday against T1. But you know, it goes to show that this team is pretty much confident taking this down.
Yo, look at that. Onyx Rise is really getting aggressive right now. So what? Oh wow! That's a double KO right now. Man.
And that's going to be big as well, coming in from the puzzle, making sure he takes 2 out of exchange for 1. So pretty much that's, I would say, not an even footing, but it's much more worth it for T1, but they have to get the scaling as fast as they can, knowing that Eeyore with the Leafeon is already online. So if the ambush is pretty much perfect at the side of T1, or rather Onyx Rise, they would get ahead of this early game.
I mean, I wouldn't say that it was big, but it kind of is just somewhat big into the side of Eeyore because, well, it's an evolution. It really needs to get your early game, but then it's not at the point of the game where it's still too impactful. You know, it's still the early game. They can still come back from that. Well, yeah, it's not really that much of a big of a deal just yet. But look at this, though. Top path right now, Leafeon, and of course we have Pisterio. It's going to be a 1v1 for them, and I think this is going to be more of a control battle, that whoever's going to be winning between these 2 players on the top path will be able to control the entire game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think that's always the story of the game here. You know, top path Pokemons are pretty much important because they get the most power spike aside from the central laner. But this is too much damage that Luna and Eeyore is dealing it. But quick response, very quick here for T1, making sure that they avoid getting knocked out so the XPs won't be rewarded at the side of Onyx.
Oh yeah, and Regirako though, still to nobody's hands, you know. T1 right now at 30, and Onyx Rise at 10. Still almost, it seems like a very slow game, don't you think?
Yeah, they don't have to rush the scoring as much as possible. They need the knockouts for the XP, just like that. Onyx saw an opportunity because T1 is going too deep without the response that they need.
There you go as well. Overheat, EP almost KO'd. Oh, never mind. Actually, went and KO'd. Like, hey, just a little bit too late here, but they're going to be able to take it down. Eeyore, though, almost gets taken out by Pisterio and going to be able to live for another day with the help of the score goal. But with that being said, though, Onyx Rise, as you have mentioned, they don't really need a lot of scores just yet. They need to be able to get in the KOs so that they can get the XPs. And just like that, unfortunately for Kami, not going to be able to secure the Reggie for themselves, but instead Onyx Rise made sure that they take it for themselves. Now T1 is having a little bit of trouble here to push away Onyx Rise.
Yeah, and definitely Onyx. I think they would have to, you know, delay things in destroying this gold zone just because T1 could not get the side lanes Pokemons in order for things to be very difficult for them, you know, to get their power spikes and scaling because they know that Onyx themselves are pretty much ahead at this point.
It's still a very slow game. If I were to be asked, though, like there's not really a lot of happening, you know. Onyx Rise still trying to control. At least T1's gonna be able to get in. Mule's gonna be able to take in the Regidrago. So 129 to 140.
Yeah, I mean, it's just about maintaining the lead, right? Just like what you've said. That's it. That is what Onyx needs to do at this point, since T1 could actually just overtake anytime soon the way they wanted it to, as long as there's an opening or a perfect opportunity for them to go against team fights. Especially they have the Mega Charizard wide open. Mamoswine will be online as well anytime soon, I believe, in a minute. So Onyx just have to play it out very safe at this point.
No, for sure. I mean, again, the points is not the priority. The objective is the priority. So let's see. They're still waiting for each other. They're not really. Everyone's playing safe right now. I'm not entirely. Nobody wants to go in and commit immediately. But look at this though. AXQ with a charge beam, not just really poking, like they're still poking each other out. No commitments to either teams, but I think this is going to be it though.
This is going to be it. What a powerful charge beam on the back line, the side of Onyx, and T1 is having a difficult time. Drive Future Meteor Storm already on their favor, and everyone is running away at the side of T1, but they still get the knockouts that they need, but 2 will fall down on their favor, and the objective goes at the hands of Onyx, and they will push their limits to push back T1.
This is looking bleak for T1 because, I mean, look at this. We are already at the 4-minute mark, and the Piloswine is still not a Mamoswine, dude. It's, oh my goodness, it doesn't have its Unite move just yet, even at 4-minute mark.
Is not looking good for T1. They need the Mamoswine online by, I don't know, 5 minutes into the game, because they need the Mammoth Smash for an additional mobility in setting up those Ice Fangs later on. But without it, it's going to be very hard for them. Now, they do have it as well, but the thing is, it would be very detrimental if they use those Unite moves, especially in 330 mark.
No, that is totally true. I agree with that. So they need to choose when they're going to be popping that up. And look at that. Rise was able to secure the Regieleki away from T1, giving them an ample amount of time as well. But Mule's going to be able to get in some sneaky beaky down bottom, but it's not going to be enough to take it out. As this is happening, Onyx Rise is just pressuring them up at the top path. I mean, again, they don't really need a score just yet, but they were able to do that to secure that first-year score goal up top.
The Ice Fang just landed the Regieleki at the goal zone? I'm not quite sure. I think they want the wild Pokemons in the side lanes in order for them to get the XPs that they need and activate the Unite move. But this gives Onyx Rise a lot of space as well, which is very much favorable for them. So Team 1 actually did sacrifice a goal zone for them to scale up those Unite moves and those XPs before the last 2 minutes.
No, I think that's actually a good micro decision as well, because again, when and only if the first score goal gets destroyed is when some of the side lane Pokemon is going to pop up. But as I see that fit, it's only like a minute left, and at the same time, they won't be able to overcap on that as well. So, with that being said, though, 10 seconds left before the Groudon comes up, they really don't have a lot of time to get in their XP to the side lanes. But look at this. It's Mamoswine is going to be not present. It's going to be absent in the first few seconds of the Groudon fight because it wants to refresh.
Yeah, luckily that Onyx Rise doesn't have enough information on that retreat coming in from the Mamoswine, because if they do, they could have probably forced the team fight. But Saram is trying to provide the vision, but this is not this is not the position that they want to be in, because Onyx Rise, they are too focused on a single spot. There's a flank ready with a Leafeon, so probably Onyx Rise is just trying to pinch down T1 at this point.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Onyx Rise is they're going to be able to sandwich them. They're using the Groudon as a bait. Eeyore now coming from down below, not going for a sneaky beaky. And here you go, Eeyore coming in a little bit delayed for them to execute their plan properly. They've already popped in their Unites, whereas Eeyore has not yet. And look at this, Groudon right now is getting a little bit of attacks here. At the same time, Charge is going to be popped up. It's going to be 2 Knights instead of a T1. Omega 3. The Mega Charizard is out for the price of 1. No, that is a team wipe for T1. Onyx Rise is now going to be able to secure the ground on, and of course the game, as well as they put in these scores. That is going to be a lot. It might not have a lot of 50s, but at least that's at least 400 points up their sleeves.
Perfect timing. I wouldn't say perfect, but beautiful timing from Eeyore with the Emerald two-step in order to knock out the range attacker from T1, which is the Mew, to cancel out everything else. There was not enough backline. They were full of bruisers, but with the Clefable sustaining the whole team of Onyx Rise, it will be very difficult for them to get the knockouts.
Oh yeah, Zoe. Still the MVP. I have to say, Zoe is the MVP of the game. Not just game number 1, but also game number 2. Because again, if it wasn't for Zoe, they wouldn't have had survived that long. And at the same time, as I mentioned, at least Eeyore had 2 options at the final stretch. It's either if they get taken out or at least pressured down, overwhelmed by T1. Onyx Rise or Eeyore has had the option to do a sneaky peeky score, or just like what happened earlier, hey, you know what, we can take them out, let's take them out before we take the ground on. And that's what they did. Eeyore went down from the bottom path into the team fight when everyone else is almost taken out, and when they have popped in their unites, and that's when Eeyore strike everyone else on T1.
Absolutely beautiful timing and teamwork from Onyx Rise in order to take down T1, who just won the championship in day number 1. But let us not deny that T1 provided a show as well, make everyone nervous up until that point. But I do feel like that Mamoswine took a lot of time in order to set up the place for their team.
Oh yeah, and here you go, Onyx Rise taking in 2 games against T1. They have not only won yesterday, but also won today.
Absolutely beautiful and stunning cinema that we witnessed. This is just game number 1, and we definitely describe these 2 teams probably for now is the best team, or are the best team competing in the tournament. But with T1 falling down very early in the stage, they are just guaranteed for, let's say, a minimum of, let's say, 8 points, 10 points, which would really pull down the ranking, especially if the other teams gets ahead of them. So the points are getting tighter, so they have to be very careful moving forward in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, hey, this is just a revenge match here for Onyx, from yesterday. It's they might have won the grand finals yesterday, T1, but Onyx Rise is here to stop them from getting that 20 points again, and they can only get like what, 4 or 3 points for today because they lost the first round and immediately getting shut down by Onyx Rise. As I mentioned earlier at the start of the game, this immediately means that whoever wins this game, right, has the biggest chance of winning the winner spot for today. And with this game, it is going to be Onyx Rise. But of course, we still have to wait for the other matches to happen and to finish before we can conclude it, definitely for later.
Yeah, first job is done for Onyx Rise, but the whole thing is not yet settled because they still have 1 or 2 more games, or actually 2 more games guaranteed, because they were moving into the next round. So they just need the consistency and get that 20 points later on.
Oh no, yeah, and speaking of the 20 points as well, we'll be able to find out who else is going to be moving forward to round number 2 when we come back after a short break. So don't go anywhere, we'll be right back, only here at Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026 Sealing.
Hello there, Pokemon trainers. Welcome back to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League C League for 2026. My name is PUACL, still with JJ Kun, and we are so ready to bring a hype for game number 2 after that wonderful victory from Onyx.
Finally, it's no longer JJ Kun. I was waiting for it.
I rehearsed that in my mind. I rehearsed that in my mind. Come on, man. I did it for you.
All right, man. Well, anyway, now that we are on match number 2, it's going to be it's going to be Rival Esports. Going to be, man, it's going to be a lot though.
Yeah, going to be a lot still. Rival Esports, probably one of the teams that, was successful really during the last season of ACL when they were formerly known as Paper Rex. But right now they're going up against Evos FXL, despite not having a very successful day number 1 for Evos. But for sure, they come in prepared more here in day number 2, knowing that they're up against a much more formidable team as well with the likes of Rival Esports.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked to some players, or at least some of the players have mentioned as well that they were getting a little bit, what do you call this? Getting the attention of playing in the tournament for day number 1. But like day number 2, I'm pretty sure they are now prepared. As we have mentioned, they are now more prepared to take the crown. Again, we might have said a lot of praises for T1 and Onyx, but Evos FXL is not one of the teams that we have to dismiss. It's one of the crowned the kings of Southeast Asia, but at the same time, there's also Rival Esports. So, hey man, everyone here is just phenomenal.
Yeah, everyone is good at their own ways. Everyone could be the king of Southeast Asia. I'm just really excited to see what are the adjustments that Evos FXL and Rival Esports did after a short amount of time, under, let's say, less than 24 hours, just like what you've said a while ago. So Rival Esports, they almost got the round number 2 spot, but Made in Thailand actually slipped in a point. Yes, a point. Single point only to advance even further into the tournament yesterday. But for Evos FXL, it was a blowout match during their matchup yesterday in round number 1 up against T1. So the question is, what are the adjustments? What have they prepared in order to be successful day number 2? Ladies and gentlemen, for Evos FXL, we have 94, Z-Ray, /Can, Xingdi, and 77 Chin.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, they already have their own star player, but with the addition of Slash, it's going to be an almost all-star team really in this tournament. But now we have Rival Esports as well. We have HT, Yimu, Yang, Bochi, and Ice, which was formerly known as MYS rather, and I know for a fact that there's a lot of fans here of MYS at the comments right now, and of course those who are watching at home. So with that being said, we're gonna be starting off with our first set of bans here. Rival Esports banning down the Zacian.
Yeah, you talk about the team MYS, and I think personal opinion, not just in Southeast Asia, not just in Asia, but I think globally, Team MYS has the solid fan base that they do get, and out of all the Asian teams, of course. But let's not dismiss that /Can is on the other team, which is Evos FXL. For sure, he has been getting a lot of fans as well tuning in into ACL.
No, yeah, I mean, again, as I mentioned last time, /Can here is not only has already conquered the Western region, and is now here to take over the Eastern region as well. So with that being said, if they are going to be successful in doing so, I'd have to say that they might just be the first player to have the crown of both, really.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We would love to see that kind of story, especially that, Slash already proved himself in the West. Why not do it in the East as well? But let's focus on the draft first here. JJ, Latias, and Charizard X already locked in by Evos. A powerful from the start in terms of draft, but I do love the idea of having a Mimikyu as well for Rival Esports, because we saw how Onyx piloted this one, and HT is no different in using this.
And at the same time, we now are going to be seeing Xingdi back at the I guess more of the bruiser kind of Pokemon into the side of Evos FXL, because that's the kind of attackers really. The core of the team really is Shindy. And I think that's the thing that they're going to be trying to do today, because last time, right, yesterday, day number 1, what they did was, hey, you know what, let's try a Slash to support the team. This time they're going to be going back to their roots, even, by the way, shout out to Ikura, even before Ikura is out, now with Slash, they're going to be going back where Shindy is the core of the team. But now, Rival Esports have completed everything, while, Mega Lucario is out. They're going to be gunning in for that vanilla Lucario instead, whereas Evos FXL is going to go in for the Eons duo, the Mega Charizard, the Umbreon, and the big buffy old Buzzwole.
Oh man, I'm pretty much excited on what's about to happen here. Again, number 1, we have Vanilla Lucario, and number 2, we have the Eon Duos for Evos FXL. So, just taking a look at the draft, maybe yes, Evos FXL has a well-distributed lineup. They have the range, they have the mobility with the Eon Duo, they have a powerful bruiser, which is the Mega Charizard, and of course, the Buzzwole and a very reliable defender just like Slash. But on the other hand, where's the range once again for Rival Esports? I think that was compensated with Ice as the Clefable, just prolong the team fight. So Ice does play a huge role in going into this game, because if he gets knocked out immediately by Evos, that will be a big problem for Rival Esports.
No, yeah, I totally agree. That's going to be the key target here for Evos FXL. Just take down, the Fable, and from there on out, they can snowball everyone else. But the thing is, again, if Rival Esports is going to be the one that gets in the pressure, that gets in the momentum, then Evos FXL not having a lot of backlane attack. They do have mid-range, that is the Eon Duos, but that's just about it. If they are not going to be able to take down the Clefable, they would have a hard time taking down Rival Esports.
Absolutely. Well, let's just wait and see what would be the execution here for Rival Esports. A bruiser versus a well-rounded team is what we're seeing, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 of round number 2. This is round number 1, match 2 between Rival Esports and Evos FXL. It's just the first game, ladies and gentlemen, for who just tuned in right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really great time to have entered and watch the stream. Because again, it's just the first round of this matchup, Rival Esports and Evos FXL, and again, they've known each other for a lot, and even Ice was once playing for Evos FXL, so they really know each other a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've been together for quite some time already, since day 0, ever since they were half high before. So pretty much the chemistry is there, just a minor tweak as newcomers comes in, just like with the likes of Slash. And with the capabilities of Slash, I do believe that they could adjust accordingly in a quick phase.
Yeah, I mean, again, going back to their roots, where Shindy is the core of the team, it's not like they're going to be able to play their previous team because of several issues, several problems as well. Originally they had BKZ and Akura, but now they do have Slash and 94, which, by the way, has been working a lot for them, as well as they try to find the synergy of this team going over to the Asia Champions League. But with that being said, though, 6 and 9 is going to be the point of the game here in favor of Evos FXL.
Yeah. But that 9 would be dismissed immediately as Slash gets a minor goal out there. But Rage Drago is going to be spawning right now. And I do feel that the pressure ticks in at the side of Evos FXL, because Rival Esports, they are going in very deep at top path.
Oh, yeah. 81 to 28, though. Rival Esports now was able to overturn the lead in terms of points. But in terms of play, there's still not really a lot. But as I say that, though, Rival Esports can be able to take down 2 instead of Evos FXL. That is going to be the Latios and, of course, Shindy with the Charmeleon, which would then, at this point of the game, it might be a little bit too early just yet, but it's still a delay nonetheless into that of the Charizard.
Mm-hmm. I do love the fact here as well that both teams are playing this one very safe. I mean, Evos as well, they're playing it very safe, but Rival Esports slowly but surely a patient team, just like what we've said yesterday. They're, they know when to aggress against Evos FXL, knowing that this team is playing very safe compared to their play style yesterday.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, everyone has been playing safer in comparison to like day number one, where I mean, it's only been two matches this far, but still, Evos FXL now is going to be able to secure that Reggie Alecki, give them a little bit of a breathing room right there. But then, what's going to be the follow up here? We have a little bit of a clash here down at the central area in the top path. That's going to be the first Eon down. That's going to be the Latios. Going to be taken down here for the side of Rival Esports. Evos FXL still looking to find their footing, as Rival Esports has now put down 160 points, 130 lead down against that of Evos FXL.
And Rival Esports was able to repel down the Regilecki as well, and now they're grouping up in order to wipe out Evos FXL, who's attempting actually to get the Reggie Toreko, and they are very much successful with it. Almost a team wipe if it could have been the Eon duo was there, but Rival Esports is looking strong here, JJ.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, again, Evos FXL is still having a hard time to find their footing. Gets the Clefable though, but that's just it. What is next? That is the big question.
Yeah, I mean, at least they've got some XP, but they still need to catch up a lot. That's 2 levels behind, level 9 being the highest at Evos and 11 at Rival Esports. So they need more shutdowns as much as possible, but the Swegon is buying a lot of time for them. Yes, they do get the Mimikyu right now. It could have been a successful takedown for them, but they need more in order to take over this game.
No, I totally agree. But look at that though. Mid price is gonna pop up. That's gonna be that's gonna be 3 down into the side of Rival Esports, but they still need more. Shengdi now at Mega Charizard gonna be able to put them some points here, and 40 points. Quick Master is gonna be popped up to get. Actually, never mind. Z-Ray was not able to put down that 40, unfortunately, but at least they're gonna be able to secure this Reggie Rock. But let's see up top though, as they are also going to be able to secure that Reggie Alecki for themselves.
Yeah, and I think Evos FXL would just have to repel this one back because they lost already the tier 1 and tier 2. So pretty much it would be very fine and easier for them to repel this Regilecki, and they can focus once again in getting those wild Pokemons in the at the forest.
No, yeah, I totally agree. But as you can see here, the Rival Esports has been trying to control most of the map with being spread out quite evenly, trying to take out as much resources as possible so that Evos FXL won't be able to catch up in terms of their XPs. But as I say that, there's already 3 Pokemon that's at level 11, but now at level 12. That is Evos FXL, which we are expecting the Charizard, or Shingdi rather, going to be the one with the lead in terms of XP. But because of how Rival Esports is shutting them down, they are having a hard time trying to get this lead of XP and of course firepower. With that being said, with Evos FXL. But look at this right now, another Mega Evolution Seismic Sound is going to be popped up. But are they going to be able to get in the KO?
Wow.
No, Moonlight's going to be popped up. And while sacrificing first year skull goal, then still allows them to survive another day, which is a very good trade here for Rival Esports, if you ask me.
Yeah, and that was a wonderful Wonder Wish from the Clefable, being able to pick up the fly in order to avoid being knocked out, because definitely if Clefable was taken down in the team fight, definitely Evos FXL would push their limits in order to get a team wipe and get those XPs, and they're slowly catching up. So pretty much the confidence is there already on their team.
Yeah, and look at this. Let's try to find out if they're going to be able to, try this for themselves. Rival Esports now trying to take control of the map. Again, Regia is going to be popping up down bottom, and the Regia Alecki going back up top. Evos FXL, if they do take this, it's going to give them a bit of a breathing room, more than so for the last 30 seconds, forcing Rival Esports to an option select whether they want to repel away, this Regia Alecki or prepare for themselves at the Groudon pit, which what they're going to be doing is prepare themselves the Groudon pit, but unfortunately Slash was able to see Ice and now going to be able to take the bait. Unfortunately, Slash going to be taken out here by Rival Esports very quickly as well. It's going to be 4v1 right now. And are they going to be able to pop up the Seismic Slap as well? Hydro Typhoon is going to be popped up, and there you have it. The Charizard is going to be taken out. It still wasn't able to pop out that Mega Implosion, while everyone else at Rival Esports still open with Ice putting down the Moonlight, giving them a lot of XP, and the Trick Room is just stopping Evos FXL along with the Gravity. Look at that, the Follow Me. It's gonna be
they got it, Evos!
Oh, wow. It does not matter. It is going to be Z-Ray securing the Groudon for the team. But the question is, would they have enough firepower pressure for them to be able to score up? Only 3 Pokemon into the side of Evos FXL was able to get the Groudon buff because 2 of them were still down at the Pokemon Center.
I think they do. Once Slash is online together with the Unite move of Z or with Shing D, I think it's pretty much possible. They just have to push back the defense of Rival Esports up until this point and, just score easy hundos here. But on the other side of the map, the Mimikyu is marching all the way to the base. They want the sneaky goal in order to secure this victory.
Oh yeah, and here you go, 197. It's gonna be the points here by Evos FXL. Again, they might have the score. They might have the Groudon, but do they have the score is going to be the question here. And look at that, Yang was able to take down 1 as well, stealing away the Groudon buff. No, another one is going to be going down. It's going to be Rhyme with the Lucario taking in another, now has a Groudon buff. Now it is going to be a reverse Unicorn for Evos FXL. Rivals Esports was able to shut down Evos FXL right now. They do have the lead. They could be able to put down another hundo. It's 424 with only 16 seconds left. 197 is going to be a very low score for them to catch up into that 500 plus of Rival Esports.
Yeah, I think the checking of tall grass by Slash, I love the idea, but there could have been other Pokemons that could have checked the status of the tall grass. It could have been a Miss Ball. It could have been the attackers of Evos FXL because they it could be the attacker, it could be the Latios who checked the status of the bush. But it does take a lot of factor once Slash is already eliminated in the scene. They don't have a defender. Yes, they might have Shing D or 94, but what's next? Though.
Look at Ice at 101. Recovery, Rhyme at 63. Again, just to go back to your point as well, I totally agree that the moment that Slash has been taken out, everything else almost fell down for Evos FXL, and that's one of the reasons why I guess why they wanted to revert back to Shing Di being the core of the team. But at the same time, with that last moment, I'd like to go back. Slash saw Ice going to a tall grass, but unfortunately for them, not everyone is there just yet for them to make some commitments. And at the same time, Rival Esports knew their targets. They knew that they had to target the Charizard as well so that it won't be able to pop its Unite move, and they did it so successfully.
Yeah, well, it's just pure teamwork that they've done. The timings are wonderful. But let's not disregard the credit of Evos FXL. Yes, they might have lost game number 1, but they are getting better from day 1. We can see the teamwork. We can see the adjustments already coming in from their team.
Yep.
It just needs more, I guess. And definitely, it's more of the chemistry that we're looking forward to see. They need to evolve as a team now.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Because, again, they are one of the 7 and 8 placements for day number 1, and losing round number 1 again is going to be quite detrimental, because again, even though there's still like 4 more days to catch up, 4 more days when someone else already got like 35 points
That'd be hard.
It's going to be sector impossible to catch up. But then again, that only means that you're going to have to play a lot of games during the playoffs for you to be able to get in that top 3 spot. But with that being said, though, that has been the game Rival Esports was able to shut down Evos FXL, and quite unfortunately, but with that, game number 2 just is going to be an opportunity for Evos FXL to come back and maybe bring the game to game number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Reverse sweep is still very possible at this point, especially we see the evolution already of Evos FXL compared to day number 1. But standing pretty firm here is Rival Esports. They know what to do already. They are very familiar of the gameplay right now for Evos FXL. But the thing is that the only card that Evos does have in their pocket? For sure, there are many still that they haven't brought out until this point.
No, I want to believe you as well that is going to be the case. Again, this is just day number 2. They might still have some secrets behind their pockets, but I think this is the point in time where they have to bring it out, because if they don't bring it out today at this game, they would have to say goodbye once again and, well, see you next year.
Yeah, and that will be, again, detrimental, just like what you've said, because they need to catch up by luck. Because just imagine, let's say if Onyx does get the whole thing for today, they already have around 36 points, I believe. So that's going to be huge if you want to catch up and get that secure Japan slot, right? You need to do a lot of work. And the moment that you fall every time in game 1, it just keeps on getting difficult for you to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, if they do win this, it's going to be 35 points. So,
yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. So while we were waiting for the draft as well, let's take a look at this. We just got an announcement as well that, starting day number 3, it's going to be held next year as well. As we mentioned, that's going to be on January 11. And because there's going to be a lot of changes because on December, there's a lot of patches, new Pokemon and all that. There's going to be a lot of major updates into the game. We are going to be handling so that, to, maintain the integrity of the tournament, we are going to be starting the next set of days on January when, after the updates and patches are already done. So with that being said, though, now we are ready for the draft. Rivals Esports going to be able to secure the Mega Charizard and the Latias, whereas Evos FXL now does have the Miraidon up their sleeves.
Yeah, Mega
and the Mega Lucario too.
Yeah, that would be big here because they said not them, but rather Rival Esports used the regular Lucario a while ago, and for sure this Mega could do more in terms of the damage department, but Chen as well locks in the Mew. They have an ample amount of range attackers already, despite this Mew would be the supporter. So they just need a reliable bruiser as well. Maybe a Buzzwole would work again, or if they want a defender, yeah, Blasters could be one, or a Blaziken, I guess. I think that would work.
Let's see though if
Water
that's
Bear.
gonna be the case. Yeah, we have another Water Bear. Definitely going to be a Water Bear. This is the pick in the current meta. And at the same time, now Rival Esports is going to be banning the Clefable. They don't want it going anywhere near Evos FXL, forcing Evos FXL to be the Clefable. I don't think this is going to be the final. I don't think this is the final Pokemon for each of these. I think they're still going to be rotating this, because Slash has been playing Flex into the side of Evos FXL, but that's not going to be a lot here. But going down into Rival Esports, again, that's the Latias, the Mega Charizard X, the Eldegoss, we have the Dodrio and the Blaziken, as you have mentioned, going to be the tank for the time for the side of Rival Esports. But what I'm really interested here is, at the very least, we're finally going to be able to see Shingdi's Water Bear as well, where previously it was BKZ that's actually handling the bear into the side of Evos FXL, but unfortunately, since BKZ is no longer here, it is going to be Shingdi still the core of the team.
Yeah, I actually do miss BKZ a lot, especially during last year. Their stint was actually phenomenal during the ACL 2025 E-League, but at the middle of the season, BKZ took a break because of medical issues, and it's just them adjusting mid-season, being able to prove that they're going to be the best in Asia as they got second in the ACL finals. So right now, that's a huge ton of weight that they have to bring in as Evos FXL because they know that they could bring it home once again.
Yeah. And now we're going to be starting off our game. This is Evos FXL versus Rival Esports. Game number 2. Potentially the last game of the last match of the game if Rival Esports wins.
Oh yeah, but I think Evos FXL is looking much more formidable, especially with their current lineup for now. But they need the damage department now. They need to bruise them out at the side of Rival Esports, especially they do have the Mega Lucario, and then Urshifu will be serving as a defender later on. But here we go. Rival Esports being aggressive. There's the Jack Button coming in from Ice, but 77 Shin having a difficult time against Yang, but still managed to do a workaround.
I mean, look, even if Rival Esports is a little bit squeezier than that of Evos FXL, it doesn't really bother them that they are still dipping their toes. They're still diving deep into the side of Evos FXL. And just like that, because of them diving a little bit too deep, they have just gotten punished. Shengdi going to be able to take down the Combustion.
Absolutely.
The Drio.
Yeah. I mean they're both chickens, right? You know what I'm saying? So, you know.
That's not. No, they're not both chicken.
Well, a bird at least.
Okay, yeah, sure.
A bird at least, right? You know what I'm saying?
What's an ostrich? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean a flying type.
There you go.
Come on, a flying type. It's a fighting type. It's a fighting type.
Flying type?
No. It's not a flying type. No. Come on, my brain. No. It could be a flying type. You know what I'm saying? But
we're gonna get canceled, bro.
You know, what are the odds, right?
Anyway.
Maybe if we get a Mega Blaziken Y.
Maybe. Or just go for terrestrialize it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean fair, right? Fair. Terrestrialize. Yeah.
Anyway, going back to the game, we still don't have terrestrialization in this game. We do what we do have is Mega Evolution. So, with that being said, Evos FXL now does have the lead in comparison to like the previous game where Rival Esports is the one leading and controlling the game. Evos FXL is the one doing it this game.
Ooh, that focus blast as well from the Blaziken, setting up a huge distance against Evos FXL. They want to make sure that the spacing will be in their favor, but mind to tell you that the Unite move from the Dodrio is not yet available. Triple Trample. So they cannot just budge in at the position of Evos FXL for now, as we take a little bit of a pause here. So just sit back, relax as we wait for the official announcement from our admins. What has happened behind the scene?
No, yeah, it's something that we really need to take note of as well. We're always just waiting for whatever might have happened. Waiting for the officials as well, to know what happens. But if we don't get any updates from the from the officials, then that means we're just gonna be continuing on the game as usual. I think, yeah, we are not getting anything at the moment. So
yeah,
I think we're just waiting for something to be fixed. I think it's gonna be a minor issue. So while we're waiting for that, we are just here, waiting for the registeel. Look at how that is just waiting. The registeel is just there, standing menacingly, waiting for someone to be taking it. So
I somehow hear Dodrio running. Can you hear it? I hear it.
Yeah, I mean it's paused during the animation.
I hear it. I don't know. It's just one of the details that I hear right now. It's a Dodrio running, but yeah. Anyway, I think we haven't dug deeper into the draft. I mean, yeah, for sure, there's a beautiful all-rounders. There's a beautiful bruisers coming in from both teams, but between the Blissey and Eltigos, what do you think is the much more stable, I would say, into this composition in terms of sustaining team fights?
I mean, notably, I'd have to go with LDGOS. But the thing is, at the very least, Blissey is able to provide knockouts as
Knock ups.
knock ops. Yeah, not knockbacks, but knockoffs as well with the with the egg bomb. So it really depends on how you want the Blissey to be. If you want it to be solely a support sustain, or if you want it to be more of a utility. But in this case, Rival Esports, I have to say, with Paul and Puffs as well, it's just going to be for sustain, given how squishy Rival Esports is as of the moment. But look at that, 4 points over cap for the side of Evos FXL up top, so that they can finally destroy the first score goal, and then of course make use of Reggie Lecky to give themselves some breathing room.
Yeah, and more pressure as well at the side of Rival Esports, because they have to repel that as much as possible. Because if they don't, then probably 94 would just shoot down that 36 points in his bag. Right now we can see the repel coming in from Rival Esports, but Evos FXL, they have something in mind. They want to engage into a team fight. And here we go. Bright Future Meteor Storm already boiled down. But look at the Doge Trio at the backline. Rhyme doing its job in order to take down the attacker. 77 Shin still on the backline, providing some damage coming in from Evos FXL. But that was just so clean for them. They may have gotten the Maridon, but there's too much things to consider at the side of Evos.
Look at that, Evos FXL finally was able to find their footing in comparison to game number 1, where they are now at the lead. They're now playing by their rules and no longer playing at the palm of Rival Esports. But again, we still have to wait for the ground to come up. If they're going to be able to position themselves quite beautifully, then we can say that they can take into the game. But look at this, though. The HG right there, just pulling away Pokemon into the side of Evos FXL just to corner them. And here you go, another hit here. Unfortunately, Ice is going to be able to take down, Pokemon into the side of Evos FXL. But look at this, another one. Charge Beam going to be popped up as well. Ice almost gets taken down, but not quite yet. Close combat into the Pokemon just to recover some HP. But at the same time, here comes the Trio. Low HP though. Let's see if they're going to be able to make some impact in this game. Triple Trample, are we going to be seeing it? Not quite yet. But here you go. Registeel is now up for taking.
But there's a complete roster from both teams waiting for the perfect opportunity. Bright Future Meteor Storm already pop up. Yemo a bit of trouble here, but the Mega Evolution comes in. But the damage is too good from the Maridon on the side of Evos FXL. That's 3 Pokemon down on their team, and they're gonna be scoring points, huge amount of points here at bottom.
That is Man, the timing of which the Mega Charizard Mega Evolved, the Charizard Mega Evolved, is a little bit too late, and we saw that the moment that Seismic Slap ended is also the time when Mega Charizard got taken out immediately. But look at this though, Rival Esports is still not done. They're still going to be able to take in that Reggie Lecky, but the question is that going to be enough? Look at this, that is going to be 94 going to be able to take down the Blaziken into the side of Rival Esports as they're trying to get in some sneaky beaky points down bottom. Going to be able to destroy their first still score goal of this game.
That's Triple Trample. That should go away immediately. That's a good call, but not going to be quite enough yet, as Evos FXL still dominating this team fight. That is just too much for Rival Esports to handle. HD taken down as well, and Ice backing away for his life.
Ooh, man, it's we still have to wait for this to end, if they're gonna be able to end this in a way that they can take over the Groudon, or would Evos FXL just completely and continue to dominate this map and wait for the next game to happen. But right now we still have 30 more seconds before the Groudon. They still have a lot to catch up, especially Yim with level 13 at the moment.
Yeah, they have to level up as much as possible. Fortunately, There isn't someone at level 14 here for Evos FXL, but I think it doesn't matter as well since you get the plus moves at level 13 at max. So you just need to be on that footing to have the maximum potential of your Pokemon. Now, it's all about positioning at this moment, but the thing is, both of them has a great position, but Z-Ray might get caught off guard here by Rival Esports.
Well, let's find out together as the final stretch is now open. Rival Esports was able to catch up a little bit in terms of points, but still a lot of deficit right now. 82 points is what they need to catch up against that of Evos FXL. Another going to be points here coming in from that of the trio, but it's going to be a little bit absent into the Groudon, allowing Evos FXL to commit fully for that of the Groudon. Going to be able to take them 3 as well. No. Make that 4. Ice is going to be able to get away, but really it does not matter as much as of the moment because they do have a lot of points and does have their Groudon as well. 391 to 345 is going to be the player of the game here, but at the same time, Rival Esports still does have a minute left to catch up.
Ryan would probably go for the sneaky peeky. This Dodrio can score much more faster compared to other Pokemon, so they just need a timing. They just need to bait out Evos FXL into a team fight wherein he can really score at the top path or maybe at the base of Evos.
I mean, this is the advantage of Rival Esports, right? That they currently do not have any more score goals aside from their base score goal. And Rhyme, again, as you have mentioned, they just need to bait them into the team fight, defend really quickly, and the trio can just put in a lot of points here.
Here we go.
But unfortunately, there's only 2 though. There's only 2 left.
They can defend it.
Defending. That's another one. Unfortunate there. And look at that. 491 to 445. Another 33 coming in from 77 Chen. But no, that is it. 445. Unfortunately, there's no one else helping them defend.
That was a huge sacrifice for Rival Esports. You know, it could have boiled down into the palm of their hand, but Evos FXL pushing it really hard into their base. They knew that the moment that they saw the Eldegoss, it doesn't have 100, and for sure they won't get another 100 even though Rhyme does have it. So perfectly calculated, I say, coming in from Evos FXL. They know the ups and downs. They are very familiar on what's happening on the side lanes.
No, yeah, I mean, again, it's I have to commend though Slash at the 73k, 94 to 57, Shangdi at 73 as well, and Zero at 75. That's a lot of damage coming in from everyone into the set of Evos FXL. But then we have to go back to what happened at the very last moment. The Dodrio has had enough points to catch up, and even then, that's the beauty of the Dodrio, that it actually divides it up to 3, making it very quick to score in some points. Unfortunately for them, for Rival Esports, they didn't really had a lot to defend their score goal. Again, it was an advantage for them that they don't have the second-tier score goals anymore, that they only have the final tier score goal, but then not having enough people to defend is detrimental for them to happen. They could have had the game, but not in that way.
Yeah, I mean, it's a high risk, high reward as well on what they did, because Ryan cannot do it by himself because he doesn't have a shield that could sustain or prevent him from being knocked up after that jump pad comes in from the side of Evos FXL. So he needs someone to cover up for him in order for him to successfully score the 100 point. But sad to say, they need more people, and they don't have that into their base. It could have been better if they have 3 Pokemons available at their base, but they only had 2, so that was one of the downsides that they had. It could have been I would say the sacrifice was worth it, but not quite enough for them to take the game.
I mean, again, now that we were able to see the replay, even if the Eldegoss was down back at the base, I don't think that would have been enough to, push away Evos FXL, mainly because of the fact that it doesn't really have that much damage to repel away Evos FXL. Now, It would have been a different story if Ice was there, but unfortunately for Evos FXL, they were able to take them out earlier before that moment, allowing them to freely just pressure down rival esports and put down some points. Now, this is and perhaps going to be the first of 2 game number 3s of the day, because day 1 we only had 2 game number 2s, the second match and the grand finals, so we might be able to see the same thing again, but we are heading to game number 3.
Oh, we'll just see what happens, because it's too early to call it out just like that, JJ. But for sure,
I'm jinxing it. I'm jinxing it, dude.
Yeah, I know you. And I mean, I think every caster, whenever they jinx something, it just goes the other way around. But
oh man,
well, for sure we just want awesome Pokemon Unite action here, and this is one example wherein we get game number 3, and not to mention both of these teams did not have a great start, so for sure they are hungry to get an advance into round number 2 for today.
No, yeah, I mean, it's still. It could be, either of the teams that wins this match again. Right now, they are currently on the same footing. These 2 teams. Yeah. Evos FXL and Rival Esports could be anyone's game. In comparison to what's going to be the problem here is after this match, they would still have to go up against Onyx. So that's going to be the biggest hurdle that they're going to have for today.
Yeah, and knowing Onyx, knowing Rise, they're a tough to beat opponent, especially with their kind of performance that they did not just today, but same thing with yesterday. It's just a clean sweep that they had yesterday. So with the likes of Onyx, I'm sure they are coming in prepared later on, especially they have already a brief idea what's coming into their matchup.
Oh yeah, and with that said though, Rise is just going to be preparing for them, I mean, it's one of the teams, as we've mentioned, that don't really need to use the Mega Charizard and the Mega Lucario, because they can still take them out fairly, squarely, and without any problems at all. So,
yeah. And the bans right now are pretty much the same, I guess, but
Z-Ray going back to Inteleon though?
I mean, that is a possibility, because Inteleon does have a great kit in order to provide information, and the damage scale is pretty much well. But if you want to go at, let's say, the much more safer version of Inteleon, I think I have to go with Miraidon, because yes, Inteleon does provide a lot of range, it does provide a lot of damage, but it takes a huge amount of skill, wherein Z-Ray doesn't lack that. But you know what I'm saying? It provides a lot of precision for you to get those damage spikes.
Oh yeah, and that is not really that's going to be the case here for Evos FXL. But then they would need to have a bit of an adjustment once again, despite winning game number 2. That just means that they need to make sure they do the same thing over game number 3, but then keeping in mind that Rival Esports, since it's game number 3, that they can still adjust what they did game number 1, which is almost going to be the same, with this draft of Evos FXL, going to be almost the same as draft of game number 2.
Blastoise and Blissey. I don't know, man. This is such a sustain that we are seeing. Okay, right, with this Decidueye.
Wow.
And I think this is going to be the Razor Leaf build if the health items doesn't change.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't been able to see them yet. I haven't been able to see the Decidueye a lot, so it's gonna be really interesting, because the last time we see the Decidueye was when it's usually paired up with the Lapras.
Yeah, with the Spirit Shackle, right? With a sniper. But I think Yeah, I think most probably this is the attack speed build, knowing that there's a lot of frontline coming in from rival esports. So this is going to be interesting, especially that there's not enough Pokemon who could just chase down the Decidueye later on, because you would have to get in as close as possible for you to do the Seismic Slam or the Ultra Swollen Slam, but you would lose a lot of frontline the side of Evos FXL. So this is interesting. I love what Rival Esports is cooking.
Yeah. Huh. Man, let's find out though what's gonna happen at the game number 3 for Rival Esports Evos FXL. And again, this is almost like the first game where Evos FXL has won, and this might be also the start of their engine finally running. But then Rivals Esports still a hurdle for them going into this tournament. So here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, Rival Esports and Evos FXL going to game number 3.
They need those points racking up as much as possible. They don't want to stay behind. So pretty much important game, at least for both teams, because this would somewhat dictate the status of them, because they only got 3 more days right after today in order to rack up the points and be at a comfortable seating at the playoffs.
Yeah, let's see what's going to be the name of the game here. Rival Esports right now still well, a little bit too slow here, but we do see some convergence down bottom where Rival Esports is trying to, well, control the bottom path, leave the Squirtle up top. There you go, on the first sack going into the side of Yang with the Blissey.
Yeah, soft boiled activated already. I do believe I saw that one right. So this would be a sustained battle, I'd say, coming in from Rival Esports. A very reliable defender. 2 defenders to be specific. So I think that would be a heavy slam and a block Snorlax, if I'm not mistaken. So they would just have to let the Decidueye sit back later on and do the damages.
Yeah, and right now, though, 4-17, still very early. We are now only like 2 minutes into the game. Everything is still working very slowly, and we're gonna be able to see the first, first set of objective. That's gonna be the Regidrago down the central area right now. And yeah, they're still, both of them are still taking their time, really. But Slash is going to be taken down by HT from Rival Esports.
And I think they would have to eye already on the Regidrago right after taking down Slash, because that's an opening already for Rival Esports. But at the same time, there's an opening coming in from Evos FXL. Not going to be quite successful for them to take the knockout against Yimu. So probably at the next minute here, we will see Rival Esports aggressive in order to convert that Regidrago that they got a while ago.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's not unlimited of a buff compared to the Groudon. It's not a Groudon, first and foremost, so they need to be able to convert that as well. But with that being said, though, it is going to be Shingdi trying to get in some damages once again, but not quite enough. They still don't have... they still can't commit, not at this stage when they don't have the finishers of the game. But now, HT, trying to do some damage into Reggie Eyes down bottom, whereas Evos FXL does have the positional advantage into that of Reggie Lecky, and now maybe this is what's going to help them push down the first tier score goal of Rival Esports. But as we say that, Reggie is going into the side of Rival Esports, and now they're going to be able to destroy that one into the side of Evos FXL. That's just going to be a trade here, a handshake from both of the teams.
Handshake indeed, but we do have the Decidueye already online for Rival Esports. This is interesting. Definitely a must look forward to everyone who's watching. It's Evos FXL. I'd say that they have a solid front line with their all-rounders, but they have to do damages as well. And if Rival Esports gets an opening wherein that the Decidueye can freely hit, it would be a different story. But I think I see a Spirit Shackle, not a Razor Leaf instead. Okay.
Oh, man, it's let's see what's going to happen. At 97, 113 is still not a lot of a gap here for both of the teams. 137 now, but still, Evos FXL now wants to be able to answer back. Right future meter source is going to be popped up into the knock as well from the back lanes, but not a lot of damage is going to be popped up here. But look at that. Charge Beam is going to be popped up as well. Blizzy is now down. No more sustain to the side of Rival Esports. Hyper Trick is going to be popped up as well. Other Trick Room. And there you go. Snackdown is going to be popped up. Ultra Source Farm is going to be popped up as well. Not going to be able to do any casualties to the side of Rival Esports still, but it's going to be 2 times to the side of Evos FXL. And Slash is going to be left behind to buy some time. But unfortunately, not going to be enough as Zire gets blocked down here by Ice. But Ice is going to be topped down here by Shengdi. And there you have it. Going to be another KO into the Evos FXL. It is and has been quite a huge clash for both of the teams here at this stage, mid game right now for the game.
Yeah, and we see the impact of Spirit Shackle as well, getting 3 KOs and providing a lot of damage. That's what I have been talking about. That is super duper worth it with the follow-up damages. Power Nap, pop off as well, in order to knock up a couple members. Spirit Shackle barely missing, but the Rapid Spin with a Hydro Pump being able to do its job to get the knockouts for Rival Esports, and they are eyeing on the Regis for now.
Oh yeah, and let's find out if that's going to be followed up here, because again, it's just 2 minutes. We're going to be able to see a bit of an objective once again at the central area, but at the same time there is the Reggie up top, up for grab, where Evos FXL has rotated up top, so that they can get in a little bit of a breathing room again. A bit of a pressure into the side of Rival Esports, so
yeah. I mean, that's the breeding room that they do need here, but Evos FXL on the other hand, they need it more compared to Rival Esports. But right now, I think they are much more ready to take on into the team fight. Hydro Typhoon will buy a lot of time here for Rival Esports, and everyone's just marching in all the way down there. Right, Future Meteor Star was invested as well, and they do get a knockout out of it. But Shengdi is a little bit too low here, but the sustain is too good by 77 Shin, and 1 by 1 Rival Esports falling down, and there goes to Snorlax in order to provide some backup in order to prolong the team fight once again. Blastoise back online with a Rapid Spin, repelling everyone out from Evos FXL.
Yo, 77 Chen with the all creamy was so great at keeping Shengdi alive for as long as possible. You saw how much low HP of Shengdi is, but they were not scared into attacking still, mainly because of 77 Chen supporting and making sure they are sustained until the longest possible time. But with that being said, though, in just 30 seconds, the sustains of both of the teams is going to be put to test, as we are going to have the Groudon come up the stage and surprise us all once again.
Yeah, 30 seconds, or actually 20, more than 20 seconds left. Position is already looking great for Evos FXL. Rival Esports does need more WoW Pokemons to get those Unite moves online, so this is not looking great for Rival Esports. They need the position as much as possible, despite having Rhyme at the backline. Maybe with a Unite move, Knock could actually do the steal, but they need more consistency. They need more presence in order to secure it better than Evos FXL.
Now here you go. Oh, 94 almost KO'd. They're going back to 77 Shen. Hey, give me some HPs, dude. And there you have it. The HP has been taken in. Oh man. Ice here now. Heavy Slam getting popped up. Unfortunately for them, makes use of the eject button to get away. Right Future Meteor Storm is going to be popped up as well. And there you have it. Another HP's down for the team. Evos FXL is going to be able to recover a little bit of HP here. Shengdi, unfortunately, going to be taken out here. Knock from the tall grass, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike. That's going to be 3 down into the side of Evos FXL. Rivals Esports now has the advantage into that of the ground. No, make that 4, maybe 5, as well as Rhyme is putting in some damage into the Latias. Yes, sirree. That's going to be a team wipe Rival Esports secures the ground on and is now just going to be running to put down points.
The unexpected Pokemon Decidueye does play a huge role in getting the victory in the team fight and eventually getting the ground on. Those knock, those Spirit Shackle does provide a huge amount of pressure up against Evos FXL because of the damage that it can do into their front and back line.
Oh man, Rival Esports had very great positioning into that of the Groudon pit. Honestly, Rhyme just they weren't. Oh man, it's just really hard to say. You know, I don't think Evos FXL was able to foresee where where Rhyme was hiding. I think what they were trying to do is get as much information. Trying to locate where the Decidueye is, but unfortunately it was a little bit too late for them when they knew of the location of Rhyme, and from there on out, Rhyme was just firing up Knock Knock with the free real estate.
Man, spacing is very important to provide to your attackers. Rival Esports displayed that kind of game plan in order for everyone to move freely the way they wanted it to. But man, still props to Evos FXL, especially to 77 Shin, and I'm not surprised he's the MVP of this game from their team, because being able to sustain his team, especially Shin D and 94 at the most clutch possible, Shin was always there to be, the hero of their team fights, making second chances possible for their team.
No, I totally agree, but at the same time, we have to give props to the Blissey as well into the side of Rival Esports. It may not be as much as the all creamy in terms of recoveries of the HPs, but still it provided an ample amount of HP, making sure that everyone else survives as well. So huge props to the supports of both teams, but it is going to go into the side of Rival Esports for this game. So that means Evos FXL is going to have to wait for next year. They still have a huge, they still have a full month and a half to catch up, to make some changes, and then recover from this points that they have right now for days 1 and day number 2.
Yeah, by the way, for those who are not yet informed, the day number 3 of Asia Champions League for Southeast Asia would be in January 11. That would be next year on a Sunday. So make sure to mark your calendars. But let's take a look at the replay for now at the beautiful display of performance for both teams. I'm actually quite happy and stunned on how the teams, not just Evos FXL and Rival Esports, but the first match as well, everyone is in a different shape right now. Everyone is much more careful. Every game is really important for them.
No, yeah, I mean, again, it is going to depend on your placements, what points you're going to be getting, and the points will determine whether or not you'll get the, I wouldn't say free, but rather the guaranteed spot to go to the grand finals, or rather the finals stage of the tournament in Yokohama, Japan.
Absolutely. Performance cinema. We're still at match number 2. We have 5 more matches coming up for today, and we are seeing a cinema already. What more on the upcoming games that we do have? But for now, it's time for Evos FXL to have their early exit, at least just for today. But we'll make sure to see them next year at a whole different level.
Oh yeah, I am excited to see how Evos FXL is going to be able to, catch up with everyone else, especially going to next year where there's a lot of patches, there's a lot of updates coming in December as well. That's why we're having the next set of tournaments next year, January 11. But with that being said, match number 3 is going to be Full Sense versus Team Nemesis, and that's going to happen when we come back after this short break, only here at Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit.
Hello there, Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League C-League 2026. PKO's here, still with JJ Kun, and we're heading towards game number 3, that is between Full Sense versus Team Nemesis.
Now, there's a lot of players, there's also audiences as well, those who are watching online at homes, that has been looking forward to these teams, especially Full Sense and Team Nemesis. We do know for a fact that there's a lot of those, especially even yesterday, that always has been waiting for Team Nemesis, particularly. That even when it's still not their time to play, everyone else was just, hey, where's Team Nemesis? Where's Team Nemesis? Where's Team Nemesis? And here you have it, dude. Like, we're going to be seeing Team Nemesis right now going up against Full Sense, and as we've seen last time as well, Full Sense has had, had a great run yesterday as well. But Nemesis, this is the time where they need to catch up, because again, they gave us the the word as well that they were getting a little bit tension as well from yesterday, but today it cannot be anymore. They need to have to recover going into this game. Again, they are quite a formidable team as well. They are quite experienced, with a lot of their players always placing top, not only in the regional tournaments, but at the same time in international tournaments such as the ACL. But now look at this: Full Sense, Mark God S, Nautizon, Sunsage, SCG, SGC, and Hong.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's the thing, like Full Sense, yes, they had somewhat of a great, or let's say around average start, because they were able to win up against FN Esports yesterday. But here, Team Nemesis, despite losing their first set of matches in day 1, they were up against Onyx Rise, who we could definitely figure out that is in a whole another level. Because knowing that the fact that they were only going up against T1, and it's only T1 who won a game up against him, so it's a different story now, because Team Nemesis is facing a different kind of caliber of team. Yes, Full Sense is such of a good team as well, but I think the playstyle somehow differs at some point.
Oh yeah, and now it's again, it's a new day. It's a new it's just a new day that they can just get in, have a new start as well. It's a brand new day, so let's find out how they're going to be able to fare this up one. You can see here, Full Sense has been listening to us, dude. Don't give Kai the hoopa, and they're definitely going to be banning it. So, hey man, they're listening. They are listening. I love that. I love Full Sense now. They're listening.
Yeah, target bans is one of the most important things, but Dramp with an insta-lock Miraidon, probably hailed formerly as the best attacker in the region, by the community. So that's how Dramp is being described by the fans already as of today and moving forward. But Full Sense with a caliber of Mark God S, probably giving a huge impact on their games yesterday, so they do have to look forward to it as well. And Suicune lock in already, so they have a special attacker range, somewhat of a supporter already on their team. So Water Bear could be an option for a secondary tank on their team, or maybe a Snorlax, but who knows?
Oh wow, prioritize Kai for the Clefable, which we've seen the capabilities of Clefable earlier, especially that it has had more effects than before. Now, we might be able to see, and this is quite a possibility as well, lands going in either the Buzzwole or the Vanilla Lucario, now that the Mega Lucario has been banned. But with that being said, though, Full Sense going in for the Alolan, I was about to say Ninetales, Alolan Raichu, and Umbreon.
Well, to be fair, it's the only Raichu in the game, right?
That's true.
Yeah, I just remembered way back then I told you that, it has to be Alolan Ninetales, and you said it's the only Ninetales in the game. I was like, right, you're true. Yeah, it's true. It's the only Ninetales in the game. Oh, and yeah, going back, yeah, do have a Snorlax here. Again, front lines are looking pretty reliable here for Team Nemesis, wherein Drem can just sit back comfortably in the back line. Kai doing the sustain. Same thing with Lance, a very well-rounded vanilla Lucario that can sustain himself. At the same time, do the damage department for their team. But I'm quite worried about the Zacian pick here for Full Sense. What do you think, JJ?
I think with the Zacian pick for Full Sense, dude, I think this just makes their composition well-rounded, is what I would say. Well-rounded. They have the Charizard, they have the Suicune, they have the Zacian. They can go in, they can go out. There's also the setup Pokemon that is the Raichu. So they're pretty much ready for this match. But Team Nemesis, on the other hand, I'd have to say they need to get into Full Sense for them to make some damage. However, knowing the fact that they still have the Water Bear, they have the Lucario, obviously they can easily get into Full Sense. So I guess what I'm trying to say here is the key, the win con here for both of the teams is whoever's going to be able to get their backlane's attackers earlier would be the ones winning the team fights.
Yeah, I'm still quite curious what would be the moveset of the Umbreon. Since they don't have recovery, I do think that it would be the Wish. And I'm not quite sure if for the Foul Play or Mean Look, simply because you have to engage into a closer range if you want to go for the Mean Look. But if you want to set up the hindrances, Foul Play would be a better option. So just have to wait and see what will be the decision of Full Sense. But here we go. Game number 1, Team Nemesis in Full Sense here at match number 3.
Game number 1, match number 3. Let's see what's going to happen this time.
Oh, very quiet. Everyone is so careful. Not just the first 2 matches, but even this at the first 40-second mark. I'm just not used to it. Everyone is so careful. Everything matters already for them. Rubix almost get caught off guard by the mini poke damages that Pikachu is doing.
No, I totally agree. I mean, in comparison to day number 1 where everyone is aggressive, it's the total opposite this time for day number 2.
Total opposite. Lance waiting for an opportunity to get the birds as quick as possible, but SGC perfectly timed. Kai missing in action indeed. But on the other hand, Lance was able to secure the XPs by himself, so it's just a matter of trade thus far, despite Full Sense getting the birds. But the fact that you can charge up more XPs just a tiny bit, that will work for Full Sense already.
Oh, wow.
They got a knockout right after it, invading the forest of Team Nemesis that is looking too tight, I guess, but it's not yet a big of a factor wherein it's a game changer.
Wow.
Because Lance was ready to do the trade at the biggest factor of Full Sense, which is the Zacian.
At the very least, right? Like, Full Sense know their targets. They know for a fact that they need to take out the Clefable Kai, and from there on out, they can steamroll over Team Nemesis. But this time, though, at least Team Nemesis knows how they can limit or, minimize their, the risks in their game, where when they get one taken down, then all they have to do is just disengage until the time that they are actually ready to put down a lot of damage against that of Full Sense.
And I think they're trying to go in for a top lane, but Kai, nice eject button to escape that. Has the Moonlight, but gets caught off by the Mean Look, and they're eyeing on it. But nice heavy slam as well from Rubix in order to prolong the fight.
Kai survives.
And the attention have shifted, and Kai is still alive. Gets the Moonlight ready. Not gonna be quite enough yet. The Ice Beam connects, but Kai would follow me. Managed to escape, and Lance is on time, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful display of teamwork from Team Nemesis.
That wouldn't have been possible without the help of Kai. It was really Kai that was making them, survive a lot. Rubix, on the other hand, did some pay their time as well, making sure that Kai survives, allowing them to be able to punish Full Sense. But with that being said, though, it is going to be Full Sense securing that Reggie Rock. where Rubik's, look at this right now. The jump in, heavy slam into that of the block is not going to be a lot just yet, but at least they do have the Reggie Lucky up top, and now they are ready to have a fight.
Oh, Tramp in the back line is just too good of a setup. Man, perfectly timed. Just imagine that when the heavy slam landed, the charge beam is already popping off by Tramp. So that was perfectly synced despite the first initial range didn't hit it. The fact that the shot call was working at the side of Team Nemesis, they know what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even just that, right? Like, after using heavy slam, went in for the eject button to extend the range. From there, on the landing, gets the block and made sure that everyone else is ready, waiting for the block to happen, and just, well, corner them into the shield. Sorry, not the shield, but rather the wall.
Man, this is a whole different level teamwork. Full Sense is feeling the pressure here by Team Nemesis. They got another knockout, and that's the Zacian once again rewarding a ton of XP for Team Nemesis. But right now, they're catching up bit by bit. Mark got S with the Mega Evolution, but decides to fall back immediately. They do not want to gamble and give the XPs to Nemesis already.
No, that is true. And now, look at this. Team Nemesis
again
is, well, controlling the map as of the moment. Sync 1 getting mean look, but not going to be enough. There we go. Follow me into the flowing fist. This is going to do a lot of damage. Hong using another of the mean look just to make sure that they go away. But there goes Rubik's. Rubik's, where are you going? Is what he's saying to her. Where are you going, milady? You're going nowhere, and you're gonna get taken down here by Team Nemesis. And look at this right now. Sun's Age is now doing a bit of damage just to push them back, but Team Nemesis knows for a fact that they need to disengage finally at that point.
Man, the timing of Rubik's is so beautiful, making Team Nemesis as a team very much in sync, which is giving a Full Sense a little bit of a problem here, because the moment he lands the heavy slam, the block follows up. It's just full of hindrances for Full Sense, and they don't have enough full heals for them to reset back and get their footing.
No, I mean, I guess the reason that's the reason why there is the Umbreon as well, just to stop them from doing those. But the thing is, they need mean look. They need 4 mean looks to stop a lot of the the mobility of Team Nemesis.
Oh my
here.
God!
But as I say that, they're gonna be able to take down 2 into the side of Team Nemesis. Are they gonna be able to answer back? No, that's gonna be 3 into the other side. It's gonna be Full Sense winning this team fight right now. But Rubik's gonna be taken down as well. It's only gonna be Lance, unfortunately, not in the team fight. That is going to be up left here, and that's gonna be a 1 versus 4 right there. That is not a good trade there. Not a good decision coming in from Lance. Unfortunately, that's a solo player with the Umbreon up as well. Going to be, quartered down here by Full Sense. But at the very least, they are able to recover immediately and now taking in the side lanes.
Yeah, Lance thought he had the defense a while ago. That's why he decided to overextend. But Full Sense was seconds earlier into the decision in over to commit and destroy the first tier gold zone at top path. And because of that team fight that Team Nemesis attempted to set up, but they fell into their own trap, it seems like Full Sense is back into their original form and standing at the equal ground with Team Nemesis.
Oh yeah, and here you go. Regis is now open. That could be it though.
Heavy slam, plus the block. Nice mean look in order to prevent that block from connecting, but Tramp in the back line, doing a lot of damage with the charge beam, and Sync 1 with the combos of the Water Bear is doing it all for Team Nemesis. 2 KOs for their team.
Oh yeah, and here you go. 15 seconds left before the Reggie the Reggie Drago, rather the Groudon is going to be coming up. So let's find out what's going to happen in that sense, if they're Full Sense going to have the positional advantage on that.
Yeah, Lance too deep with Rubik's. They are confident that the block would be there to protect them. But this is what makes it difficult. The Alolan Raichu setting up the Electro Balls. But good part is Nemesis is already at the middle of the pit, so they got the positional advantage. There goes the mean look and beautiful timing on the block to repel them down. Here we go. Rubik's. Still waiting for a perfect timing to go for the engage. Marcon S gets the seismic slam immediately. And there goes the Mega Evolution. Follow me, pop up by Kai. There goes the Moonlight, but Bright Future Meteor Storm would do a lot of damage as well. Alolan Raichu take him down. The block connects, but Full Sense is chasing for Drem. The backline damage not available for now, but Kai is doing the heals that the team needs. There goes the Aura Cannon. Not going to be quite enough. They do get a knockout, but Lance taken down as well. Marcon S doing the works of wonder. 3 versus 1, not quite enough, but there's still 2 members left at the side of Full Sense, and they're doing the work on the ground. Kai does know the threat. Nemesis keeps on marching forward, but at the end of the day, Full Sense gets the last hit and wipes out Team Nemesis on that fight.
Spoo at the very last moment secures their Groudon. Unfortunately for them, only 2 is going to be able to get that, and now Spoo has been stopped. But unfortunately for them, you know, they don't have a lot of damage to take down Spoo. But here you go, Full Sense is having the sense of getting in a lot. But are they going to be able to have that point? So Sunstage at 17 points out of 34. Is that going to be enough though? That's the big thing.
It wasn't enough. Almost a Hundo lead by Nemesis. Correct me if I am wrong. And it was just 34 points that Full Sense bank, which is not enough for them to take the win. Nemesis with defense, with perfect timing on the respawn, made it possible for them to get the win.
No, I have to agree with you, you know, like Team Nemesis, this look at Kai at 81k recovery, Hong as well at 65, but everyone else is on the top. Ladies and gentlemen, all trains alike, this is not the Team Nemesis that we saw yesterday at day number 1, but instead a fully formed awoken, is that even a word? No, awaken rather, awaken Team Nemesis. This is not the same one as we saw day number 1.
Man, a completely different form. The teamwork. Man, we are watching the full potential of Team Nemesis. This is the synergy that we were looking for in day number 1, and they provided it in day number 2. But let's not dismiss Full Sense. There were key factors, there were key team fights that they won against Team Nemesis, which somehow knock into the the basis of Team Nemesis. They were knocked down. It was almost a jump scare, but at the end of the day, Nemesis was able to sustain themselves, was able to bounce back even harder than Full Sense. But this is just game number 1. We still have game number 2. Full Sense for sure has a different plan up until this point to get back against Nemesis. This is just wow, phenomenal. This is Team Nemesis. I mean,
they
Full
can
Sense
still, you know, they can still make some adjustments going to game number 2. You know, we can still make this into game number 3, and really, it's up to them to make this happen. Because again, we've seen how great the we've seen how great Team Nemesis is as of the moment, and this is not the same one as yesterday.
Yeah, completely different form. Not just Nemesis, but Full Sense as well. You know, they were able to decide at the most critical situations in the game, but the adjustment keeps on going, and that is what makes the game good. Like, just imagine, Full Sense was able to adjust into the team fight, into the Groudon. And right after the wipe, or almost wipe out that they did against Team Nemesis was able to adjust as well on what to do with the defense in order to prevent Full Sense from getting game 1.
No, at the end of the day, though, I still like the how Team Nemesis is as of the moment. Because again, every decision, every movement, everything that they did just now were all calculated. And especially Rubik's. Big props to Rubik's and Kai making sure, Kai making sure everybody gets sustained. Rubik's, on the other hand, make sure everything is set up. Beautiful play for Team Nemesis. I hope they continue this until later, but for now, we'll be focusing down into game number 2 of this match. So hopefully they get some respect bans, maybe respect banning the Snorlax for full sense. As long as they don't give the Mega Lucario to Lance, I think they should. Okay, never mind. They're going to go in for another Hoopa ban. They don't want to give it to Kai.
Yeah, I mean, if you make the Clefable be banned, it's just going to be the Hoopa that's available for Kai. So I think they're just trying to dismiss or ban the most comfortable Pokemon that Kai could use. So, they actually double banned it. Clefable and Hoopa.
Wow.
They're still not creamy, but we haven't seen Kai that much use it yet. And I'm not sure if Full Sense does have an intel on what are the possible supporters that Kai could still use. But we're talking about more Kai. But how about Rubik's? Rubik's did a lot of job during that game 1.
Yeah, you cannot just target ban. I mean, sure. Target banning Kai could do a lot, but at the same time, it's not just Kai. Again, this is a team game. It's not just one player that you need to shut down. There's still a lot. Rubik's, we might be able to see another one of this Snorlax, maybe, because it was working very well. They don't need to change it at all.
Yeah, absolutely. They could stick with their own game plan. The Snorlax worked. Why not make it work again? But right now, Miraidon, the priority pick here for Tramp. Same thing with a Water Bear, which is actually pretty useful so far in the past couple of games, not just with Nemesis, but also with the other teams competing in ACL.
Yeah.
Attacker. I think an attacker would be a pretty solid pick here for Full Sense. Okay, prioritizing defender and a supporter with Comfy and an Umbreon. So possibly a Snarl? I'm not sure, but yeah, maybe Wish is still a possibility. Let's not deny the fact that it could be a double healing composition coming in from their team if they want more sustain. But Kai is back with the Eldegoss, the OG healer of Pokemon Unite. But Zoroark being hovered down, this is going to be scary if they do lock it in, because Tramp would be in a huge trouble with this combo.
Oh man, I mean, no, I have to agree. Especially if they're gonna be gunning in for the Zoroark. There you go. It's gonna be easy for them to go in, but that's the thing, right? It's going to be a higher reward kind of a play.
Wow.
Into the set of Full Sense, knowing the fact that this kind of combination, which has been working quite a while and has been made popular by Shengdi, by the way, as a high five, this duo funneling the Zoroark. But then Sunsage, Comfy, Zoroark, that's going to take a lot into the side of Full Sense, making them a bit squishy into the side of Zoroark. Whereas Team Nemesis here does have a lot of backlane attacks. They have the Bruisers up front as well, and they do have Lance into that of the Blastoise, just pushing them out as well, out in the open.
I love the adjustment from Team Nemesis. They were... I bet they were about to pick another, let's say, all-rounder. But the decision-making comes into the Mamoswine with the Ice Fangs in order to have someone who could peel out the Zoroark from getting in. There has to be someone who could, take charge and take care of Tramp, which is using the Miraidon, or maybe take care of the Eldegoss itself. So Blastoise would serve as an all-rounder attacker from their team together with the Urshifu. And I think the Mamoswine would focus more on repositioning the flankers of the Full Sense.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, they have the mobility, sure, but do they have the sustainability? That is the big question here for Full Sense. And if they can sustain themselves, sure, if they can, because the thing is, going to be the win con here for Full Sense with this kind of composition is to take out Nemesis one by one, not together, but one by one. Sure, there is the tank in the form of the Blaziken and the Umbreon, actually, really, but is that going to be enough when everyone else is bulky into the side of Team Nemesis?
I'm afraid we'll just have to see what happens. Mark got S a little bit too low here. Kai and Rubik's doing the job. They do get the wild Pokemons, but not the knockout. But still, they got their purpose. In order to delay the leveling up of the Zoroark and prevent those ambushes from being a big of an impact to their team.
And here you go, Dreamt.
Foul play.
Yeah, foul play just to get in some, repositioning. There you go, another thing. But still, no finishers at this point of the game. Rubik's trying to get away. Oh, and they are going to be able to get, so, with the help of Focus Band, which is a really amazing thing here that allows you to survive for another day. But then it takes a while for it to get its cooldown out, so...
Yeah, still useful in terms of the early game, but Mark got S with the Zoroark already available, and they want to crush down Team Nemesis at the very early stage of the game. Kai, without any response, cannot do anything, and that has been the expected fate of Team Nemesis because they need to level up more in order to get their power spikes.
No, that is true. I totally agree, but then... that is that's the thing that gives them some leeway as well, making sure that Full Sense can easily get their power spikes in the early game, but then by the late game Team Nemesis would have a lot to go up front for at the Full Sense. So, but with that being said though, Parabolic Charge not gonna be enough to... that's gonna be another KO here. That is Sunsage taking down the Miraidon, which is actually a very huge one into the side of Team Nemesis. This is going to be the win con here, as I mentioned, for Full Sense. Take them out one by one, take advantage of the early game, and from there on out, hey, make sure they have the advantage until the end game.
Ooh. Rubik's very unfortunate. He was about to be alive there, but not quite enough because the timing is much more better here for Full Sense. But Lance doing a better job here, trying to take care of Mark God S from pushing down the top lane. Is what we expect. Team Nemesis just has to buy a lot of time and not be behind as much as possible. They just need the evolution to be online. They just need their Unite moves, and everything could be the other way around. They could be a better team and very solid Pokemon as a whole to take down Full Sense into team fights.
Oh yeah, I mean, right now we're going to be able to see a bit of that, as you have mentioned, and there you have it. Hong's getting taken out. Endless Ice Spice going to be popped up. They're going to be able to do one KO. There's going to be 1-for-1 KO for both of the teams here, but it is going to be Rubik's going to be taken out as well. Unfortunately, still at level 6, despite being at 6 minutes and a half mark. And there goes the Reggie Alecki, goes into the side of Full Sense, allows it to put in some scores, and that is a win for Full Sense in this team fight.
Yeah, Mark Goddess had a beautiful timing there to respond into the team fight to avoid Full Sense from collapsing even further into that, because Team Nemesis had the better timing, but at the end of the day, that Suicune was buying a lot of time, stunning out the Team Nemesis, and with the backup of Mark Goddess, everything was more smooth for them, and just making Team Nemesis be behind more.
And there you go. Another 60 points into the side of Full Sense. Down the second tier score goal for the side of Team Nemesis. As we have mentioned, this is the opportunity that Full Sense needs to have, or at least is, or has rather, to catch up into Team Nemesis. And look at that right now. It is going to be the Snarl going to be popped up here. Going to be able to take down... Oh, wow. Going to be able to take down the... What do you call this? Rubik's once again, still at level 8 at 5 minute mark 10 seconds.
Team Nemesis struggling a bit here. Full Sense on a different level. Urshifu trying to advance even further. They have an info against Mark God S. Mark God S with a quick escape. Goes back immediately but runs away. Oh, the eject button is not going to make it against Mark God S. Mark God is just toying with them. Slow Smoke already down, but he's still alive. Sunzage, on the other hand, gets the water, gets the whirlpool, and turn the tide to take down 2 members of Team Nemesis.
Oh yeah, and here you go, Registeel just to get some attack buffs as well. Going to the side of Full Sense, nobody from the side of Team Nemesis is up right there, and they're going to be able to secure this for themselves. Beautiful stuff here for Full Sense. Now at 297, whereas Team Nemesis is at 117, and now they're ready to go and rumble once again against Team Nemesis. Reggie is now up. Team Nemesis has the positional advantage, but Sunstage is just there, waiting for the right timing. Unfortunately, not going to be able to make the steal, and now they are running with that of the Reggie Alecki. Here comes the Snarl, though.
Oh, they just have to push back the Regilecki for the side of Full Sense, but Team Nemesis slowly but surely scoring it already down. Mark God S trying to chase down for a Dream, but Bright Future Meteor Storm has already popped up as well. There goes the Electro Drift.
Wow.
There's no point in staying at back, says Drem. If there is a Zoroark, but Electro Drift takes care of the damage department, and Team Nemesis was able to convert into that fight.
Yeah, and this, at least finally, even at the post-mid game, Team Nemesis has been able to catch up to Full Sense. They might not have the scores at the moment, but they have caught up in terms of team fight.
Yeah, not just team fight, but the XP as well is looking better than ever compared to like maybe last 2 minutes of the game. And the good part is they do have the wild Pokemons available on their side lane and their forest, so they would get those level 13 spikes soon and have the maxed out capabilities of their moves.
No, yeah, now we are at the 3-minute mark. In just a few seconds, we're going to be able to see the Groudon, and man, I think we're going to see a team fight before the Groudon, not when the Groudon comes out.
Yeah.
And from there, I think that's going to dictate whoever's going to be able to get in that Groudon. And here we go. What I'm trying to tell you, dude. Going to see some clash here. Pong, Rubik's,
nice.
Gets the Ice Bang.
Does get the last hit right now, JJ, and that's -1 at the side of Full Sense. Team Nemesis with a great shot call. They can still get the Regirock for additional defense before the final stretch.
There you go, Regirock, just to get themselves a bit of a defense buff just before the Groudon. And now look at this, Team Nemesis is looking to get themselves ahead of the Groudon pit. Hong right now, getting a bit of a
that's just vision
of the just vision for the baiting, but Nemesis now has the positional advantage into the Groudon. Unfortunately for Full Sense, they need to take them out together if they do want to take this Groudon for themselves. But then again, they are still in the lead by almost 107 points. 200 is that? Yeah, 200 something like that. Yeah, quick maths. We'll do the math later. But the Groudon right now...
Zoroark behind. Ready to take down Tramp. This is not looking good for them. No one is available, but nice from Lance. Being able to repel him down. That's huge for Team Nemesis to buy some time. But time is ticking. Mark God S forced to go there. There goes the Ignite move coming in from him. He is trying to chase someone, but no value was converted into him. Cloud Crash by Kai was there, but Forces gets the last lap. But still Team Nemesis trying to go in a brawl all-out fight. They get an knockout right after it. There goes the check-in. Barbecue taken down. Hall is taken down as well. They need the buffs. They need to counter score. They need to outscore Full Sense at this point.
Oh, 604.
Overcap.
Yeah, it's gonna be an overcap. There you go, 355. They still have 30 minutes. 30 minutes. They still have 30 seconds left to score up. Saquon, right? Oh, took a little bit of a time before scoring. 455. Would they be able to do it though? 507. Still need a hundo, but there is also the Zoroark at the base. 40 points.
Not gonna be quite enough.
Oh, that's not gonna be enough. That means we're going to head into game number 3, aren't we?
Yes, it is game number 3.
Another
What a
14.
game.
There you go. That was very close.
Yeah, and what a game for both of the teams. Full Sense was able to analyze the situation at the very last moment. And Team Nemesis, I love the confidence that, you know, they lost to Groudon. Let's just go out and all fight and see what happens. And that was just the result of the game. You know, they came up short, but I think the decision making was not wrong from their team.
I have to say though, that very last moment, Mark got asked when they went. So you noticed, right? Like when Mark got asked went in, Lance repelled him away. I think that was a good decision, but I think Lance went in a little bit too deep, going into Mark got asked, because that was just a bait. That was just a bait to, you know, get them out of the Groudon pit. Yeah, to disperse them so that Full Sense can take advantage of that. And that is what happened. Unfortunately for them, Lance went a little bit too deep, going up against Market S. But, you know, still they were able to recover just a little bit. Unfortunately for them, though, Full Sense was the one that was able to take in that Groudon.
Yeah, I think they purposely dismantled the position of Nemesis, just like what you've said. But at the same time, I think it comes with a huge risk. Despite the Zoroark being so agile, yes, he did came back from the pit as quick as possible. But what if he got caught by the Ice Fang of Rubik's? It could have been a different story as well from Team Nemesis. So there's just a lot of what ifs that happened in that last 2 minutes of the game, which happened, fortunately, very favorable to the side of Full Sense.
No, I mean, I agree in a way, right? But like, then at the same time, it is going to be Full Sense getting in a bit of the adjustments going into this game. If we might be able to see the same, because I don't know, man, like they played a little bit different. Team Nemesis, they did for game number 2. If we can see them do the same thing as they did game number 1, then maybe they can shut down Full Sense again. But again, I have to commend Full Sense for their adjustments going into game number 2, which then is going to force us to game number 3.
Yeah, and this is what we like, right? Absolute cinema of Pokemon Unite action. But I do bet this is going to be somewhat of a different game from game number 1 and game number 2, because both teams are trying to eye on the points that they would get if they advance to round number 2. Team Nemesis very much needed points, but for Full Sense, they don't want to be at the same footing of Team Nemesis, because yes, they might have advanced to round number 2 before, but it wasn't really the finish that they were trying to expect. So both of them will try to close this one very strong.
Yeah, I mean, again, they are going to be the first ones in their bracket, in their side of the bracket, to go to round number 2. So after that, we are going to find out who is going to be their opponents later on. But with that being said, now going into game number 3, we're just, you know, fixing it up, fixing up the lobby as well, waiting for the team to get in, and from there and out, immediately just get into game number 3, because we do know for a fact that you guys want to see the games, not this. And there you have it, Team Nemesis and Full Sense. So right now, Nemesis at the left side and Full Sense to the right side.
Yeah, I just wonder if Team Nemesis would have to consistently ban the Mega Lucario. But here's the thing, like, Team Nemesis lost game number 2, so they have the option to pick which side they are going. And then they are going first, which is the purple side. And this is the side wherein they drafted, I wouldn't say perfect, but they drafted the way that they are comfortable with the Pokemon that they are using. But the thing is, Full Sense might have to target ban Kai once again to maximize their potential.
No, I agree with that. But with that being said, though, they're going to be starting off with the bans, the Mimikyu, the Comfey. They are target banning the Mimikyu? Sorry, not the Mimikyu, but rather the Comfey. Do you think that it it made it made a lot of impact in the last game?
I think it's more on the general purpose here, JJ, since whenever you don't have a Confe available already, for sure, you wouldn't want to use the Zoroark. And Confe does suit a lot of speedster or all-rounder in the game, so I think general purposes of banning it is a good call as well for Team Nemesis, especially if they want to avoid that kind of facing that Full Sense can offer.
That's true. I mean, now Lance, having access to the Mega Lucario might be, might bring a different kind of gameplay, but they're still going to be having the, the Miraidon, which, by the way, has been quite amazing earlier. And now Rubik's picking out this Suicune as well. Now, into the set of Full Sense, it is going to be the Mega Charizard X. There's the Umbreon as well as their defender, maybe a bit of a defender, but more of a utility, really. But then, this is going to be very scary. The Mega Charizard X and the Zacian together in a single team means a huge firepower into the side of Full Sense. They need to have an answer back. They need something to make sure that they can, dish out the damage of these two Pokemon from the side of Full Sense.
Yeah, and I do love the idea as well that Full Sense is trying to do here. They are narrowing down the options of Kai in terms of comfort Pokemon. Take away the Clefable, take away the Hoopa, and let's steal away the Eldegoss. So what does Kai have right now? They decided to go for a Mr. Mime, which is a good option as well if they're trying to minimize the capabilities of the Mega Charizard and the Zacian.
Oh, wow. Talonflame once again back in the fray. That's definitely going to be Fly as a counter towards that what do you call this, Miraidon and Suicune. I'm pretty sure, because then they already have the defender, they already have the their support, their sustain, and of course they also already have their damage in the form of the Mega Charizard and the Zacian, which then gives them a bit of a flexibility for the last Pokemon to whichever that's going to be is going to be okay.
Yeah, I do agree. But here's the thing. I'm trying to digest what will be the moveset that Tramp is going with. Because in Game 1, it was Charge Beam. But in Game 2, it was Electro Drift. Yeah, sure. I think Electro Drift is the best option in Game 2. Simply because there's a Zoroark who would just try to squeeze down their HP. But right now, there's a Talonflame available as well, despite not offering the same kind of damage that Zoroark can. But it still makes me wonder if Electro Drift would be the best option for them, because I personally think that Charge Beam would be better, knowing that there's a lot of Pokemon for Nemesis who can cover up for him.
No, I agree with you. I don't think Electro Drift is going to be the play of the game here for Miraidon. I think Charge Beam is good. I mean, sure, there is Fly, but then you have to think that Talonflame isn't really that mobile after using Fly, because it takes a while for it to have Fly once again. If I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, it's like what, 12 seconds of cooldown? So it's not really going to be able to get out as soon as it wants to. So if anything, if the Charge Beam is just gonna get held down, while waiting for a Fly to come down, it's just going to eat all of the damage from from the Miraidon.
Yeah, and that 12 seconds would be pretty long, I'd say, for Marcotte as to gain that momentum. But oh my goodness, Full Sense too low, but still managed to do a workaround, gets the double knockout, and the beams did not hit. Very unfortunate for Dramp. There was almost KO for him, but just a tiny hitbox was not in his favor.
And there we have it. I mean, yes, it is 12 seconds of a cooldown. Still a lot of damage, though. But with that being said, it is going to be the one taking down two very quickly in the early game. But at the same time, we have the answer back here coming in from Team Nemesis, where Sync 1 was able to get them. And there you go. SGC is going to be taken down as well. Unfortunately, was able to have a move that can go through walls, and that could have been that could have been it for SGC though.
But Tramp here is left alone. It's not looking good. If Marcotte S gets a beautiful timing here, then Tramp might be knockout on this day. But I'm Hong, ready to do the action. Foul play misses. Almost a close call for Tramp. It is Full Sense that won it, but would not work for now. Team Nemesis trying to chase down for SCG SGC at the Forest. But this would somehow delay things down for Nemesis, but at the same time, XP would be rewarded into Sync 1.
Well, we're not going to be able to see that much impact just yet until we see the first big clash of the game, which I'd say is going to happen in 20 seconds, the moment the first major objectives comes out. And here you go, a bit of a poking game here for one of the teams. Gets the barrier as well, already upgraded from the light screen. But there you go, they were able to pick up. Kai gets the focus ban, but it doesn't matter. There are four, no, make that, yeah, there are three, but no, make the four now, five Pokemon up top, going to be able to take down Lance as well, not going to be able to have any answers back, but Sync 1 is here to put down the damage. It's going to be two down, maybe three as well. Hong is going to be able to be taken down here by Sync 1. Unfortunately, what do you call this, the Talonflame isn't going to sweep down Sync 1, and just like that, they were able to answer back against Full Sense, taking down 4 KOs of their own. And as I mentioned, that has been the first major clash of the game as the first set of objectives has come out.
And that's a huge chunk of damage as well that the Confusion did with Kai in order to take down the knockout a while ago. Top Hat was really phenomenal timing as well. So right now, Lance has to do it by himself. Seismic Slam in order to Mega Evolve will repel out the Mega Lucario, and this is an opportunity for Full Sense to finally destroy the goal zone at bottom, but not enough energies is what they have.
And there you go, SCG trying to get away, and they're going to be able to get away as well. Even at the sliver of health, they survive for another day. I mean, they really had to go out because that's going to provide a lot of XP into the side of Team Nemesis, and they don't want them to be ahead, because the moment that Team Nemesis becomes ahead in terms of XP, then Full Sense would have a hard time going up against them, especially that they have squishy Pokemon in the form of Eldegoss and the Talonflame, whereas Team Nemesis is just ready to put down some crowd control tactics to diminish the HP of Full Sense. But look at this right now, they're going to be able to take down Kyle with Fly. That is it, after getting some assists from the Umbreon and the Charizard.
Looking quite good. Full Sense makes me wonder what could be a way for them to, shut down Nemesis at this point, because the Water Bear has been giving a lot of trouble lately. But I think they have to be wary of the backline damage that Tramp provides as well.
Well, it's still almost at 4 minutes left, so there's still a lot of things that they can change up. Now, Full Sense here, going in for the Mega Evolution. Flame Sweep going to be able to take down Sync 1. The core of the team as of the moment going to be able to take down the Suicune as well. Hong going to be able to be taken down here, coming in from that Miraidon, but they're going to be able to answer back to retreat down for the price of 1. But Kai is going to be taken down as well. That's going to be 4 down. Lance is going to be the only one left here. Are they going to stick to defending? Yes, they would, but at the price of their own HP. They're going back to the Pokemon Center. Full Sense gets a team wipe and the first to score goal down bottom. That is huge for Full Sense.
Yeah, and SCG is already being felt with exhaustion in the damage department. This is what you have been fearing a while ago, JJ. And Team Nemesis really felt the power spike already, so they have to be very careful with that. They need a great timing in order to freeze that with the Whirlpool and Ice Beam off the Suicune later on. So they need more crowd control to suppress the bruisers of Full Sense.
I'm not entirely sure what's happening to Team Nemesis as of the moment, because they keep on forcing things even when it looks pretty bleak. I mean, for example, you know, like it was Lance responding to the team fight very late, but then decides to, hey, you know what, I'm still gonna go there regardless, even if I'm alone, and that just costs them some casualties. As I say that, there goes Kai and Sync One as well. Dramp almost getting KO'd as well. Lance now retreating as well. Full Sense is now going to be able to destroy the first Skull up top.
Yes, but that flame sweep was magnificent as well, ordered to take down the key factors or key Pokemons from Team Nemesis. But that would somewhat have a disadvantage as well, knowing that yes, 1 minute might be enough for you to get that Unite move, but can you make it work? What if Team Nemesis has a better position? Then Full Sense would definitely have a disadvantage. Now, Nemesis has to be solid going into the ground pit, but Full Sense, on the other hand, they know what they have to do as well. They're trying to zone them out, but somehow managed to do a workaround. So Nemesis, they're standing in very great.
Look, man, level 14 Charizard is going to be a problem. Look at this. Only Charizard is coming up and gets the Mega Evolution as well. Gets another one before getting KO'd. But that's going to be 4 down into the side of Full Sense. Finally, Team Nemesis was able to get an answer back into Full Sense, getting a team wipe, getting the crowd on. Hey, you know what, Team Nemesis? They're telling us, hey, we know what they're doing here. We're going to be able to control the pace here by making you think, hey, we don't know what we're trying to do here. But we actually do. And just like that, they were able to take a team wipe to Full Sense and get the crowd on. And now they're going to have to do more damage. Sync One now at level 15.
Yes. That was just phenomenal. I think Charizard got caught off guard by Team Nemesis, knowing that he was a bit too confident, and he didn't expect the ambush as well from the whole company of Team Nemesis. So that was a great call. It almost wiped out the whole Team Nemesis, but they managed to do a workaround with the showtime provided by Kai. So with the amount of milliseconds or even seconds that the stun got from the showtime was actually enough for them to flip the tides during the team fight.
Oh yeah, but here you go though. 449 to 240. There's still 200 points that's gonna be put down here. 649 is gonna be the player of the game here. All they need to do now is just defend, because there's not a lot of points that Full Sense has been putting down these score goals. Now, 349 to 346, almost 303 points ahead. They just need to be very careful. There we go. There's going to be 4 down to the side of Full Sense. 1 more just to completely guarantee the win. But even despite that, that last Pokemon, that is the Elgos, doesn't have enough points and wouldn't be able to put down the points. Even if it's 100, Nemesis has just secured their win right now, game number 3. And they're going to be the one proceeding to round number 2 of the tournament for day number 2.
Laban Pilipinas, Team Nemesis showed off their adjustment from day number 1 after their loss up against Onyx, making sure that they are at a better shape heading towards today. And they would be advancing to round number 2, and they're going to be waiting who would be the winner in the matchup later on between FF and Esports and Made in Thailand.
I mean, look at that. Sync One at 11 KOs. Only followed by Mark God S with 7 KOs of their own. And let's take a look at the damage here. Sync One at 68k. Sunsage at 43, Mark God S at 50. But the recovery though, Spoo had the most at 44k.
Man, I mean, it's not just recovery. It is for the whole team that benefited a lot from it. So huge props still to Spoo being able to do his job. It's just phenomenal support, man. Every support that we are seeing right now in day number 2, they are elevating the play style of the teams.
No, I totally agree with you. And with that being said, that has been it. Same Nemesis and what do you call this team? Full Sense. You know, let's take a look at what happened at the 3rd game.
At first I really thought that Full Sense really had that because they had a great facing on game number 2. But the moment that you said that Team Nemesis has to be who they are during game number 1, that's what happened in game number 3. They had a beautiful connection. They have been synergized way more better, despite Full Sense giving them a huge challenge after that flame sweep as well. Do have to commend that setup, but I think it made somewhat Team Nemesis have a better reset information and gave them a room to think what would be the next step, what would be our next decision to steal away this game up against Full Sense.
No, I mean, they definitely showed us, right, that they know what it takes to do. They know how to counter Full Sense, and I think they're just really waiting for that ground to come up. Unfortunately for Full Sense, I think they were a little bit too hasty going into the Groudon, which then, well, hey, Team Nemesis was able to acknowledge, and from there on out, they just made sure to use that to their advantage.
Yeah, and speaking of advantage, that was really a phenomenal thing to do. But of course, there's going to be still another match in our round number 1. Again, that's Made in Thailand versus FN Esports. So please don't go away, because Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League for Southeast Asia will be right back after a short break.
Ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026 C League, where I will be your caster. My name is JJ, and with me still is PUACL. We are now entering the last match of round number 1, which is going to be none other than FN Esports and made in Thailand. So, man, I'm really excited to see that for these two teams, because whoever's going to be winning this is going to be facing off Team Nemesis. And unfortunately, for those who's going to be for the team that's going to be losing this one, is going to have to say goodbye until next year.
Yeah, absolutely. And for sure, you don't want to wait that long. I mean, yes, you do have the preparation time, but at the same time, you don't want to lose that huge chunk of points at the day number 2 of this tournament. So definitely every game counts already. That's the reason why everyone was playing really safe. So I do bet it will be the same case, at least for this matchup between FN Esports and Made in Thailand.
Yeah, and here you have it. Let's see. FN Esports, this is it. We have Zubac, Always, Shobo, Mincho, and Hujun. And again, they have provided us quite amazing matches yesterday. But of course, today is a new day, and it might just be Made in Thailand's day. They might make them very sad, you know?
Yeah.
Mega and Rainy, you know what I mean? Like Mega TV is here as well, Gladia and Z.
Yeah, and you know that Made in Thailand got the 4th place yesterday. And, you know, some might think that, oh, Made in Thailand just got slipped into round number 1 yesterday by 1 point. But, you know, there's still a solid team going in. But it's no joke to dismiss FN Esports as well. You know, the franchise just won the Southeast Asia League last year, even though they're on a different roster. But for sure, they're no joke. For sure, this roster is no different to what they had before.
No, I agree. But with that being said, here comes the first set of bands. That's going to be the Hoopa, the Mimikyu, the Darkrai, the Umbreon, the Mega Charizard, and the Mega... No, it's not a Mega Lucario, but instead it's going to be... I'm lagging right now.
You mean Cerulege?
Yeah, Cerulege. There you go. Cerulege. Yeah, Cerulege. There you go. Always gonna be starting off with this. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Always starting off with the Zacian. Zeke now hovering into the Mega Lucario, and of course, very sad, hovering into the Eldegoss, which I think is a very good start up. But no, they're going to be starting off with very strong picks. It's going to be the Mega Lucario and the Miraidon.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, just a pretty side topic, you know. I mean, I don't know. I think Cerulege is strong regardless of the Pokemon game you're playing. You know what I mean? You know, or jab, you want to jab, man?
I mean, sure. But in Pokemon Unite, I'd have to say not as much anymore. You know what I mean? In comparison to like the first times where it just got released, that almost everyone has been using it because of how strong it is. I mean, sure, maybe that's why it's always getting banned as well. It's because it's still strong.
Yeah.
But okay. Maybe it's just that I haven't seen it be played a lot again. But I feel like whenever I see it, it's not really as strong as when it first came out. But still, utilized nonetheless.
Water Bear. I want to see the Water Bear. Water Bear lock in. This is interesting. I love what Made in Thailand is trying to do, since it's much more of the traditional lineup we usually see in Unite. So I do believe Zeke is an all-rounder, so they need... Oh, okay, there we go. Blaziken on the central area. So, I love the idea they can suppress down the Zacian with a slow beam with Gladia, but when you don't have the slow beam, who could suppress the frontliners, or who could suppress Always at this point? So that makes me wonder what because Chobo could definitely provide the spacing that they need with the miss ball.
No, I agree with that, but then made in Thailand, I'd have to say, has a very great composition right now. It's very well rounded in comparison to FN Esports, where they they're going to need to funnel in this, and they need to win the early game, steamroll over until the late game, in comparison to Myth, where they can have a bit of a relaxing time and take their time really up until the mid game for them to get their power spikes.
Absolutely. Just have to wait and see what would be the execution or what would be the game plan, actually, of the teams. FN Esports looking for their first win because they were scoreless yesterday, but for some reason they got up in the rankings because of the point differential. So that's a good thing. But the fact remains that they haven't won a single game yet in the tournament makes it a huge amount of pressure for them, because Made in Thailand, they got 4th place yesterday and they got 10 points. So, even though they lose this one, which is for sure they don't want to happen, they already bank half of the points that you could get at max in a single day.
No, I totally agree with you. But with that being said, though, first point goes to FN Esports with 1.
I mean, it's important to stack up your scores if you have power weight, right? So pretty much
That's
understandable. It doesn't matter how many scores you score. It's about the amount of how many times you scored.
That is true. I mean, that is what the stacking items are for, to get them permanent damage, permanent buffs rather. But with that being said, though, looking like a pretty slow game again.
Trying to take things slow here. So safe here for every team. I'm loving the facing so far. It may look like to others it might be boring, but the mind games that they are trying to do is really phenomenal. But Made in Thailand is trying to, have a head start here.
Let's see, though, how this is going to fare up. Gladia trying to get away. Here comes the HP bank here. But still not going to be enough. There's not enough loan of HP to survive another day. Suba going to be able to take that one up. And here you go. Very sad. Going to be putting down 4. But the question is, would they be able to survive another day? Very sad right now. Almost half HP. Well, not almost, but less than half HP. But going to be able to survive with the help of the Miraidon.
Ooh. Psyshock looking great from the Espeon. We need to see the full potential here from FN Esports, and I think they will show it right now. Look at that Water Bear trying to engage at the deepest part of the offense of Made in Thailand, getting 2 KOs and probably securing this Reichi Draco from themselves.
And let's see, though, what's going to happen. That's going to be another points here stacking into the side of FN Esports. Made in Thailand is still, having a hard time to find a bit of a control into the game. Still at 4 points.
Yeah, and Chobo did not score the 30 points. They want to make sure that they destroy the goal whenever they needed to, because for now, I think they are thinking, Made in Thailand is somewhat behind. Let's keep the goal zone at bottom path as is. Do not destroy it yet. Let's get more KOs that we need to in order for them to make it harder for Made in Thailand to bounce back. But Regice, very much available for Myth.
Here you go. That's going to be Myth securing the Reggie Eyes. We still have yet to see whoever's going to be taking the Reggie Lucky down bottom, but it seems as if FN Esports does have the position advantage and is the only ones down below, and they're going to be able to secure that Reggie Lucky to force Myth more into a, force them to defend. Giving them an ample amount of space to go up and focus on pressuring Myth at the top path. And here we have it. Zeke trying to get away, but unfortunately not going to be able to go. Psychic Solaire is going to be popped up as well, putting down 5, gets more stacks, and everyone else from mid has been responding, but it's still not enough. They don't have enough damage as of the moment to put them down. Another 8 points here coming in from that of the Latias, but they are just here. Chobo going inside to buy time for FN Esports' teammates to go out, and that was actually quite a very beautiful trade here for FN Esports.
Absolutely, but do not disregard Made in Thailand as well. They're catching up on the XP department. Anytime soon they could punish FN Esports when there's an opportunity. It's just a stat. This is a hard defense coming in from FN Esports because of the damage that Myth is already providing towards them.
It's Mid is still having a hard time trying to look for positioning. They have still not yet grounded themselves to the fact that this is FN Esports that they're going up against. At least FN Esports is currently controlling the game. Myth is still looking for that opportunity so that they can take over FN.
They have to take over it as much as possible, as early as possible too. Since 5 minutes already elapsed, the power spikes have been really felt already, and Myth is trying to do it, but Psychic Solaire with the setup there, but gets the last lap still for Myth is the Regice, and bit by bit, FN Esports falling down, multiple knockouts, very favorable for Myth, and that Blaze Kick lands against Subak, but the coffee keeps him alive. Always though trying to back out with the Zacian, playing it very safe, but Myth, on the other hand, already got their power spikes and converting it into scores.
Now that's what I was talking about. As soon as I said, hey, they need to find a footing, they just did. And finally, they are now, as you have mentioned, have been able to answer back into FN Esports. Unfortunately for them, it's still not enough. They still need to catch up to FN Esports. And if they want to be able to secure this, especially in terms of the XP and the power, of the team fights. Wow, very sad stories. Wow.
The Ace did
okay.
Outplay always. Hello.
Oh wow.
All right.
Very sad. Okay, never mind. The party's over. Party's over, dude.
I mean, at least he bought enough time for Myth to focus on the objective down bottom, which is actually a win still for their team. Phenomenal execution from Very Sad.
Damn, that Zacian is gonna be left very sad. I guarantee. I guarantee it.
Very Sad is making everyone sad because of what he's doing. But here we go once again. Subak trying to get the birds for the XP, but Myth is giving them a hard challenge out there. Successfully repelled the Regieleki, but the position is not looking good here for FN Esports.
Yeah, in just less than a minute left as well, we're gonna be able to see the what do you call this? The Groudon, but as that happens, we're gonna be seeing the Regirock up top gets a bit of the defensive buff, which is actually going to be very helpful and very effective inside of Myth, because we already saw how they might not have the defenses, and this would help them. This would help them last longer into that of the team fights. Now, they also had the positional advantage into the Groudon. They just need to stick like this until the Groudon comes up.
Just have to buy time. Don't be hasty, but FN Esports trying to poke out the damages that they have to in order to dismantle the position of Myth. But Myth, on the other hand, super duper aggressive, hitting Groudon immediately. Look at the charge beam from Mega TB, punishing it out, but Psychic Solaire will buy a lot of time. But Bright Future Meteor Storm doing a lot of damage, taking out every single member of FN Esports.
Man, MVP of the game. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. MVP of that team fight, Mega TB, for sure. If it wasn't for Mega TB, because even FN Esports was trying to get into the Groudon, but if it wasn't for the charge beam of Mega TB, FN Esports would have been able to get in, and because of that, they were able to secure the ground on themselves as well. And there you have it, 2 KOs once again from Myth. And while they looked pretty bleak earlier, they were able to cash off into the late game and over that off the ground and fight. Beautiful stuff from Myth.
Scores are falling in, last 50 seconds. Looking great for Myth. They can already confidently say that they would be the takers of game number 1. But FN Esports wants to take back the bump. But Mega TB's damage is just too good and overwhelming for FN Esports to handle.
Yeah, it's not even the Lucario and the Blaziken that they need to be worried about. It is Mega TB with Miraidon.
Look at that. They're just shooting in the goal. Sidekicks are there to buy time, but not quite enough yet to get a KO on their favor. FN Esports is just falling down one by one here at game 1 at the hands of Myth.
Oh my goodness. Again, beautiful display of performance coming in from Myth. You know, despite them having a bit of a struggle to get into the early game and the mid game, but the moment that the late game came in, the late game, the end game, and of course the Groudon, that is where they went mayhem. Really, again, sure, we might have very sad story as well. Very sad story has had a moment, you know, a moment with Always, but Mega TB is, I'd say, the MVP. If it wasn't for Mega TB that did phenomenal with the Miraidon, they wouldn't have had that Groudon for themselves.
Yeah, there's no denying it is truly Mega TB. After all the damages he dealt at the side of FN Esports, that was actually a key factor for them doing the team wipe on the last team fight on the ground pit. So really huge props to them, but let's not disregard as well the frontliners of Myth, making it possible for Mega TB to get the proper position to do the charge beam and the bright future Meteor Storm, who dealt majority of the damage in that team fight.
Oh yeah, I mean, let's just take a look back at what happened in game number 1, and you know, the biggest problem, I wouldn't say problem, but more so issue here for Myth is that they cannot just rely on the late game. They need to be able to do this from the mid game for them to be able to, you know, capitalize on that and ensure and establish their win up until the late game, because this is still kind of risky. Yeah, sure, it was beautiful, it was great, but you know, in my opinion, it was still quite risky for them to have done. It was quite a high risk, high reward kind of gameplay strategy for them.
Yeah, it seems like they are a double-edged sword, wherein they might be punished still by the game plan that they're trying to do. So yeah, just like I do agree, like at least for the second half, they have to be consistent, because you know, consistency overall is much more better compared to, you know, having something at the last 2 minutes that is not guaranteed because the other team expects it as well.
No, yeah, I mean, again, going to game number 2, yes, that kind of strategy might have worked against what do you call this? They might have worked against FN Esports, but obviously, as we are playing a best of, if it were a best of 1, sure, maybe they already gonna pass, but this is a best of 3 match, so FN Esports would be ready for what happened game number 1 to happen game number 2.
Absolutely, but right now what's important is Made in Thailand got their first win in the best of 3 series up against FN Esports. But of course, we still have game number 2, but this would determine if Made in Thailand will be advancing into round 2 and go up against Nemesis, or FN Esports would push their limits and go to game number 3.
Yeah, and really, FN Esports and Myth has been showing us quite the prowess for this run. Again, this is the final matchup for round number 1 of day number 1. So let's find out what's going to be the draft here for both of these teams.
I mean, I don't see any concern on the draft, right? I mean, yeah, it's very consistent. So I think it's more of a target ban on the Miraidon. I mean, if you're not going to be using it, just take it away. Simply because it is a consistent attacker. I mean, yeah, for sure, they might have an option to use Mew, but overall impact, I think Miraidon does more than a Mew.
Well, I mean, let's see together, no? Like, we're still definitely gonna be seeing the Miraidon pick in this game. It's not banned at all, but I'm not sure too. You know, after that,
Right?
always still gonna be going back to the Zacian, Zeke. We might be able to see almost this. Oh, there we go. Mega TV back at it again with the Miraidon, and we have the Mega Lucario once again back into the side of Myth.
I think that the Zacian is a good option as well to retain. Simply because that it has been providing a lot of damage for the side of FN Esports. Myth was having a hard time with this Zacian, but always needs to have the awareness, because always, I mean, an iconic moment with Very Sad always really does provide an impact in the game. So I think always needs to stick always to the game plan and try to let his gameplay be at the palm of Myth. So I think that's one thing that they have to consider as well. But the draft looks wonderful. Trevenant is in for the very first time in ACL 2026, at least for Southeast Asia. So with the Trevenant, I do feel like the moveset would be the Horn Leech and Wood Hammer to set up the plays coming in from their team.
Oh yeah, I mean, now we have to take a look how this is going to be impactful for FN Esports, which I still believe that Trevenant is still a great pick,
Absolutely.
an overall pick, right? But the thing is, with how the meta is right now, I mean, look at this right now, rainy day, going back to the Water Bear can easily go in. But the thing as well is, once Chobo lines up everyone in Myth, Mincho with the Espeon can burst them down, and at the same time there is also the Charged Sacred Sword coming in from that of the Zacian.
Yeah, but I think overall, Myth has a great draft here. They're making it much more consistent compared to the previous game. Replacing Eldegoss with a Clefable, and the Blaziken with an Urshifu, and of course the Slowbro with the Snorlax. I mean, yeah, sure, Slowbro is a great defender, all right, with the Slow Beam and Telekinesis, but with the consistency, you don't have to wait for a Unite move just so that you could suppress the enemy. You just need a Heavy Slam to block in order to set up the plays for your team. So overall, I think this is a better draft coming in from Myth, but FN Esports does have the Trevenant and the Zacian, which somewhat makes me concerned, because Trevenant is one of the most tankiest Pokemon in the game.
No, yeah, and hey, let's try to see again how that's going to fare in this matchup, if it's going to actually help out FN Esports, or are we going to have to say goodbye to them for this day. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all traders alike, FN Esports versus Myth, made in Thailand, game number 2.
Just have to look forward to it. What's about to happen here, JJ? Myth does only need a game, while FN Esports needs to win consistently twice in order to advance to round number 2. But Ho-Jun here trying his best to stall away Gladia, because this is the much more expected game plan of a Snorlax. Try to steal away the red buff in order for you to slow things down the facing of your opponent. But Gladia would somewhat fail to it, but of course they already have information on what's going to be the facing of FN Esports.
Yeah, and here we have it, like FN Esports right now is still making sure that they don't make the same mistakes that they did from earlier. They playing a bit safer now, I'd say, compared to Myth, where Myth, the momentum boost is going to allow them to make some There you go. Some pressuring game, but fortunately for them, they want to be able to take in the first KO of the game. No make that 2 as well. That is oh, it's still the early game. It's still just a minute and a half in the game, so maybe the morale is still there. The momentum is still there for Myth.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. After a win, of course, you definitely have the confidence, but don't let the confidence overtake yourself, because definitely FN Esports, or whenever you're on the losing team, you are hungry to bounce back, especially knowing that you had a great performance a while ago.
That's true. And, they cannot let that draw that effort that they did in game number 1. And as I mentioned, going to game number 1, it cannot really be like, it cannot be the same. Like, obviously FN Esports is not going to let that happen again when they got overturned by the late game. But right now, as we see, they are now coming back. Rainy gonna be able to survive with the help of the Trick Drum as well. Subak almost getting taken down, but no, it is going to be a reversal card into the Snorlax and the Clefable. At the very least, though, their core, that is the Urshifu, is not going to go down.
Go down. FN Esports so showing some consistency here, but Zeke on the other hand will defend this, but makes it very tough for Myth to scale once again, because FN Esports is just cleaning up every single wild Pokemon available.
Here you go. Very sad. Gonna be taken out again. FN Esports. This is what I'm talking about. Right? Like, FN Esports already knew what they did. What they did before, and now, man, they're adjusting, and they're adjusting hard.
Yeah, super duper aggressive plays is what they are providing, especially with the Mimikyu. Once the Trick Room is available with the Shadow Claw, it just goes on a berserk, just sidestep to the Shadow Claw, unlimited move that it can do, and with the Power Spike as well. To get a bit of Comfy supporting it, it will be really tough for Myth to shut it down.
Yeah, and now Myth is going to have a lot of trouble to take this in, but that's actually quite beautiful of Subak as well, just to stop the flowing fists coming in from Rainy Day. Using Play With Me is actually quite an amazing strategy, because it overpowers, it overtakes everything else, because it has a bound status. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. All traders alike. Gladia right now trying to push away FN Esports as they still try to be as aggressive as possible so that they can get the lead. But right now, Gladia has been pushed away by Psychic Solaire away from the score goal.
Yeah, and the Miraidon has to back away unless Mega TB will be punished by Subak. But Bright Future Meteor Storm going to be buying them enough time. But there goes going deep. Is going to be the Clefable with a block. Such a beautiful way to use the Unite move, and luckily got the block in order for them to get multiple KOs. Right now, they're going to be pushing their limits in order to convert this into a score. But Mimikyu is onto the front line. Subak being healed by Comfy. Pretty efficient to go away, but still not quite enough because of the manpower and numbers that Myth has.
Oh yeah, 119 to 56 right now. Myth gonna be able to take down 2 in that team fight, and now just waiting for the Reggie button to come out. It is going to be none other than the Reggie Rock, as the Reggie Lucky is now going to be respawning up top, whereas FN Esports does have the advantage, is going to be soloing up that Reggie Lucky for themselves as well, give them a little bit of breathing room where Myth needs to repel this one away to, so that it wouldn't go inside the score goal.
Yeah, and the pressure still continues at the side of Myth, right? I mean, just take a look at that. Reggie Lecky on top, the pressure by Subak, Play With Me, pop off once again. There's just no breathing time for Myth to rethink what would be their next step. But Psychic Solaire, once again, by Mincho to set up the play. But Myth, on the other hand, is ready to bounce back. You know what? The Psychic Solaire, it's supposed to be a setup, but at the same time, whenever you use it at an earlier time, you get baited out and your team gets completely wiped out. I think the Psychic Solaire must be used whenever things gets pinched or gets critical instead of doing it as a main set.
Well, yeah, that is true. I mean, especially that for those who are not aware, it doesn't make you unstoppable. It doesn't make you immune to hindrances because when you're using Psychic Solaire, you are actually in a channeling state, which means you are still attackable by other Pokemon. So you need to be wary when you're going to be using it, how you're going to be using it as well, especially that you are going to be damaging them and knocking back opponents as well. So if you can use it at the back of your opponents to bring your the opponents to your team, that's the most ideal set, but obviously it's not going to happen all the time. But with that being said, though, in just a minute left, we're going to be able to see the Groudon come up once again. Chobo tries to get away and would be able to do so successfully. Rainy Day, however, does have both the orange and the purple buffs.
Yes, and I think this is the same case as well what happened during game number 1. It may seem like FN Esports was doing the whole thing, but Myth, on the other hand, is bouncing back in the scoring department, taking the Regirock for additional defense later on at the final stretch, but they have to consider that the Mimikyu is doing a lot of damage and has a lot of sustain because of the Comfey assisting it.
And at the same time, here comes the option select from FN Esports. Are you going to defend the Regieleki, or are you going to go into the Groudon pit? Now, this buys a bit of a what do you call this, scoring capabilities into the side of FN Esports because the Regieleki is went inside. But here you go. Myth is getting spreaded out. They are overcommitting a bit and they don't know who to target first. Unfortunately for them, FN Esports knows this and acknowledges this, and now look at them right now. Psychic Solaire is going to be popped up as well. Oh my goodness, they are getting spread out. Paranup's going to be popped up to no avail. Nobody's going to get hit by the Paranup as well. There you go. At least Chobo is now out. Here comes Play With Me. It's going to be popped up by Subak, but unfortunately, they're going to get taken out as well. Hujo's going to be taken out by Zeke with a very low HP. Here comes Moonlight to let them survive. Here you go. FN Esports is just going to give that away, but that is it. There goes them taking in that Groudon. Chobo that wasn't able to successfully steal away the Groudon. That's going to be 4 down into the side of FN Esports, and now Myth, that has been a very risky play that I've said since earlier, going back into play by the late game into the Groudon fight. Oh man, that was very risky.
Very risky.
And I wasn't exactly sure that was going to happen or at least work once again to FN Esports, but it did.
Yeah, and I think Rainy did a lot of work out there trying to lure out the Zacian, which is always all the way up into their base just to buy an ample amount of time for their team. And FN Esports was actually forced as well to engage into the team fight once that Phantom Forest was already popped up by their team, which is sadly did not hit anyone. So they were just forced to get into the team fight. They were not prepared. The ideal setup was not done. And Myth has all the resources, has the Unite moves ready up and going to engage into a fight, making them the successful team to take the Groudon and take the series against FN Esports.
And there we have it. Made in Thailand has made their first win as well. I mean, that means they're also going to be the ones facing off against Team Nemesis on round number 2. This has been the second game, 2 games only for this round 1.
Absolutely, and this is just a phenomenal thing. Like, Myth managed to escape yesterday during round 1, but they displayed a whole different level of Pokemon Unite action during this game with FN Esports. Yes, it is a high risk, high reward gameplay, but at the same time, it works for them. It might not work all the time, but if Myth can show consistency on this kind of game plan, maybe it's only them that can do this.
Oh yeah, I mean, Man, if this works for Myth, I mean, obviously it did work for Myth, but then it did work for FN Esports. But the thing is, FN Esports is not everyone else, right? So definitely they would need to make some changes going up against Team Nemesis, especially that Team Nemesis is a team where once they get the early game, they get their engines running up until the late game. And I'm not entirely sure if this kind of strategy to wait for the late game is going to work against Team Nemesis for round number 2.
We'll just have to wait and see what would happen out there. But, you know, so far, Mid is on a roll. Their engines are up and running. They would have to sit back for a while, maybe for an hour, because they have to wait for the first games to happen. And of course, that will be Onyx Rise going up against the team who won the second round, or the second game, which is Rival Esports, who did just won up against Evos FXL.
Oh yeah, and here you go. You know, Myth, once again, congratulations for getting in the second game 2-0. I'm pretty sure the morale is up right now. They're pumped right now, especially that it's again, even for me, I wasn't really expecting for them to get in a 2-0, maybe a 2-1, but like a 2-0 is definitely something that could boost them up. And now they need to prepare, right? Going into round number 2, going up against Team Nemesis.
Absolutely, and I'm for sure, you know, they are more prepared going to round number 2 because they are hungry after, you know, falling down to the 4th place yesterday. But of course, that's no different as well from the other teams who has remained standing still in round number 2.
But with that being said, before we head into round number 2, we're going to be heading for a short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back only here at Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026 seed. Hi, welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026 C League. My name is JJ, and with me is Eagles. We're definitely not talking about who's going to be doing this. Yeah, we are now into round number 2. That also means that we still have 3 more games for the day to watch, and hopefully all of them goes to game number 3. You know what I mean? Like, I want to see some good Pokemon in action. But with that being said, game number 3, first game is going to be Onyx versus who's the next one? Who's the next one?
Rival Esports.
There you go. There you go.
Again, Onyx Rise, formidable team, probably the top team, I'd say, who's still continuing their journey, at least for day number 2, because after taking out T1 a while ago. But not deny the fact that Rival Esports, formerly known as Paper Rex, they were the first seeded team before in what do you call this, in C League last year. So let's not deny the fact that this team is capable of taking down Onyx as well. But of course, before we proceed, actually we are on the draft, but we would like to remind everyone as well that our tournament schedule right after day number 2, the next one, which is day number 3, would be next year, which is January 11. That will be a Sunday. Then followed by January 17, Saturday, January 18, Sunday, and the playoffs would be in January 31, which is a Saturday. So the remaining 4 days were adjusted to January simply because we need to avoid the patches that Pokemon Unite would be doing, just so everything could go smoothly while the tournament is up and running.
Yeah, it's really about the integrity, maintaining rather the integrity of the tournament. But with that being said, though, here is 2 teams that has always been close to one another, even at year 1. Rival Esports versus Onyx Rise. They've always been playing together. They've always meeting each other in their respective WCS. WCS qualifiers as well. So MYS and Rise, this has been very, very nostalgic and always one to watch. So let's find out which one is going to have to move to the grand finals. Again, whoever is going to be winning this would go straight to the grand finals for the day, and whoever loses here has to play the off-stream battle for 3rd.
Yeah, and here's the thing, right? What makes it interesting when it comes to expectation is, of course, Onyx would get it because simply they were in the finals yesterday, but we haven't seen yet the full potential of Rival Esports simply because they had an exit yesterday. But what if they were able to maintain that? It could have been a different story. That is what we're about to figure out for today's matchup between Onyx Rise and Rival Esports. As we take a look at the draft right now, JJ, really looking solid for Rival Esports. They got one of the, let's say, most frequently used Pokemon in the game, which is Mega Lucario and the Rhydon, followed up by the egg supporter Blissey. Given that the Clefable is banned, so really understandable why is this the option for Rival Esports.
No, yeah. It's also interesting how instead of the Mega Lucario getting banned, it actually is the Vanilla Lucario that was banned in this game. This has been, it's nothing significant, but I just like to point it out that this is the first time that it has happened in this tournament. It's not the Mega Lucario getting banned, but rather the Vanilla Lucario. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trains alike, Onyx Rise starting off with the Latias, the Blastoise, the Mr. Mime, and the Eldegoss. They still need an attacker though, so let's find out which one's that going to be. Maybe it's Zacian? No, it is still going to be Cell's Water Bear, which has proven itself time and time again. And now Rival Esports now with Mega Lucario, the Blissey, the Miraidon, we have the backlane attacker, we have the Bruiser, and also we also have the Blissey. And with this one, I'm really thinking that this is going to be a Scyther instead of a Scissor, because Scissor right now wouldn't really have a lot of damage going into the side of Onyx Rise, especially with Blastoise up in the front. it's not really going to do so much with Bullet Punch. So, we're going to go for a double hit here. That is going to be the Scyther for the dual wing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it has to be the Scyther, right? Simply because they need to take down those supporters in the backline as much as possible and as quick as possible. Probably the primary target here for Rival Esports at the side of Onyx would be the Latias, or if not, it could be the Eldegoss. So those are the primary targets that the Scyther would be having, and then Mega Lucario and Miraidon just chilling on the backline, doing the damages, and shred down to HP of Blastoise and Urshifu. So what I'm quite concerned right now is what is Onyx trying to do here, since the Umbreon is available at the Rival Esports, so definitely if it goes for the mean look, or regardless if foul play, they could just, send that Urshifu away and seal it down. But for Onyx, I see the consistency and the sustain, but can they chase down the attackers of Rival Esports?
Well, we'll finally get our answer in just a bit, as we have just commenced our game number 1 of round number 2, Rival Esports and Onyx Rise.
Absolutely stunning draft here, and I'm quite surprised that you pointed out the banning of the vanilla Lucario, simply because it can be sustained better compared to the mega version. So just have to wait and see the execution. But this is quite an aggressive start for Rival Esports, quite the opposite of what happened during round number 1. I mean, I get it, they have HT, they have the scissor, so they have to be aggressive.
No, yeah, I mean, as we see, it's not going to be a scissor. It is going to be the Scyther, as we have discussed earlier. But with that being said, though, everyone is still waiting for the right timing to actually attack through. But with that being said, Onyx Rise is leaving Eeyore up top with the Blastoise, actually.
And it's quite looking good so far for Rival Esports. I think when it comes to team fights, they really do have the upper hand, especially on the early game. They just have to avoid the Urshifu, the Water Bear, as much as possible, because that would be their some sort of major problem, especially if they are incomplete. They might get punished immediately by the Water Bear.
No, yeah, I mean, they really don't want the Water Bear to go online, but as things are right now, currently at level 7, it's going to hit hard in this early game, especially if Lucario and the Scyther isn't going to go online immediately.
And wow, another knockout for the Water Bear. Cell just chasing down the Scyther. Not looking quite good here to start Rival Esports. If Cell continues to scale up his damages, something has to happen. Ice cannot use the foul play up against it, so there's no opportunity for Rhyme to dish out the damage with the charge beam.
Oh yeah, and here you go. Eeyore is being solo right now, taking it alone. But now that Cell is here, they can now answer back. They have realized this for a fact, so they're not going to be able to get in as much as they want. Still no Mega Evolution, though. They're going to be able to take down the Blissey as well, and from there on out, because the Mega Lucario is alone, Yemu, they are now allowed to put in some scores. Now 4 points, leaving 1 point into the first score goal, so they can make a an overcap, a lot of overcap later down when they put them scores.
Yeah, probably an overcap. Actually, they did already destroy it. I think they want to apply more pressure with the regular key marching into second tier. It's just about repelling, and Rival Esports will definitely repel that and would take them a lot of time. So Onyx Rise does have the time and gold in order to rotate down bottom, but it's punished by Ryan immediately. But I love the positioning that this Blastoise is doing. Do a wing beat that's actually deployed in order to dish the damage, but still.
Oh wow! Despite Rhyme using the charge beam, it was the Hydro Pump that actually pushed them away and gets the KO. Eeyore taking down the Miraidon. But with that being said, they're now going to be able to. Wow! One more overcapping 24. Quick maths. coming in from rival Esports. But the Regidraco is still up for taking. Nobody's still getting it, as Onyx Rise is slowly but surely moving towards stopping rival Esports attack.
Yeah, I think Onyx Rise has to get this one. Actually, both teams does need it because tier ones are looking wide open, and rival Esports does get the last hit onto this one. HD will use the Green Illusion die to go into the team fight. The Hydro Typhoon is ready, will knock out multiple members, but I love the close combat coming in from Game in order to cancel that one out. Bright Future Meteor Storm doing the spacing that they need, and they would finally destroy the tier 1 goes on top path, but they're not quite over yet, trying to march forward. Ice doing tanky, Moonlight tries to dish out some crowd control for the team, and close combat dishes out the damage that they need.
Fists.
Look at the Scyther still doing the work. HD back and wait for his life, but still gets the last hit for the KO, and Onyx Rise just want to send them back.
Unfortunately for them, they don't have a finisher ready. I mean, that's one of the problems for the composition of Onyx Rise here. They are only and heavily relying towards that Urshifu to do all the damage. And the moment that the Urshifu is out, there's not really going to be a lot of damage coming in from the side of the crowd control. And look at them 1v5ing the Blissey. There's going to be 2 down right now into the side of rival Esports, and despite being a problem, they're still making it work. And look at this right now, Snar's going to be popped up as well, or a cannon to Mega Evolve. Oh my goodness, there you go. Eeyore doing their best. Hydro Typhoon right now just to survive.
Just to survive, they needed that in order to do not lose or give away the XP to rival Esports, because Scyther HD is very much ahead until this point because he's out leveling the members of Onyx Rise. Docel is, somewhat of a level 12 already, but the fact remains that HD is still ahead, and it could be a huge threat to the supporters or attacker of Onyx Rise.
I mean, again, they only have one main damage dealer here. One big damage dealer rather into the side of Onyx Rise, so they really need to babysit this Urshifu. Getting into Flowing Fists as well, they need to be able to recover back. Yes, sirree, forcing to be repelled because they cannot give any more advantage to rival Esports.
Charge Beam looking good out there. They have to rotate all the way to the top because they know that there's already a threat, and right now they have to repel the Regilecki after Yimel giving the information for the team.
Here we have it. Let's at the very least, Onyx Rise was able to get into Regilecki, giving them a bit of a time here to position themselves towards that Groudon, and maybe even get in the Regi bottom as well before the Groudon. If they can, that's going to be a huge advantage for them. 5 more seconds before it comes up, they can shred this out. I think they will. There goes the Regi Ice, but knowing the fact that it is a Regi Ice, they decide to go out. If it were a Regi Rock or a Regi Steel, I'm pretty sure they would have committed. But here we go. Regi Ice is going into the side of rival Esports for a 1.1 multiplier of HP recovery.
Yeah, I mean, they want it, right, for sure, because they know that in terms of sustain, they might lack it compared to the triple supporter that Onyx Rise does have. So good call on that for rival Esports. But now it's all about decision making. When to advance, when to poke out the Groudon, or would they go for an all-out fight up against Onyx?
Well, let's find out together, as Ice is now using Foul Play to put out this Blastoise, but then they're going to be able to recover back a little bit. Groudon is right now getting poked here by rival Esports, using as a bait to get Onyx Rise up. But here comes the Umbreon as well, coming from behind into the side of Onyx Rise. They are spread out as of the moment. Eeyore is as well currently at the back. Doesn't have does not have eject button as of the moment. Can they sandwich the rival Esports? Let's find out. Aura Cannon to Mega Evolve is going to be the player of the game here. Cell currently almost half HP. And here comes the Rapid Spin as well. Nobody still wants to commit. Here comes the Flowing Fist. following fist coming in from that of Cell. Here you go. Hydro Typhoon unfortunately went up a little bit too late. Wasn't able to support Cell. That's going to be a 3 KO into the hands of HT. That's going to be 3 down for Onyx Rise, and Rival Esports is now going to be able to secure this ground on unless Onyx Rise is going to be able to seal this with the Mr. Mime, but unfortunately going to be taken out by none other than Yang's Eggs with the Blissey.
And that was actually a good call that they actually got the Regi. Somewhat helped them a lot in terms of securing the, in terms of stalling time in that crowd on, because they had to reposition multiple times in order to get the upper hand into the team fight up against Onyx Rise. And HT did a wonderful job as well with the Green Illusion dive, securing those KOs and damages that the team needs.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, right? Like, it's not just about the Regis as well, but the way that they are being very patient, waiting for the notification of whoever's leading. And yeah, they played Rise like a fiddle. I mean, again, I do appreciate the triple supporter here into the side of Rise, making sure that they can funnel Cell with the with the water bear as much as possible. But then with this kind of composition coming in from that Rival Esports, they just could not afford to lose Cell. That's why they're always making sure that they support Cell. But unfortunately, that last moment, especially with the Hydro Typhoon, went up a little bit too late. Just allowed Cell to be taken out, and after Cell gets taken out, Rival Esports acknowledge this. There's nothing else of a damage dealer coming up from Rise that would be able to take down Rival.
Yeah, I think it was just a phenomenal execution as well overall from Rival Esports. Timing, precision. They were just eyeing on the goal, and they know that Onyx Rise could somewhat, just get ahead of them if they try to be hasty. So, good call on their team. I love the teamwork, but Onyx Rise for sure does have a huge response going into game number 2, because we cannot definitely say all the credit only to Rival Esports. It wasn't a one-sided game, and definitely Onyx Rise does have a fight there, but just like what you've said, the Hydro Typhoon, a little bit too, a lot of repositioning happened at the side of Rival Esports, gave them the advantage because they stalled their Unite move at the side of Onyx. But at the other side, Rival Esports does have a lot still.
No, I totally agree with you. Now, knowing the fact that this is Rise, I'm sure they would be able to come back. We might be able to see a another game 3 here, and they are one of those teams that can easily adjust. So now, especially that these two teams know each other for for a long time, know each other a while, it's not impossible for it to actually happen. The key factor here is Onyx Rise does know that they have a lot of they have a lot of strategies up their sleeves, especially that this is not the same strategy that they did at the last game that they played, up against T1. Maybe they're changing things up. Maybe they're trying out different strategies against different opponents. But now that they know that this is not going to work against that of Rival Esports, they will be changing this up.
Yeah, you have to set up the tune, right? You have to refine or retune, basically, your momentum here. I wouldn't say completely overhaul what they did, but Onyx Rise, for sure, they have something on their sleeves. And Rival Esports, on the other hand, I think they just have to be consistent overall. Just do the thing what they did in in the first game. And this is interesting, JJ. Just imagine both Lucarios being banned. That's 2 slots.
That is true, but then even the vanilla one is strong enough, really, to go up against the game. And at the same time, there's also the Mega Charizard that's getting banned as well. So we're not going to be seeing that in any point of the game. And at the same time, there's also one of the biggest healers in the game right now. The Clefable is not going to be banned.
Mm-hmm. The Fable ban, Mimikyu ban, Leafeon secured by Onyx. Latian is wide open. Same thing with the Miraidon. I think it could be a prioritization from Rival Esports by taking a look at their draft last game. They had both Miraidon, just Miraidon, not the Latias, but they could get it as a package this time around. I think they did.
There you have it. I mean, Cell is not going to be opening up the Leafeon, so that's a good thing. I mean, we both know that they play this very greatly as well, Onyx Rise, and into the hands of Cell, maybe even Eeyore, you know. This is very, how would I say this? Very scary, very deadly.
Blastoise, on the other hand, I think it's a great option as well to have the Blastoise, right? You know, with the Hydro Typhoon. But the only thing that I don't like in the Blastoise is you have to wait for your Unite move in order to do a setup, compared to somewhat of a in order for you to do the setup. But if you have somewhat like a Snorlax and Umbreon, just have to wait for a couple seconds. But I do get it. Like the Rapid Spin and the Hydro Pump combo could actually suppress down or nullify or reposition your opponent. I think that's a great factor as well that Rival Esports is considering nowadays, especially that they do have Leafeon on the other side.
Yeah, but even then, you know, Rival Esports is still going to be gunning in for that Scyther, Blissey, Blastoise, Latias, Miraidon. At the very least, they do have the Bruiser, they do have the attack, they do have the backlane damage and the support as well. And Onyx Rise, as I mentioned earlier, they're going to be changing things up here. At least now they are, I guess, a bit toe-to-toe against that of Rival Esports. They do have their tank, they do have their defender, they do have their Bruiser, they have the backlane damage, they have a support, and at the same time, they do have their main damage sealer. That is, of course, the Leafeon. And they don't have to funnel as much anymore compared to game number one, where the moment that their main attacker goes down, then that means all of the attack damage is going to dissipate as well. Well, they've already removed that problem from their composition in this case.
Yeah, and I think that's a great response overall for Onyx, but I'm quite concerned with the Mew. Yes, it does provide a huge amount of range, but I think it would be better if you have an Alolan Raichu, you know, setting up the Electro Balls just to check out the tall grasses if there's enough information. But this is Onyx. Let's not doubt them, guys. You know, for sure, they have something that they could see with the Mew instead of an Alolan Raichu.
Oh yeah, and here you have it. Game number 2, potentially the last game if Rival Esports wins this. But again, game number 2, Onyx Rise versus Rival Esports.
Yeah, and for sure, you know, Onyx wouldn't let this one slip that easily up against Rival Esports after their phenomenal run yesterday, you know, taking dominant wins, going head-to-head with T1, and, you know, just winning up against the champions yesterday, which is T1. So for sure, Onyx Rise wouldn't let the opportunity slip to be a champion, at least for today.
Oh, yeah, I mean, they already have 15 points. And they want to have more points as well, so they need to make an adjustments, and they need to be able to get that up as well. At the very least, they are able to get the first set of the first set of stacks into their side.
8:15 mark, the favorite timing of everyone else, getting the birds evenly matched, but Eldegoss not yet online for Onyx Rise. It could be a problem that Rival Esports might abuse, especially that the Scyther is already available and is just lurking at the middle of the forest.
And right now, still, you know, they have that in the bag. 18 points right now. It's still not getting popped in. Huh. it's a very slow game at the moment. You know, they don't want to proceed and move forward just yet. Waiting for the right timing. Here comes Cell now at level 6, doing some damage. Waiting for that level 7 to actually do deadly damage.
But I think I saw the Miraidon here using the Electro Drift, if I'm not mistaken. So I think I totally understand why they have to go with the Electro Drift, if ever, simply because there's a Leafeon available, which is Cell. So you need to reposition as quick as possible. And if you're going into team fights, it would be better to sacrifice your damage in exchange for your HP. But right now, Onyx Rise has a better position at bottom path. Will try to go for a 4-man push, but not quite enough in the point department to take it down.
Oh yeah, and here you go. It is going to be Rise, and both of them actually getting both of the points very closely to each other at the 80-10-5. Nothing major has happened yet. Now that we are at the major set of the objective 7-minute mark, almost getting KO'd that Latias. At the very least, they are now going to be able to control that bottom path. Both of them takes each other's first tier score goal in their respective paths. Now, Rival Esports is going to be able to secure their Stretcher Rock, while Onyx Rise is going to have the Red Street Likey. Quite a great double handshake for both of the teams.
Yeah, absolutely. But defense overall would be a much more better benefit here. I mean, after repelling the Regieleki, there's nothing more that they can do. Yes, if they have bought a couple of them, but the amount of fact that you do have additional defense makes you a much more stronger team, especially when you try to force team fights. So Onyx Rise, as much as possible, the game plan would be team fights, get those XPs. If there's a sure knockout, sure, get it. But of course, have to be very careful. But Cell, on the other hand, sees the opportunity up against Ice, but that one hurts a lot by the Latias.
Yeah, and here you go. Let's try to see how Onyx is going to carefully go up. There we go. Ice is going to get hit by one of the leaves, but not going to be enough for them to deal deadly damage. But here you go. Parabolic Charge is going to be up as well. Electro Drift to take down. No, not quite yet, but put down some damage. Cell's going to be taken out by the Scyther into the side of Rival Esports, and that's gonna be a 1-for-2 trade. That is the Latias going down as well. Eeyore is still not done, but here comes the Onyx Rise answering back. Rhyme's gonna be going down as well. Beautiful stuff for Onyx Rise.
Yeah, this is the Onyx that we know. You know, in terms of traditional lineup, they're much more comfortable with it. Stealing away the buffs from Rival Esports makes them a much more better footing. You know, just getting the XP, getting the buffs as well would make it really difficult for Rival Esports. Somewhat of an advantage knowing that they're catching up in the XP.
And, you know, Rival Esports wants to do some objectives here. They cannot let Onyx Rise get ahead of them, because once they do, and they already are getting ahead of them, they would have a hard time at the late game, especially with this Leafeon and Eeyore being, you know, at that of the Buzzwole. It has been repositioning them so much that they cannot go in properly into team fights.
Not go in. But again, Rival Esports would have to repel the Regieleki away from their goal zone. I mean, yes, providing an ample time, but at the same time, this is a chance for Onyx Rise to attack the top path. It is looking wide open, but response is here. Look at the damage. The amount of HP that Yemu was shredded down because of Onyx Rise was humongous, but right now Unite Move comes in for the Buzzwole, but counter knockout is what Rival Esports that will be doing. Emerald 2-step will barely miss immediately. Grad Future Meteor Storm to set up the distance, but still gets the knockout.
That's
because
two.
of the Scyther. That's 2, and I think
That's
they're
three.
about to make it 3. How about making 4? They're chasing for it. HD, an agile Pokemon, tries to chase for it, but prioritizes the main goal, which are the scores. That's a 40-point over cap.
No, that is quite beautiful. A response here coming from Rival Esports. They are acknowledging the fact that, okay, hey, you know what? Hey, let's take a step back. Onyx Rise is getting a bit of a, getting ahead of us at the moment. Let's take a step back. Let's try to retake our steps and answer back when we can. Let's try not to do this alone. Okay, never mind. They're doing it alone. That was quite quick work of Rhyme.
Did you see that egg bomb perfectly landed and followed up by the electro drift? What a combination that Rival Esports is doing. But can they sustain this for the next two Pokemons of Onyx? I don't think so. That's why they have to set up their purpose once again.
And here we have it, 233 to 161 in favor of Rival Esports. They still have the lead in terms of points, and they also have the lead now in terms of XP. Now, this is just going to be a battle of the Groudon, because this is going to determine which one is going to win this game. They're not going to take over the they're not going to repel the Regieleki anymore, but all they want to do is the positional advantage into that Groudon pit. And right now, both of them going into either side. Only Eeyore is down below, the only one there. Just they're going to let them slide. Okay, that's good. Now they know there's one out in their team.
On another team. This is very dangerous for Rival Esports. They are at the opposite side of the map, and Onyx Rise rather has great already. There's no flankers whatsoever. We cannot see the flanks coming in from the Leafeon and the Scyther. So this is a head-to-head combat on what we are expecting. Everyone just nullifies the damage, goes on to that, but Emerald two steps, not going to be the impact that they wanted to. Bright Future Meteor Storm already invested, Ultra Swarm as well, to get a Hydro Typhoon. There's nothing happening that much. After all the United moves invested, Rival Esports is standing and seems to be controlling this game.
Electro Drift was able to take down Cell, and look at this, another one that's going to be 2 down. We weren't able to see it because we were focused towards that Miraidon, but they're going to be able to take down 3. And here comes Illuna trying to get away, as Zoe here as well, trying to survive with a Salak Berry. There you go for some movement speed. But with that being said, there's going to be 4 KOs. Rival Esports secures the ground on what happened in game number 1. Once again happened in this game, just waiting for the right moment, waiting for the right timing to take them down, take Onyx Rise down, and then take the ground on for themselves. That is going to be taken down here by HT once again. Rival Esports is going to be the one that is going to be proceeding to the grand finals, unfortunately for Onyx Rise, but they still do have a chance to take in a lot of points for today, as they are still going to be fighting off, battling for the battle for third. Congratulations to Rival Esports getting to the grand finals for today.
And that's a huge way to set the tone in Asia Champions League here in Southeast Asia. We may have thought that Onyx and T1 will be the ones dominating this, but again, Onyx is out at least for the finals. T1 eliminated in round number 1, and the Rivals is back on track.
I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it's. Maybe now it's a time. Maybe they're still trying to, they're still at their bed. They're still in their beds. Still, still waking up day number 1. But now, hey, you know what? We've already had our coffee. We're now ready to make some matches. And just like that, Rebel Esports is now going to be able to get down to 2-0 against Onyx Rise. And they're just going to be waiting for the next round to finish, as they wait for the grand finals of the day.
What a display, man. I love the Scyther pick here. It's not much of a big impact, but the amount of, let's say, mobility that it could offer to a team makes the target locking much more easier for them.
Oh, that is true. And I mean, it looked like pretty bleak for Rival Esports at the start of the game, but then they had great control of the mid game to the late game, and man, it seems as if everything is up in their plan. Everything worked out in their plan, you know?
Yeah, I totally agree on that one, JJ. And just imagine how team fights were long because of the Conic Cloud crash, Mystical Mirage supporting the team as a whole for the side of Onyx. But, there's just a lot to consider at the hands of, Rival Esports. I mean, without the Ignite moves, they are still efficient. But what about Onyx? I think yes, they are still efficient, but not as efficient as Rival Esports Kid.
That's true. That's true. But then, we cannot dismiss the fact that they still played phenomenally. But unfortunately for them, they're not going to be proceeding forward to the grand final stage for the day. And, again, it doesn't really mean that they're out of the tournament just yet. They just need to play for the third place so that they can get in, I believe, 10 points, 12 points. There we go. For today. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, that has been Rival Esports versus Onyx, where Rivals Esports is going to be the one proceeding to the grand finals. Now, for the next match, it's going to be what do you call this? Maybe Thailand versus Nemesis. Whoever's going to be winning that will be proceeding to the grand finals along with Rival Esports. That's going to be exciting, honestly.
Yeah, going to be exciting since Team Nemesis, they have a great start as well. So this is their chance to on a redemption arc. But of course, we would have to take a short break before that's gonna happen. And after that, we will be back. Team Nemesis versus Mid Up. Don't go away. Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League will be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026 C League. Once again, my name is JJ, and with me is PUACL, and this time we're going to be seeing the penultimate match of the day. That means second to the last, and this is going to be between Made in Thailand and Team Nemesis.
Yeah, absolutely excited about this matchup because if we're going to be taking a look at it, like Miss Thailand to be specific, and Team Nemesis were in a completely different form compared to what they were yesterday. You know, Team Nemesis looking pretty solid. Same thing with Made in Thailand after that, slipscrew victory up against rival Esports. So this is the time to see who is the much more consistent team. Would it be Nemesis? Will it be both? But of course, only one would remain victorious and proceed to the finals. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Nemesis, we have Sync1, Tramp, Rubix, Lance, and Kai.
Oh yeah, here we go. Man, Made in Thailand, they've played phenomenal earlier. They surprised us, honestly. I was surprised for sure. But this time around, Nemesis has already woken up, and they are not here to play. They're here to win.
Absolutely. But I think just a little bit of a side topic into the draft. I feel like is Darkrai 100% ban rate so far at the duration of the tournament?
That's far.
I think, but thus far, right? If not 100%, maybe 90-ish, above 50. That's all I can say. You know what I'm saying? So, just go to show that Darkrai is one of the huge threats into the game. And I understand that. And Team Nemesis, on the other hand, takes away the Mimikyu and Miraidon. So, we will not be seeing Tramp using the Miraidon, which is quite understandable because attackers are definitely not a priority when you're going in the purple side.
But, of course, Mega Lucario is going to be going into the set of Team Nemesis immediately. Okay, Mega Charizard. This might be a very close match.
Absolutely. Whenever Charizard is not available, it will be Lucario, and it's the other way around. But this time we get to see both of them, luckily at the opposite team, so it's something that we have to look forward as well. But very sad, locks in the Suicune for their team, which is actually phenomenal as well. It's much more of a balanced Pokemon that could be a supporter and an all-rounder. We kept on saying that, but it provides a range as well. It is very understandable why Sync1 tries to go into the Leafeon, so there is a Pokemon who can go inside to fight later on.
Let's see though if that's what's going to be the case here. They are Zeke here going for the Vanilla Lucario. We're gonna be seeing two Lucarios?
Man, has to be huge.
Lucario and Mega Charizard at the same team. Kai though, because the Hoopa has been banned, is gonna be going for that Clefable, which by the way, I think is one of the best supporters in the game as of the moment. But Rubix, once again, going back into that of the Mamoswine. But what's going to be the last answer here for a Myth? Possibly another all-rounder here. Yeah, could it be a Blaziken? because the Blaziken, if that's going to be the Blaziken, then that means it's going to be the tank or the defender rather of Team Made in Thailand. But unfortunately, it's not going to be the Blaziken. It's going to be Serena, which by the way can still act as the same, do the same job as well as the Blaziken, given the fact that it can, it has a lot of regenerative moves, and it can last in a lot of team fights.
Yeah, but I think here's the thing. I'm quite concerned with Sync 1 regarding the impact that he would give later on, especially that the lineup of Made in Thailand is somewhat target lock centric, especially with the Queen's Ascendant and Seismic Slam of Rainy and Mega TV respectively. So I think Sync 1 might be shutted down as a priority of these two, but overall sustain if Rubik's could actually do its job as a Mammoth Swan, use the Ice Fangs, buy a lot of time, create some space for the team. There's no doubt that Nemesis could still have the upper hand when it comes to team fight. But I think when it comes to draft, Myth is looking a bit scarier than Nemesis for now.
Oh yeah, I mean, it all boils down to their execution, right? But
yeah,
draft-wise, again, this is the first half of the game. It's always the draft. Then we proceed to the execution, which is, well, the game itself. So, as I totally agree with you, I think Myth has a better draft here. But then, Team Nemesis, we cannot dismiss the fact that they have been picking their comfort picks thus far, and that also means that they would have the advantage into this game. Look at this, the Anubis Zeke versus the Halloween Lucario going up top.
It's just weird to see two Lucarios at the same time on the battlefield, man. I don't know, man.
Oh yeah.
Oh, bounce sweep, running away. Mega TV gets knocked out immediately. That's the power spike, I believe. You get an early stage off the game. It has a huge amount of scores already for Nemesis. 31 to be specific. Sync 1 does have to play this one very safe. He needs to stay alive, and there we have it. Clutch one for Sync 1. Gladia does know where to surge, but a bit too late.
Yeah, a little bit too late for Gladia. That would have been a KO, knowing the fact that it does take a while for you to recall back to the base. But Rubik's going to get sandwiched here by Made in Thailand. Nemesis getting a little bit of a struggle here to do some attacks.
It's struggling here. 850. Already done, cleaned up by both teams. Nemesis looking very strong here. They know that when Very Sad hasn't evolved yet, they could abuse this, but Kai has to evolve as well. Very unfortunate, he will be knocked out. But at the same time, Eldegoss not yet available here for mid, so I think it's somewhat of a neutral trade. What happened?
Well, it's still not as impactful as as later down the drain, but we just have to be wary of who's going to be taken out at this stage of the tournament. Right now, Gladia is putting out some damage into Dreamt. Mega TV still not a Serena, so Team Nemesis still is in the lead right now, especially in terms of the power spikes. But the moment that they can get their Mega Evolution, especially that of the Charizard, now at level 8 by the way, it's almost going to be very scary. Now Serena's level 6, but still not enough to do some damage. Very sad right now, helping down Gladia to defend this versus Squirgle down bottom, but obviously with how much they are getting outnumbered, they're getting some difficulty. Nice. There you have it. Follow Me is going to be played here just to push Gladia away, to put down 19, going to be able to destroy this finally, and now they can put up some damage. Beautiful Ice Fang coming in from Rubik's, but then it is going to be Lance alone up top with two Pokemon, especially with Charizard now up with the Mega Evolution.
Yes, Team Nemesis looking consistent, which is quite phenomenal after coming in a strong victory during their first matchup. But at the same time, Made in Thailand is holding it very firm. They have the power spikes already. Mega Charizard could be online anytime soon. Same thing with the Queen's Ascendant, one level away from that. So This would somewhat dictate the mid game. The second half would dictate if Sync 1 would still be effective or can Myth shut it down completely.
Oh yeah, here you go.
Wow.
Emerald 2 steps to stake down that vanilla Lucario from Myth. And just like that, Nemesis has now been able to take over the first Skogul up top of Myth. Mega Charizard now trying to get away though. Follow me is going to be popped out. Unfortunately, not going to be enough. But here comes Power Up Punch to get into Rainy, but they are getting a little bit too deep here without any reinforcements. Now they need to disengage. Kai here just buying some time for the teammates, gets to follow me to get away. Very sad. Unfortunately, that's going to be very sad. Not going to be able to do a lot and even negates the damage with the Moonlight.
Yeah, negating the damage indeed, but Sync 1 a bit too deep, getting the wild Pokemons. That's a huge reward of XP towards the side of Made in Thailand. But Nemesis still, I would pretty much say they're still on the lead at this very first half of the game, but we haven't seen the full potential and power spikes yet of Made in Thailand. So
That's true.
they need more here, JJ. They need to pressure more Nemesis, but at the same time, I think they're somewhat hesitating simply because
Wow.
the Nemesis power spike is just too great.
Well, I mean, again, as you've mentioned, we're still at the mid game. We still have not seen the power spikes here just yet. I mean, I guess we were able to see the first power spike of Myth, but not quite yet enough. But then look at that. It is going to be the Lucario and the Charizard that takes two to take down Lance, which is actually looking pretty bleak for Myth, because then what happens if everyone else is there? Just like what is happening right now, it seems to be taken out here by Sync 1, and there goes the Eligos as well. That's only Lance that they need two players to get the knockout. Again, what now then happens if everyone else is there along with Lance?
Not quite good yet. Nice Ice Fang still. Mega TB having a tough time to catch up. Regieleki putting amount of pressure here towards Made in Thailand. Nice Ice Fang once again to get the knockout here. Made in Thailand feeling the pressure. Regieleki pressing down their position as well. Kai goes in.
Oh, there we go, another Ice Fang.
There goes another Ice Fang. Seismic Slam to Mega Evolve. Solar Beam from behind. Dreamt doing the damage, but not quite enough yet. Nemesis slowly but surely falling back. Kai has to sacrifice himself.
Oh, wow.
Regieleki pushing the limits, but Made in Thailand, ladies and gents, the power spike. We are feeling it.
It's considerably and admittedly, Team Nemesis, they went in a bit too much right there. They overstepped their boundaries, and consequently got punished by Made in Thailand. So that is actually quite a good thing for what do you call this? Made in Thailand, making sure that they can catch up just a little bit before the Groudon kicks in, and that is actually something that they really needed since earlier, because Team Nemesis has been at the lead.
Yeah, and right now we can definitely say that this is an equal matchup already. They have to be very careful up against Made in Thailand, but on the other side of the map, those are scores landing at the hands of Team Nemesis. But they would have to sacrifice the Registeel in exchange?
The Registeel now goes to Made in Thailand. I mean, I guess this just... I mean, they can still take into Regieleki, right?
Yeah.
But again, as you have mentioned, especially with these power spikes, especially the Charizard at level 14, the Lucario at 13, we have the Serena at 13 as well. It's quite detrimental into the side of Team Nemesis to give away that Registeel. But it's quite a difficult situation to gauge, really, especially that Team Nemesis can always just score and take in this Groudon, and they have been winning the team fights as well. So if they can get this one team fight, man, the Registeel wouldn't matter then.
I think they just want to play this one very safe. You're gonna be taking a look at it.
They should.
Rubix is actually going in instead of playing safe.
Wow.
There goes everyone else. Sync 1 preparing for the perfect opportunity.
Committing.
Emerald 2-step, but the Queen's Ascendant will shot him
Lance
down.
is down.
Ready D is actually
Oh,
at the
no.
front line as well. 2 members left from Team Nemesis. Not looking quite good for them. Groudon's HP halfway already. They're gonna be shredding it down. Rubix is the
Oh,
only
wow.
one left. Can he do the high horsepower at the middle of Groudon? Not
No.
quite. Made in Thailand. The consistency, the power spike is felt, and they will be shooting the goals here, JJ.
That is that's what we're saying, right? Like the Reg Seal is so great. The Reggie Aleki at that point, well, Myth made in Thailand did not take the bait of the Reggie Aleki. That's actually quite a good decision for them. And what has happened earlier happened once
wow.
again. It
Nice
was Myth
eject
versus
button.
FN Esports, right? Myth versus FN Esports. What they did in FN Esports is something that they did again once here into Team Nemesis, and it worked out pretty well for them. Sure, they might have been losing the first, the early game, the late game, the mid game rather, but then they've won
Defense.
the Groudon. But
Myth.
defenses here of Team Nemesis
Uh-oh.
is going to allow them to score
that's a
once
win.
again. That is it. They were able to steal the win from Myth. That was very close though. Myth, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I've been saying. They have been losing the early game, the mid game, and they are always relying on that Groudon fight, which is a high risk, high reward. Needless to say, they played phenomenally, but unfortunately for them, they don't have that much of points to guarantee the win. Nemesis, on the other hand, was able to diminish that opportunity from Myth.
Maybe if it was a Rayquaza, it could have been a different story, but this is Groudon, JJ. They're not awarded like almost a free goal, right? The moment that your shield shreds down, which is, very minimally awarded when you get Groudon, you cannot instantly, yeah, sure, you can quadruple the speed, right? But still, it will be very difficult for you to convert those goals into, or those Eos energy into a score.
That's true.
Double-edged sword Myth, they were punished immediately by it. Yes, they do get a hundo, but there's too much people pushing at the side of Nemesis, making them able to guarantee the win at the very least seconds remaining of the game.
I mean, I want to see the last moments again because, they were able to wipe out Nemesis. That was looking pretty, almost already looking pretty bleak for Team Nemesis. But then they had a bit of a problem, but it last moment that allowed Team Nemesis to take them out and answer back even. Here we go. This is the final team fight. What we need to see is the last moments. It's not even this. There you go. Kai is going to be taken out here. Sorry, it's Rubix that's going to be taken out and then Kai. Oh no, the other way around. It's Kai and then Rubix. There you go. Groudon's going to be taken out. Yes, sirree. And then everyone else is okay, we didn't really see what happened, but Sync 1 was able to get 1. There you go. And everyone else was able to catch up in terms of the points. So there's not a lot of a points differential for both of the teams. That Team Nemesis was just able to catch up despite having the time against them.
Yeah, Zeke wasn't really able to stop Lance scoring the points a while ago. It's a Lucario matchup, but that's I think one of the disadvantages as well when you're playing Lucario is that it takes seconds for you to finally diminish or to use your moves compared to some Pokemons that when you click it, it's an instantly move that you provide. So, Zeke provided the defense that they needed, but not quite enough for them to defend things down. I mean, regardless if Lance didn't score, the hundo that was scored in tier 2 goals onto the bottom half was a guaranteed win already for Nemesis.
That is true. And I mean, again, what they're trying to do has been, well, it worked thus far earlier against FN Esports, but then they have been, we call this Team Nemesis has been waiting for them. They've been studying them, and they know that this is going to be the strategy, and they've just answered them after the fact. And now, going into game number 2, I'm pretty sure, especially knowing Team Nemesis, they're not going to let this happen. And if they're going to be controlling the early game, they will be controlling it up until the Groudon comes on. So, Team Made in Thailand needs to make some changes here.
Yeah, and I think the draft could work, but we still need the consistency. And here's the thing, like, yes, they were consistent at the second half, but you need to get those power spikes as early as possible, because if you get left behind on the first half and just rely on the Groudon, you might get punished immediately, and Groudon is not a guaranteed win for your team.
Oh, wow. Now, Darkrai gonna get banned once again by Team Nemesis, which, by the way, has been banned, as you mentioned, if I'm not mistaken as well, 100% ban rate right now in the tournament.
Yeah, we haven't been seeing it that much.
No, it's not that we haven't been seeing it that much. We haven't
been seeing it the whole time. You know what? I think this was also the case during day 1 and day 2 of ACL last year. I think it was auto banned, and then the moment that you could use Darkrai, it's always banned.
That is true. Huh. Let's see though what's going to be the name of the game here. Myth here still doesn't want the Hoopa to be at the hands of Team Nemesis, but then what do I call this? The Clefable is still up in the open. Mega Lucario is going to be banned down as well, along with the Mega Charizard. And there goes Tramp, now with the Miraidon pick.
This is scary, but I do not doubt Tramp being confident enough to get the first pick, Miraidon. But this goes to show that Myth could just read the situation and maybe have someone to take care of the Miraidon as early as possible. Could be a Zacian though, but great pick off with the Mamoswine, who has been giving them a hard time during game 1.
And now Lance does have the option to go in for a actually no, never mind, they're not going to go in for their vanilla Lucario anymore, but instead goes in for a Zacian, which by the way is actually a very good alternative to vanilla Lucario as well, given the fact that it is very strong, and as a top laner as well, it's going to provide a lot of damage. And now going to the side of Myth, unfortunately for them, they're not going to be able to give Myth the Miraidon as it's got stolen by the Nemesis.
I mean, Miraidon has been an asset, or no, I think one of the highest pick Pokemon when it comes to pick rate. Totally understand that because of the amount of damage that it could provide, but at the same time, whenever you have Miraidon and Mew wide open, I think most likely that would be the Pokemon pick. I mean, third option would be Alolan Raichu.
Huh. Well,
Talonflame.
Yeah, Talonflame. I mean, they want to do the that's always been their answer to Miraidon, no? If it got taken away from them, they always guarantee to make use of the Talonflame, just to be able to have an answer to the backlane. But then it is going to be the Mew that's going to be the backlane attacker, and Zeke is still going to be using the vanilla Lucario against that of Team Nemesis. Unfortunately for Lance, it's not going to be in his hands. And now, with this kind of composition though, I think, and I have to say that it's actually pretty bulky into the side of Team Nemesis, but into the side of Team Myth, they only really have the Mamoswine. They only really have the Mamoswine as the tanky Pokemon into the side, so they really need very sad story needs to have it has a very important role to play in this matchup.
Absolutely. I mean, the Lucaria could sustain, but it could only sustain himself. So that's the huge problem that Myth has compared to Nemesis. They have a consistent healer, which is the Clefable, and they just have to go, within the radius of the Moonlight. And definitely Marida wouldn't be that behind. So draft-wise, I think I have to go with Nemesis for now because they are looking much more consistent in terms of the Pokemon they are using.
And as we've mentioned, this is going to be the case here. Lance up top once again. Kai is supporting it. Here you go. Zeke. Oh my goodness, the damage immediately to Zeke.
Man.
That was a surprise. That was still the early game too.
Yeah, just the first minute of the game with that kind of damage was, outstanding. But I think this one would be a lot damage as well. Chasing for the Mew. Ooh, nice freeze immediately. Sync 1 having a tough time here. Decides to fall back. Could have been the attack of the century, but great protection. Yeah, great protection by the Swinub.
That's the only thing, right? Like, it's just a could have been kind of moment. So, I mean, we're still waiting for everything for it to, work on. So,
Eldegoss online, 8:15 mark. Wow, Lance cleaning it up. That was quick.
Here you go, Zeke. Now in. 14-9. Wow, Meteor Mash to push Team Nemesis away from the score zone. From the goal zone, rather.
Rubik's not going to be quite enough to chase with the foul play, but Kai is providing the healing that they need. I can feel the fight breaking through anytime soon. Meteor Mash once again, but very sad, a bit of a trouble here. Eldegoss would not slip through the offense of Nemesis. They're going to be cleaning up the forest here, JJ.
I mean, look at that, though. At the very least, they do know their priority targets. Taking down the Eldegoss means taking down the sustain of made in Thailand, which is actually a very good thing to have noticed into that of Team Nemesis. Again, knowing that means they won't be able to survive as long into team fight. So I believe that's what they're going to be doing from here on out. Here comes Gladia trying to get in some stealing, but unfortunately outnumbered 3-1. And now we're going to be seeing some actions once again down bottom as a Sync 1 now readies up with a Citrus Berry.
There goes
follow me.
Thailand, follow me. Kai, nice cancellation. Sync 1 with Emerald 2-step. Gladia still a Swinub. Can definitely be punished by the foul play later on. The follow me gets in. Sync 1 goes in. Trev with a backup attacker. Too smooth for Team Nemesis. This is looking good.
Yo. Foul play into follow me? What a disrespectful play.
Yeah, you have no escape when things like that, when combos like that did happen. Team Nemesis showing a pretty great teamwork so far.
Oh man, Zeke here. We get taken down here, play rough. Excuse me. And there you have it. Again, they're not only going to be able to take down the Registeel down bottom, but it seems as if they're also going to be securing the Registeel up top, while Kai is the one tanking out the damage, making sure that everyone goes. What is happening, dude? Oh, maybe that's just a convention. That's a convention of the supporters. You know what I mean? Like, hey, both supporters, handshake supporters. Dude.
Handshake, indeed. Nothing much to do there, but Nemesis is just cleaning up the forest, getting every resources that Made in Thailand could have had. Man, they're just getting the free knockouts here. Made in Thailand is going too deep and giving away free XPs and knockouts to Nemesis.
Yeah, and right now it is going to be Nemesis at 170, 110 HP lead. Mega TV doesn't want to go down. Doesn't want to go back.
Okay, Zeke chasing down the KO will be successful, rewarded by a huge chunk of XP. Kai is down as well, a bit too deep for Nemesis. But can Myth convert the scores here at bottom? Tramp
No,
and
they
Rubik's. They're defending.
Yeah, Pile of Swine though, now at level 8, almost getting that what do you call this? Mammoth Mash Unite move.
This is a bit too tough.
Play it with 10, 6 points over cap, but at the same time, 25 seconds, we're going to be able to see the Reggie top as well. Emerald 2 steps, unfortunately, whiffing, but they're going to be able to take down Very Sad just now. There you go, Sync 1. With the help of Tramp, going to be able to take down a Very Sad story. Gladia, follow me by Kai, just to annoy them a little bit, you know?
Yeah, just to buy enough some time, get the position that the team needs. But Regi's on top pass. I'm not quite sure if Nemesis does need it. That's why they shifted their attention to Regilecki. Maybe Thailand does need it in order to get some XP, but they're trying to contest this Regilecki. Very tough. Gladia would miss the perfect opportunity to do the setup. Mammoth Mash will be there, but the Bright Future Meteor Storm was used, but a bit
That's
too
3
late.
down.
3 down, almost a team wipe out there.
But are they going to be able to convert this to
Rubik's,
points, though? That's the big question. Midnight Prince going to be popped up.
Not yet enough, JJ. Rubik's defending it. Foul play to push the Regilecki away. And everyone is back at the side of Nemesis, and they are pushing Myth back away. Are going to get KO. They couldn't. They get the KO still. And Lance is just repelling the Regilecki away.
They could not convert it into scores. Unfortunate for Myth. Unfortunate for Made in Thailand. That's going to be another KO. That's going to be the Talonflame down. The Pokemon Center go back to Callus. Pokemon Legends ZA.
Hopefully it did not turn into a card, right?
No.
not turn into a card, right? And not TCG.
Now, anyway, though, Kai is going to be taken down here by Myth. But then, that just bought them enough time for them to take in the Reggie Ice just before the Groudon comes up in just less than a minute.
Yes, but I think they cannot maximize the Regice at some point, but still gave them a chunk of XP, which would be great. You know what I'm saying? So Lance, on the other hand, doesn't waste some time here trying to get Very Sad. Very Sad dancing once again, but he gets pinched down immediately by multiple members of Nemesis. That would be big, I guess, but not quite. He could still respond into the perfect timing before Groudon comes up.
Here you go. 221 to 114. Few more seconds before Groudon. And Nemesis right now is trying to get the information that they need. Oh my god, here we go. No Ice Fang though. Alright. No sticky fingers.
Nemesis.
Okay.
Nemesis is taking down Groudon already. Gladia
the
got
fall
caught
play.
up. There's no follow-up. Mammoth Smash used just to survive. Lance running away for his life. There goes the Unite move coming in from Kai. But at the bottom line at the back, Talonflame not doing anything right after the fly. Can he provide more damage? Not quite. Right Future Meteor Storm is just dealing all the damage. Trep is doing it all for the team. Together with the support the team Nemesis is offering him. There goes the 4KO. Can they make it? Not quite. Eldegoss on the other side of the map trying to dish out the damage. Very Sad. Cannot do everything, but they have to be very careful. He might get the last hit.
Oh, there you go. Team
Nemesis
secures it. But they still have 100. There's 100 points up. 236. Myth right now has the lead. They need to be able to convert this into points if they do want to win. Rubik's has 20 though.
Can they make it? That's 40. Pushing them back into the lead.
Wow.
There's another 50 plus in towards the Clefable. Kai does the work. But this is not a comfortable seating yet coming in from Nemesis.
There's true.
Still members left from Made in Thailand. Can they sneak in a goal or not? But Nemesis wants to force things down already. They get another KO. Zeke taken down. They want to push the bottom path, but too many members from Nemesis, or rather Main Thailand, is defending things down.
Oh, here we go. Lance wants to go in and uses their energy to push in and do more damage. Gets in another one, 449 to 236. Gonna be able to get in 4 KO. Only Mega Team is gonna be up left here, and they're gonna be able to widen the gap that they already have, securing the game 2-0 against that of Made in Thailand. Congratulations, Team Nemesis. They're going to be the second team that will be proceeding to the grand finals along with a rival. Now, for Made in Thailand, they are going to be meeting with Onyx Rise, going down to the battle for third. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see them.
Yeah, and this is just a phenomenal day number 2. Yes, Made in Thailand is consistent getting into round number 2 and getting that battle for third, but we have a new set of finalists here, JJ, which are Team Nemesis and rival Esports. It just goes to show, by less than 24 hours, these teams have elevated their skill level going deeper into the tournament.
Oh man, this is going to be the first time. I'm pretty sure they are stoked right now to have reached the grand finals again. It's 15 points guaranteed regardless of their position right now, compared to what happened yesterday, day number 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's this is a better positioning.
Wow. Nemesis, completely different form from yesterday up to this point. Made in Thailand as well, let's not dismiss them. They are on a whole another level, but you know, again and again, we have to reiterate this. You know, they rely more on final stretch, which is a very dangerous one. But game number 2 was, I would say, better, I guess. You know, even though it was not consistent compared to game number 1, it feels like they have to dismiss that Talonflame, I guess, because once Talonflame lands after the fly, there's nothing much that he could do already compared to a Leafeon, you know, could just walk around. Then once the Razor Leaf is up already and cooldown, Aerial Ace is up already, you could definitely dish out more damage once again.
That is for sure. But with that being said, you know, it is going to be once again Team Nemesis proceeding forward to the grand finals for today. And for those who have just tuned in, or for those who are new to the tournament for this year's ACL Asia Champions League 2026, we are going to have 5 days of single eliminations where everyone is going to be the same teams fighting off against each other, and depending on their placements for each day, they will be receiving respective points, and depending on their points, they will be receiving respective placements for our day number 6 of the Asia Champions League C League, where everyone else is going to be playing King of the Hill. So if you are at the top placement, you're already guaranteed at the Grand Finals Championship, and at the same time considered guaranteed to go to Japan as well. So points really do matter here.
Absolutely. But of course, before we head on over to our grand finals matchup for day number 2, of course, we will be taking a break. And after that, that will be Team Nemesis going up against rival Esports here in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026 C League. Don't go away. We'll be right back. hello, Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026 Southeast Asia League. My name is PUACL, still with JJ Kun, and we're headed towards our grand finals for day number 2 in our mini pocket tournament circuit basis, group stage. And it's Team Nemesis going up against Rivals Esports, new competitors, new contenders compared to day number 1.
I mean, again, they have already guaranteed 15 points for the day. All they need to do now is win the entire thing so they can get 20 points. Now, as you have mentioned, this is a new set of teams going for our grand finals, albeit only being at day number 2. Onyx Rise is down at the second battle for a third, but at the same time, we're just waiting for the results for it to happen so that we can announce it to you as well. But with that being said, let us focus now first into Team Nemesis and, of course, Team Rival Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Nemesis is, providing a lot of shock into the whole Asia. Not just in Asia, but to the whole world who's watching the live stream because of the amount of conversion that they did from day number 1, which they were blew out immediately by Onyx, to a very solid team chemistry during here in day number 2.
Oh yeah, that's true. And now, man, it's just really gonna be exciting because again, what they've told us before, at least, Team Nemesis, they were kind of tense yesterday, but this time they are now ready and up and going. And I think this is going to be the time for them to go in and finally show us what they got.
We'll see what these teams have got now. Team Nemesis bans away the Mimikyu as the first ban. So I think they want to avoid that very agile Trick Room Mimikyu that could do a lot of damage and at the same time, do a lot of damage, has a lot of sustain. So pretty much understandable that they want to delete that into the map, especially when they're going to be running a Miraidon later on for Drem. But here, JJ, I think Mega Lucario banned by Rhyme. I think they want to take away the comfort pick of Lance as well, since Lance has been, very much of an impact for Team Nemesis as a whole, not just Ramp, not just Kai. Maybe Kai has the highest impact in this one together with Rubex, but the amount of execution that they do as a whole would be very big, so they just have to take away the comfort Pokemons as much as possible, and they're going to be targeting that Mega Lucario and the Leafeon as well with Sync 1.
Let's see though. The Mega Charizard is also banned as well, and one of the Megas is quite interesting that are actually gotten banned by both Rival Esports. It's not, compared to the previous games where one is banned by the other team and one is banned by the other. This time, both of them banned by Rival Esports. Doesn't really want them to have that. But this time, knowing the fact that this is Team Nemesis, knowing the fact that they have Kai, they banned in, Lance. Lance's Mega Lucario, and of course, stealing away Kai's Koopa.
But the Rubik's, once again, with the Mamoswine, we've seen the efficiency of this one, JJ, and it's really hard to compete against it. So, seeing this combo once again with Team Nemesis, and they're looking pretty solid when they use this, there's no doubt that they are taking this one very serious. But let's not deny as well, Rival Esports Yang is so much good in that Hoopa as well, and with the Latias, this is looking dangerous as well to Team Nemesis. It's just a solid attacker that we're looking at that's missing here for Rival.
Going back to the Thailand, I'm not entirely sure or on board. Okay, never mind. They're gonna go in for the challenge so that they can have some backlane damage, maybe wanting to take away the Hoopa, but then I did see that they were hovering up into the Mr. Mime, which is essentially that can essentially rather counter Hoopa with a hyperspace hole, knowing the fact that it has what do you call this? It has a showtime, which knocks up opponent in a few seconds, allowing them to not transported by the rings and not rings of bound rather, but by the hyperspace hole. But then you would need to have your Unite move for you to be able to do that. That's why I definitely agree with this pick. That is going to be the Clefable. But now going to the rival Esports, I'd say they have a pretty good what do you call this? They have a pretty good high-powered composition this time around in comparison to Team Nemesis, where as you can see here, they are really into diving composition.
Yeah.
Especially with the Talonflame here around.
But I think with this Talonflame in mind, I don't know, man. I think this would be a Brave Bird. I mean, it could be it could be a Fly if they want to target Lock the Scyther or Dodrio, but Dodrio is too quick. That's true. It's too quick for you to chase it down with a Fly. So I think maybe a Brave Bird would be better. At the same time, Brave Bird does have a reset, much more easier mechanic of a reset of that aerial ace or plane charge. So maybe they'll take this one into consideration. But if you want the safest route possible, you have to go for the Fly.
No, I agree, and I admit I overlooked that detail as well. With this kind of competition coming in from that rival Esports, it's actually much better to go in for Brave Bird aerial ace rather than Fly, given the fact that, hey, they are too mobile, you know what I mean? And if they want to take in as much as possible against that of rivals Esports, then that is the way to go for this Talonflame.
Yes, let's wait and see if that will be the case here, JJ. Team Nemesis versus Rival Esports Day 2 Finals on its first game. I'm just excited to see what more Pokemon Unite action these teams will bring us today.
Here we have it. Let's both watch at the same time what's going to be happening here. Thus far, it's still a very slow game.
Very slow game. Have to be very careful. This is finals 850. That was so quick.
Wow.
Rival Esports.
That's still,
after the birds, man, they just wipe out Nemesis as a whole, but it's a 1-for-1 exchange right now. JJ make that one too, and they're wiping out Rival Esports at the back of their.
Oh wow!
Let's just turn around, man.
Hey, that's 3-for-1. I think that goes to Nemesis, dude.
Wow. I am out of words. It looked like it was Rival Esports controlling it, but Nemesis, on the other hand, controlled it somewhat. Right now, they have XP advantage. I'd have to tell you that. So Lance just need the power spikes to be available later on. Ao's energy, pretty much important for him.
Yeah, I mean, at least they are now leading, right? Leading the pack as of the moment, which gives them an advantage to steamroll over if they can have and maintain this advantage until later, not allowing Rival Esports to get any power spikes. But right now, HC almost going to get taken down. No, they're not going to go for the Brave Bird, but instead still go in for the what do you call this? Go in for the Fly, which is understandably, despite it not going to be as mobile as what do you call this? A Brave Bird, at least the burst damage coming in down from the Fly is still going to be too much for Rival Esports to handle, especially with this kind of competition where Scyther, Hoopa, and of course Dodrio is kind of squishy for the damage coming in from Fly.
Here we go. First objective. Regice, HP regen.
Oh, beautiful.
Not looking quite good. Flame Sweep misses the opportunity. But Rubix, on the other hand, gets the Ice Fang out of it against the Blastoise. Yimu not looking good at this stage. But here comes the Scyther trying to charge in. Last hit goes to Ice. And they will get the formation, or rather the position here against Regice.
Well, eyes. There we go. Unfortunately, Fly was a little bit too late for them to secure the Reg Eyes. Nobody sell at the bottom for the Reggie Lecky. Rival Esports was able to control top half, and now they're going to be able to destroy this up as they push away Team Nemesis.
Yeah, they have to push it away as much as possible. Rival Esports with a great potential to scale up here. Yes, they might have been out-leveled by Nemesis, but they're catching up bit by bit in terms of team fight. But they have to be very careful still. The threat that Lance still has here is something that they cannot dismiss.
Oh. Right now, Rival Esports is rivaling Team Nemesis, you know, again, still game 1. And they are currently at equal footing. You know, the moment that they can get any pickoffs, that is where Rival Esports is going to shine against Team Nemesis. But if they are playing together, if they're going to go to a clash with Team Nemesis, I think they're going to lose this match. That's why they're trying to pick them off one by one. But there you go, another KO here. That's a Channel Flame almost down, but Kai is making sure that they live another day.
Of course, they have to, you know, prolong the fight, avoid being knocked out, just so that they don't award XPs to Rival Esports. But they're grouping up pretty solid here. They want to make sure that Kai is not on his comfort zone. I think the reason that Tramp is a threat here as well, because of the presence that Rival Esports is giving them.
Oh yeah, and now look at this. The biggest problem of Team Nemesis right now is that Rival Esports is always making sure that they are spread it out. They're not together, and that is where Rival Esports is going to be stronger than Team Nemesis. But right now, Team Nemesis only has Channel Flame away from them. I think they can do this. Rings and Bells going to be popped up. Everybody's going to be jumping there as well, because Great Illusion Death going to be popped up. That's going to be taken down too. No, make that 3 right now. Kai are going to be able to take away. Yes, they will be able to run away Eyes. Unfortunately, not going to be able to do the final hit. But that also means Rival Esports is able to push away Team Nemesis and secures the Reggie top for themselves.
At least that was 2 KOs for Rival Esports. Looking great on that, but you know, Team Nemesis, after controlling the first minutes of the game, a little bit too behind right now. They have to be very careful. Ice Fang not going to be successful into their favor, and HT is trying to get the last hit, and he does get it. Bright Future Meteor Storm just to send them out, but still the push commences for Rival Esports. They are confident. They have the Regilecki with them. They just have to do the Hydro Pump later
HT.
on. There's just
and
no
another
room. No room for Nemesis JJ to breathe on that one.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of thing that they are currently feeling on, you know, Team Nemesis. And again, Rival Esports, they acknowledge this, and they want to make sure that this is going to be the thing that would happen again and again. They are making sure that Team Nemesis is not together, because together they know for a fact that they will lose team fights. But individually, you see what happened. You see the result. Rival Esports was able to go on top of Team Nemesis. I mean, look at Scyther and Rodrigo right now, currently at level 13.
That's going to be tough, especially that Tramp is only at level 11. These 2 Pokemons could just shred him down, run behind him, despite having this Mamoswine and Clefable that could protect it. So it's not looking good for Nemesis, at least for the last final stretch here. But if they do get a beautiful timing and a last hit, could still turn the tides here. They just have to set their priority target. But the Rings and Bound remains a threat here, JJ. Anyone could respond as soon as possible.
That is true. Now, here we go. Groudon is now up. Final stretch to play the game. 48. Sneaky Beaky up top. So, Charge Beam. Looking to do a lot of damage. But, of course, with the help of the... with the help of the Hoopa, of course, they're going to be able to replenish their health. Here we go, popping in their Unite moves right now. The Drio going to be able to take down 1. No, perhaps that's going to be 2 down to the side of Nemesis. They'll make that 3-for-1 trade. That is going to be Rubik's down as well. And Sync 1 going to be the only one left.
Oh, Flame
Sweep's going to be popped up. But to one extent, it's going to be 2 KO. Yes. But they need to still wait for 12 seconds to get this Groudon. Never mind, they're not going to be able to get that. There you go. 3 versus 1 is not going to be a game you want to be playing as a Talonflame. Rival Esports easily make quick work of the Talonflame Sync 1 and now has 303 points against Team Nemesis 149.
Yes, and Rival Esports doesn't even have to score. They just need to defend at this point. But they don't want the risk. They want to make sure that it is a sure win for them. That's a Hondo on the bottom path. Just have to defend this one, JJ. No need to overextend. They have the advantage. They have an attacking prowess, so definitely they would win the next team fight.
Yeah, they sure would. And Rival Esports played very amazingly this game. There's going to be another 100 points, another 100 points, another 80 points as well. There you have it. Even if Team Nemesis does have 500 points altogether, it's not going to be enough to catch up to 719 points.
That's going to be game number 1 of our finals at day 2. Rival Esports on match point, JJ. Beautiful draft, beautiful execution, and you gotta respect them for targeting bans the Pokemons that Nemesis is used to using, taking away the Hoopa and using it for their own benefit, banning the Lucario, banning the Leafeon. It was just a phenomenal draft overall and execution for Rival Esports.
That is true. Again, at first I said, right, like I would have to... Draft-wise, I'd say Nemesis does have the better draft, but like, unfortunately, with how the execution part goes in, Rivals Esports knew their objectives, knew what they need to do, knew that they needed to break down Team Nemesis away from each other so that they won't be able to, get Kai's healing. And of course, again, if they are going to be going up against them all together, they know for a fact that they are going to be the one dismantled. But Rivals Esports acknowledges this and knows, sees this from a mile away and found an answer as well against that of Team Nemesis. So props to them for winning game number 1. Again, they are just 1 win away from getting 20 points for today's single elimination.
Yeah, and I think as well the factor of Fly is setback. Somewhat of a setback when you're trying to be on a critical situation because you have to wait. Again, you said you have to wait 12 seconds for you to use it again. Just like that's like a lot of things could happen in 12 seconds, especially on final stretch. So what comes next after you use Fly? You maybe have a flame charge or the aerial lace, but what's next? Like that's going to be very detrimental for your team because yeah, you do have the basic attack, but you need to get in close. And with a composition like Scyther and Dodrio, yes, both of you are speedsters, but whoever does
you're not going to be able to get in a Scyther. The Scyther is going to go in on you.
Yeah, right. And whoever does the first move definitely gets the knockout against you.
And man, that is what happened on game number 1. And just like what happened earlier, I'm pretty sure Team Nemesis still have something up their sleeves. I mean, they didn't win 2 games in a row for nothing. I mean, they were able to get into the grand final stage, so pretty sure they will be changing up, adjusting their playstyle, going up against the same Rival Esports.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. What would be the changes here of Nemesis? Because Rival Esports, they've been target banning Lance and Sync 1 and getting the best possible supporter that Kai could use in the game. So you gotta respect that for doing that. And I do believe that they would be doing it as well for game number 2. So Team Nemesis, they have to bring out more of their pockets. They have to bring out more of their weapons in order for them to get this game too.
Yeah, the pressure is in the court of of Team Nemesis. Again, for the main reason of what you've mentioned, this is the first time, right? This is the first battle of the game. It's a draft base, where, as you have mentioned, as we have pointed out, they have shut down Nemesis's draft. Not only have they banned out Pokemon for the side of Team Nemesis, but also stolen away what they can against them.
And just like that, they will be banning it once again, just like what we have been talking about, JJ. Same bans. But Nemesis, on the other hand, takes away the Blastoise, takes away the Latias as well. That makes Zacian still open, Miraidon as well. And Kai locks it in, Hoopa. He wants to guarantee this one, JJ. He is at his best form already.
Yeah, but then again, it's not just Kai that needs to have some damage. They need to be able to get Lance out as well. Sync 1 is too, but then we have to remember Rhyme has Miraidon. And we saw how Rhyme uses Miraidon. So it's gonna be really hard for them.
Gonna be really hard. Defender, I think Mamoswine is still a great option here. Leafeon taken out. If they want to run a speedster, Dodrio is one thing that they could use. I'm not sure for Absol though, but Psyduck, I mean, Psyduck is a pretty much consistent supporter. Despite of all of the nerfs that Psyduck receive, it still works on your favor.
I mean, alright, it's Psyduck can still stop you, a bit of a crowd control, I guess. But then, in the case of Rival Esports, do you think it's really going to work as one might expect?
I'm not sure, JJ.
That is the big question, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, yeah, we all know for a fact that Psyduck is still a strong Pokemon. Nonetheless, despite the nerfs, it's still a great attacker. It's still a great Pokemon to have. Especially in a high level Pokemon Unite kind of game. I mean, if we're playing it in a solo queuing, maybe not. But like, in a high level play like this, sure. But with how mobile Rival Esports is as of the moment, especially that they have the Buzzwole, they do have the Scyther. At the same time, they have backlane attackers. That is the the Miraidon and the Suicune. It's really going to be difficult for the Psyduck to make some moves against that of Rival Esports. But then again, we're just singling out the Psyduck. We have to remember that Sync 1 and Lancier with the Zacian and of course the Dodrio still needs to go in Rival Esports to be able to do some damage with of course the support of the Mew from behind.
I think pretty much Nemesis was trying to do here is just to limit the capacity of what Rival Esports could do, especially with that Scyther that will be present later on. I think that's the main purpose of the Psyduck here, because most likely the Psyduck will be using Disable, and yeah, it does have a lot of cooldown. That's 8 seconds, but the amount of stun or hindrance that it could provide for like 0.2 seconds, I think with the composition of Nemesis, I think it would be enough for them to snowball it with damages that they have with Dodrio and Zacian.
I mean, again, the main idea here is that they need to be able to secure that that Rival Esports needs to be together so that Disable would go from one Pokemon to another. Yeah,
that's the thing. But the question is, I think they could manage to group it up, especially with the capacity of the Dodrio, the triple trample, and we'll just have to see, man. It will be a big challenge for Nemesis, but this might work for them.
And at the same time, it's not just that. They need a follow-up as well, which was seemingly absent from game number 1. Every time there is a setup, there should always be a follow-up, which is not present in Team Nemesis in game number 1. So they need to be able to make sure they have follow-ups in this game if they do want to get those 20 points.
Yeah, and you're speaking about follow-ups. The best follow-up that Nemesis could do here is going to be Lance with his Zacian, because Liu is more of a poking attacker type. The consistency might be there, but it's really different compared to a Miraidon. So just have to see about that. If this is Tremp we're talking about, one of the best attackers, not just in the region, but in this tournament as well.
Here we go, though. Rival Esports still has the advantage, going up. Team Nemesis does have the point lead, but then that's just a point lead. What about the team fights?
Man, okay, careful. Nemesis being careful here. The tempo is really different now, JJ. I mean, I do get it. You have to play this one very safe. You have to get the objectives as much as possible, but still early. But if this continues up to 7-minute mark, I do feel like Team Nemesis would somehow get the upper hand. That is, if it stays stable just as this one. But 7:20 onwards, that's where the fight breaks through, just like this one.
Hey, look, man. Everything is diverse in this game. It's dynamic, and we're not going to be able to see a stabilized things happening. And just like that, you see, Nemesis almost got taken out, but thanks for the hyperspace hole, going to be able to get in and refresh. And as we've mentioned, Kai is very amazing in using Koopa, especially at the right timing, especially on team fights as well. They know where to place it, know when to place it, and just make sure everyone gets the refresh that they need to help down the team fight. But right now, though, Team Nemesis is going to be able to get in this Reggie Ilecki, forcing down Rival Esports, destroying the first score goal so that the Reggie Ilecki goes to the secondary score goal instead.
Great decision making as well. Team Nemesis, their priority is going to be pushing down the gold zones here, scoring more, outscoring as much as possible so that they don't get punished immediately on the late game, even if Rival Esports gets the crowd on.
Wait, are they going to immediately destroy the second tier score goal?
I think so.
Yes,
wow.
They did. They did. Wow, that is such a huge room to breathe on.
Yeah, and I think it's actually great as well, especially on the latter part of the game, because if they maintain that tier 1 goal zone available for them, they could make 100 points later on, or even overcap it on its maximum potential.
That is true. I totally agree. I mean, again, just removing the second tier score goal in any lane this early, by the way, is going to provide you so much leeway, especially when you still have your first tier score goal in either of your lanes. In this case, the top path for Team Nemesis. And right now, Team Nemesis, all they need to do now is get in their resources. What was happening? Why are you following this weekend? Get in their resources, get their levels up. And at the same time, that's why there's plans as well, positioning themselves at where the first score goal of Rival Esports is, because there is the not the Bunnelby, the Baltoys at the side lanes.
Yeah, I mean, the side Pokemons are pretty much important here as well, but the leeway, the space, the breathing room, man, it's just too different. And again, they can use it to their advantage later on.
I mean, look at this. They're going to be gunning in for the Reggie Ilecki again before going down. Look at this. Wants to get in Reggie Ilecki. Ring somehow some Vim pop up. Wants to get this. Get themselves some breathing room. Now TP down and secure the Reggie Rock as well. But unfortunately, Sonic's going to be taken down. Endless Ice Spice is going to be popped up. Mystical Mirage to take them out, into phasing them out. And look at that. They're going to be... Rival Esports actually going to be taking in the Red Jug. Is going to be 2 down into the side of Team Nemesis. Bright Future Meteor Storm is going to be able to take down lands. Kai is going to be taken out as well along with it. Unfortunate for them. That was a very good strategy that Team Nemesis did.
Oh,
but
wow.
Unfortunately for them, see, Rivals Esports did not take the bait.
Yeah, I mean, I love the idea. Execution was on point, but they didn't manage to finish it. So they just have to be very careful now to not underestimate the capacity of Rival Esports. They can flip things up. And overall, that was a fight that, Team Nemesis wanted to get, but Rival Esports does know how to overestimate things.
No, yeah, I mean it's like again, I totally agree with you. I like the idea, I like the execution. Unfortunately for them, they forgot to calculate the fact that Rival Esports may not take the bait, and that's where things went wrong. And especially that I'd like to believe the Rings Unbound was used a little bit too early. Yeah, I think it was used a little bit too early. Removing the surprise factor of Team Nemesis actually jumping onto Team Rivals down bottom.
Have to, man. Uh-oh. This is not looking good for Nemesis. Multiple members, Rival Esports grouping up already for the Regilecki. Rubik's trying to pull someone down. Tries to surf in. This is too scary for Nemesis. They have to go in. But at the same time, the agileness of Rival Esports is scary to think of, that the Scyther could just actually eliminate everyone else on the backline.
Rubik's going in for surf. Regi is down bottom. Oh my goodness. Rival Esports. Despite them not having the lead in terms of points, we all know, and I think we both agree as well, that they still have control of the game.
Absolutely. Despite the lead. All right, final stretch here. This is nerve-wracking for Team Nemesis. They have every available resources that they can, but Rival Esports always does want the team fight.
Oh my goodness, here we go. They are now getting this assembled once again. Team Nemesis has been removed from play. That's going to be 2 down. That's Lance as well down into the side of Team Nemesis. Rival Esports was able to make quick work of them. Now Kai doing some poking here. Never mind. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to poke them down. And at least was able to use the not the Ultra Soul Swarm, but rather the Hyperspace Hole to go back and position themselves into defending their score goals.
Yeah, they have to defend, but the good part here is that they have the tier 1 goals available for later for Team Nemesis. But the thing is, can they have an opportunity to score things down? I don't think so. You have to be careful here. If they do score ahead of time, Rival Esports could just score back against them.
Oh no, nobody is at the top path. Nobody is up left for Team Nemesis. But at the very least, they don't need to go back manually because they do have the Hyperspace Hole. Okay, they got the information. They got the go signal. Now they're going to go in, get some scores, jumping in. Oh, there you have it. Another 92 points for Rival Esports. Another 100 points. And maybe yet another 100 points once again for Rival Esports. That's the only thing that they're waiting for. The go signal that, hey, is Team Nemesis all there? Yes, they are. And now they can go in. That's another 300 points for the side of Rival Esports at the very last moment.
I'd have to give the MVP on that final stretch team fight to Yemo, JJ. That was a magnificent grab in order to dismantle the position of Nemesis. They made sure they get the Psyduck. That's the priority target, because if they're gonna get caught up by the trap of the Psyduck, definitely a hard time for Rival Esports. So with confidence, just get the smackdown out of it. Just get the Psyduck. Invest everything. Psyduck taken down. No problem already for Rival Esports. It's just complete domination.
And look at that. Ice at 81k damage. Rhyme at 55. Yemu at 36k. And at the same time, like Ice here, 43k damage taken as well. Not only the support, but also the tank.
Man. Rival Esports elevated once again. Their performance, I'd say, JJ, no one expected Rival Esports coming down into this point because we were too focused on T1 and Onyx, but you have new teams in the final spot. Rival Esports making sure to introduce themselves once again at the scene.
Yes, sirree. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That has been our day. And it is going to be Rival Esports taking in the 20 points. Team Nemesis going home for today with 15 points. Everyone else will be getting the respective points. And at the same time, we'll be playing once again next year, January 11. But before anything else, though, we would like to say as well that the battle for third place with Onyx, what do you call it? Onyx Rise and Made in Thailand. The result is Onyx Rise wins 2-0 against Made in Thailand.
Yeah, congratulations as well to Onyx and Made in Thailand for being consistent teams, making it and getting those respective points. But of course, again, day number 3 would happen in January 11, just like what JJ said. Followed by day 4 at January 17, day number 5 at January 18. That is Saturday and Sunday respectively. And the playoffs will be concluded in the 31st of January.
Yes, sirree. And there you have it. That has been the day, ladies and gentlemen, and all traders alike. It has been an amazing day. It's a bit longer than day number 1, but
yeah,
or at least it felt longer than day number 1. But nonetheless, we were able to get a lot of amazing Pokemon Unite action for today. So let's have a little bit of a recap of what happened for today. Onyx Rise winning 2-0 against T1. Rival Esports winning 2-1 against Evos FXL. Nemesis winning 2-1 against Full Sense. And Made in Thailand winning FN Esports 2-0. Moving over to the round 2, that's going to be Rival Esports winning 2-0 against Onyx Rise. And then the second one is Nemesis winning 2-0 against Made in Thailand. And of course, battle for third, Onyx Rise winning 2-0 as we've mentioned. And the grand finals, which we have seen just now, Rival Esports winning 2-0 against Team Nemesis.
Yeah, every team gets their respective points, and let us take a look at our current leaderboards. Rival Esports getting 20 points, having a total of 28, followed by Onyx Rise with 12 for today, with a total of 27. T1 getting 4, but still on third with 24. Full Sense at 20, getting 8 today. Made in Thailand getting another 10. Nemesis with 15. FN Esports with 3, with a total of 9. And Evos FXL with 6 today, but getting 9 in total. So there is a current movement we are seeing here, JJ. Team Nemesis climbing a bit, T1 a bit at the back, but still that's a huge amount of points that they still have.
Look, Ben, this is why we're telling you guys the point system here is very important. I mean, look at Nemesis. They had a round 1 exit yesterday, getting in, garnering only 4 points. Now for today, they might have placed second, but that only puts them at 19 and putting them from 7th place to 6th place. It's still a lot. There's still 4 more days to go. Is that 4 more?
Actually, no, 3 for the group stage, right?
3 more days. Yeah, 3 more days for the group stages. But again, it doesn't matter what your placement is for the group stage. You'll still be able to play on the 6th day for the King of the Hill. But your position, your seeding will determine which placement you are going to be in the King of the Hill, whether you're going to be considered for the guaranteed spot for the grand finals, or you'll have to climb up from the lowest ranking up until the grand finals.
Yeah, and for sure, a lot of things would happen after day number 2 of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026 for C-League. So that has been our day for tonight. Again, this is PKUs and JJ Kun, and we're here to sign out, and we'll see you next year with more Pokemon Unite action.